Electric. but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. Oh, so far yet so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far. Oh, love you, oh, my. Oh, no, me, no, no, right. Oh, la, di, da, right. Oh, la, di, da, right. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far. Oh, Lord, you know me. Oh, Lord, you know me. Oh, Lord, you know me. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so close. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
，Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态，
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接锤走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了，走！
再见，全打！这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
这边要做小，下半步打了起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇，是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下。他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。
还有皮天的加持，8000滴、7000滴，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦。
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启，胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快，阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神龙8位踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀，胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友，泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德，左边位置665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill， 神经此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面兔子胜败，但是伤害并不足够，胜败拿下 quadra kill，
胜败难免。
你想做一些进攻，
抢
2了，一剑往前做追击 ，driver，
哇，
请你 TP 是吧？
这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他
，3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
或者说在闪现晕
没闪的
，driver 是鬼步的 A 再一刀，直接正面砍死，一剑完成了 solo kill。
那这边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3等
完了吗？雷文。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 DFM 想要拉神发的金在图板，阿哲就是没有倒地，所以热射上到，而且还是攻这一波，就把对方推回来，是热射大爆。
Where's it gone? This is love, this is love. looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. This night will forever remain in your memory card in your life. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Power, riches, force, money, driven.
Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接锤走，没有了，没有了，烫死了，杀！
再见了一切，再见天堂！这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
要做小项目打了起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇是2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下，他对这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有皮天的加持，8000D、7000D，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。
高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦，
这败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启，正派想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神龙8位踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作。 持续的斩杀，胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。左边位置665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 Triple Kill。神经此时感到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好，想要尝试正面兔子胜败，但是伤害并不足够。胜败拿下 Quadra Kill，
胜败难免。
影响做一些进攻。抢
抢
2了，一界往前做追击 ，Driver，
哇，
情理 PP 是吧？
这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
或者说在闪现晕
没闪的
，Driver 是鬼步的 A 再一刀，直接正面砍死一剑，完成了 Solo Kill。
那旁边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3
会玩的吗？雷文。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 DFM 想要拉神发的机会，突然阿哲第一球倒地，所以热射上到，而且还是攻这一球，先把对方推回来，是热射大爆。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. touching on me, I'm really so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, recard. I got that thunder and lightning energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes soon enough. Let's go for it. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for our fourth night here of the PCS Spring Playoffs. Of course, it's going to be the second night of Group B, and it's all brought to you thanks to Riot Games, Carry International, and the Grand Halai Taipei, which connects the Nangang Exhibition Centre, the Software Park, the CTBC Financial Centre. It has a unique experience for all of its customers, and of course, 425 rooms, 6 restaurants. That's almost one restaurant per player and coach included. That's an incredible amount of restaurants.
Yeah, that's pretty
And then
good.
a banquet hall, of course. So big thank you to them, because without them, we wouldn't be able to have today's games. And today's games are sure to impress. We have DFM up against Frank, and then we also are going to have J-Team up against Antics.
Yeah, so for the first series, I think that's going to be a very exciting one, because I think we've got similar styles in these two teams. They both really just like to team fight a lot, and they get their wins through team fighting, especially DFM. Maybe a mismatch in the top lane. As for the second series, we've got two teams who looked pretty terrible, honestly, in their first series. Some signs of life from both of them, you know, managing to get team fights and making plays later in the game, but once they were down so much gold that, you know, there wasn't really much hope. So we'll see one of them bouncing back today. And
Yeah. For sure. And importantly, of course, our first game of the night between Frank and DFM. The winner of that game will be progressing through to our playoffs, or the second round of our playoffs, which is obviously important. They'll be matching at BYG yesterday, as you can see on your results here. Taking the win up against DCG means that they have now advanced. We won't see them again until next week. DCG losing means that they now have to go up against Ground Zero for the second time after they did beat V3 in a very convincing fashion.
yeah, talk about bouncing back.
Yeah,
Ground
absolutely.
Zero looked amazing, especially Surenfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, just completely came alive. On the volley bear that we were criticizing, you know, all day yesterday, showed us why that is such a strong pick in the jungle if you can get off the ground.
Absolutely. And the brackets now on your screen, of course. We are in Group B once again for the second night now, and it's going to be DFM versus Frank, as I said before, and then J-Team versus Antics. And now, I mean, looking at the DFM game, based on the results in the LJL and how the games were going, it does seem like maybe Jiang should have an advantage up in the top side, but ultimately, we'll see some graphics soon, but it really is, for me at least, the sort of tale of these two teams is that Frank have a very precise way that they want to play the game, and that is based around Kaiwing a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And as well as DFM, their support Harp often ends up carrying his team in many ways, whether it be through damage or through engaging. And so we're going to have a bit of a clash there between the supports, which is not something we're often saying. As well as I want to say that Frank, after coming into this playoffs, getting Eminem back, they looked a lot stronger. Gemini as well, in particular, really impressed me up against Antics. Picking up the Jax jungle for some shenanigans in their draft, but looking really, really good. 8-1-7 or something like that, I want to say, was his score.
Yeah, especially
so looking forward to see him again.
Yeah, especially a team that we've seen with such rigid drafts. On Frank, you can kind of predict every single pick that's coming from them. They play 1 or 2 champs in every role. So it was kind of impressive to see them have such a flexible, kind of DCG-esque flex in the draft at the very end there.
Yep, for sure. DFM, of course, on your screen here. It's Ray Farkey, Steel, Aria, Udapon, and Harp. And looking back to their last game, I mean, Aria doing a lot of heavy lifting on the Nico in game number 1.
Yeah.
But Udapon as well on the Lucian there, making it look really, really strong. But honestly, everyone on this team did perform very well up against J-Team. Of course, it is one of the weaker teams, I want to say, here in the playoffs. But still, being as convincing as they was, maybe a few nerves in game number 1 where they were losing a few team fights you don't think they should. I'm sure they'll be able to put on a real good showing in this game up against Frank.
Yeah, and I do think that Jiang is probably the better player in the top lane up against Ray Farkey, but Ray Farkey does just play the weak side for this team. I think he might receive the least jungle attention of any player in this tournament, and he does well on the weak side, especially Gragas, if that has come into meta. If he can play the Gragas blind that we saw yesterday, doesn't seem like anyone's got a counter pick for the Gragas yet.
For sure, but the hard thing I think about the Gragas is if you are picking that champ, you kind of don't want to have a mid laner that wants to be solo AP, right? So you are going to have to change your draft around if you want to have the Gragas in the top side. We'll see if that is what they want to go for, but Steel as well in the last series, having a real standout performance in the jungle, just absolutely popping off. I believe he played Wukong. I don't remember who else he played Wukong in one of the games, and it was definitely the best Wukong we've seen.
Vi in the other one, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember. We are going to see a head-to-head between the two junglers, so we will we will see shortly. And it looks like, Frank, they're going to have Pretender in for game number 1. So Jiang, Gemini, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing.
Yeah.
They're pretty much a non-entity at this point. I mean, the only changes they have usually is who is playing the mid lane, which changes their draft a little bit. But in general, Kaiwing on engage. Eminem, he just wants to play something that can scale up a little bit.
Yeah.
Something akin to, I mean, the Xayah, we've seen him play a lot. The Varus, he's had some great success on. Jiang as well. I mean, he's got a pretty small champion pool, excluding the likes of Riven and Camille that can occasionally come out. But in general, it will be like Aatrox or something akin to that he will be picking.
And I'm hoping for Frank, for this series and the future, that they've just managed to pick up the Smolder pick at the very least, because Eminem was having some champion pool issues in the bot lane. Kind of just picking Xayah where it didn't make a whole lot of sense with other very strong picks available.
Absolutely.
So they do look a lot better with Eminem back.
Yeah, infinitely better.
Yeah.
And it's not really anything about Pretender. It's just the team meshes better when they have an AD carry main playing the AD carry role.
Yeah.
And especially in a competitive environment. Sometimes, you know, in solo queue you can get away with it, but yeah, definitely when you are in a competitive environment, it's good to have someone that knows what their role is at any given moment.
Yeah.
How to play around mid waves and the likes.
Both these supports with 4 championships in their respective regions is pretty cool. Harp, well, I guess DFM a little more willing to be flexible with Harp on his champions. He had a very good Nami game. I think it was in game 1.
Yeah, with Udapon, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just landing bubbles, and you know there is a difference. Nami is a pretty easy champ, especially
the
with the
bubbles
Lucian.
aren't easy though.
Yeah, but you barely need to land them. But there's a big difference when you do have a good player on Nami.
Say what you will about Low, he remembers champions.
Yeah, well, I saw this graphic.
Oh,
before.
cheating.
Yeah.
All right, KDA, very impressive for both these junglers. I mean, Steel's KDA is impeccable, really. Kill participation, pretty even there, really. Damage percentage favoring Gemini, it does make sense.
He picked Jax.
Yeah, both of his champions honestly just do more damage in general than the opposing Steel's champion pools. Frank definitely further ahead in gold at 14 minutes. Sort of just... Maybe you could say it was level of competition. We don't really know. We'll find out kind of today.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a 2-game sample size, so
exit.
Their real test is this game up against what should be a much stronger opponent than their previous series. For both teams, honestly. DFM with the blue side.
All right, DFM going to be banning away the Varus, something that Eminem has tended to drift towards regardless of on-hit or lethal tempo, even regardless of draft a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Eminem not really the standout player. Very good player.
Yeah.
But it's not usually Eminem you're looking to take over a game. He's pretty happy just being a consistent damage dealer and seeing what Kaiwing can pull off in engagements. Xayah going to be banned away as well from Eminem, so really targeting down his champion pool. It's Karma taken away most likely from Arya, but of course could be Harp and FAK as well. The champion's pretty versatile currently.
Yeah, so they're trying to make Eminem uncomfortable, I guess, and I think it's not that we've seen him do poorly on other picks, it's that he just hasn't gone for other picks. He just only plays these champs, so we will get a chance to see him on maybe a Kalista that's just been left open, a very strong ADC.
Still 2 Vans to come through. TFM going to have their choice. It's going to be Orianna taken away from Pretender. Makes a lot of sense. I do worry about the Nico, but DFM playing one game in Nico, you know they might just choose to blue side first pick it, so we'll have to see how that plays into this draft. Smolder open, Kalista open, even things like the Kai'Sa, which is risen in strength, at least in solo queue with the recent AP builds coming through.
Yeah, with 2 strong ADCs banned, I'm worried about a Kalista first pick by DFM here if I'm Frank. Just because Varus is a champ you'd like to take into the Kalista. Xayah not too bad either. Strong laners just to be able to survive in that lane. But it looks like it will just be the Senna for Udapon.
Okay, Senna taken away. What will Frank opt for? Nico, I would stand out to me as, at least for Frank specifically, the best champion that they could possibly take.
Maybe Nautilus for Kaiwing as well.
Yeah, Nautilus. I mean, if he's just choosing the Ahri. He did play Ahri in their last series. 2 games Ahri for Frank, 1 on each mid laner. It was Pretender looking a bit weaker on the champ than Jimmy.
Now, I've seen Annie picked into the Ahri. Wonder if DFM have that prepared.
Okay.
It did pretty well. It was a Showmaker up against Faker, and he actually solo killed him with the Annie.
Wow.
And as we know, Annie's the best champion in the game.
That is true.
We cannot beat it in solo queue.
Gemini might be just looking towards another Viego pick. Looks like it will be.
Had a good game on it. Looks like Frank are just kind of taking what they play well rather than worrying too much about the meta. And it's a different look. We're used to these guys on Rel Nico here earlier in the split.
Giving over even the Senna Nautilus. Kind of surprising considering how much Kaiwing has enjoyed that champ. But they might have something prepared for this pick.
Maybe Nautilus feels bad when you're almost always going to be against Senna Tom if you do take away the Nautilus. Can kind of counter your Nautilus ult with the Tom Kenshul.
Perhaps. I don't think that's too much of an issue, but maybe. Maybe that was the thought process.
Yeah, you probably still want the Nautilus, but we'll see what they've got cooking in the bot lane. A lot of bot lane bans.
Yeah, I mean, Eminem has always been, at least in prior seasons, very good at the Aphelios, Kai'Sa, Zeri even. Something that he's been good at. Maybe Zeri Prio goes down because they are against Nautilus, and a Vi makes it go down even further.
Oh, man. I want to be Sivir this game, but I don't know if that's a pickable champ at the moment.
I want to be Israel this game. Smolder.
Yeah, Smolder not
Honestly,
bad.
Smolder's actually not bad because Vi is just going to run into you. There should be some peel for the Smolder, and then Vi's not that great at getting out of a situation once she's in.
This looks like such a good Tom Kench game, or Bard as well.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Smolder Bard.
Yeah.
Okay, it's locked in now. Second phase of bans is going to be Frank, who have the first ban coming through. Let's see what they opt for. It seems like junglers, no, not junglers, sorry, tops or mids. Maybe taking away the Nico, considering they do have the Ahri. Nico does do pretty well into the Ahri, at least in lane.
Talia. Yeah.
I mean, DFM.
Maybe support bans for DFM, I would think.
Yeah, that would make sense.
They do have to blind pick top, so they could prepare for that. By banning away counters for
I do feel like it's just going to... Yeah, okay, they're going to prepare for the Cassante pick almost 100%.
Yeah.
So, now being the first ban kind of gives that one away. Frank could just pick the Cassante first, but it's not really what we expect out of Jiang.
Yeah. It's not really his style of champ. Same with the Gragas. I don't see Jiang playing Gragas, even if it is a good blind pick. They could just ban away the Cassante.
Okay, they do ban the Nico. I do like that. Why give it over if you don't have to?
And knowing Jiang, you should ban Aatrox here. We haven't seen him on the Yone, I don't think. What else is a pick into Cassante? Gwen. But I don't think we've seen him play that either. He just kind of likes the Aatrox into Cassante.
Yeah. DFM's final ban. What will we see here? Leona. Okay, definitely a good takeaway from Kaiwing, but there are just so many supports open that Kaiwing can play now. The Rel sticks out as maybe the one. Alistair's another one. Maybe just a Tom for a bit of safety here for the Smolder.
Kaiwing does prefer the Rel, but the Tom seems really good this draft.
I think the Rel's fine. It can do a really good job of getting in between the team and kind of isolating that Vi.
Yeah, they do have the lockdown to get onto the Smolder or the Ahri, but they don't have the follow-up yet. They do go for the Tom.
Okay. Tom is going to be locked in, so Jiang's going to have his choice of counterpick here for Frank, which is definitely very scary. Of course, it is just almost 100% going to be this Cassante locked in here for Rayfaki.
Yeah, no surprises there. He's usually a weak side for DFM, and I mean, Cassante might be the best weak side top laner.
Wow, Lissandra, okay.
Oh, okay.
Definitely some follow-up now. And this is going to force out cleanse from Eminem. Almost 100% anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels a bit bad. There's not all that much else to cleanse.
All right, Jiang might like his hand in the Gwen matchup, and if there's ever a player to trust with it, it's probably this guy. Might just go for the Aatrox though.
Yeah, I think he just likes the Aatrox.
This doesn't feel like a very good Aatrox game. I like the Gwen way better. You've just got a bunch of tanks. And I think the Aatrox build, where you do go sort of Sundered Sky and whatnot, just feels weaker.
Yeah, and if you're walking into Lissandra Nautilus Vi, you're just going to eat an ult and die in it. Though it is a very low damage comp on the side of DFM.
Yeah, DFM do lack damage for the most part.
Yeah.
They do have the damage to definitely kill off one member, and if they do kill off the Smolder, there's not the biggest threat on them in the world on the opposing side. Of course, Gwen can be, but...
This also looks like a game where it's going to be pretty hard to get these resets for Gemini on the Viego.
Possibly, but Smolder makes that pretty easy.
Yeah, once you get there. We'll see what DFM can do. I don't think they'll be shutting down the Smolder in the way you might traditionally shut it down by trying to dive it. I think they will just be grouping very early and forcing dragon fights, sieging turrets. That is the look we saw out of them in their earlier series.
Absolutely, and now this is the final battle that we will have in our upper bracket. LJL's Detonation Focus Me up against the PCS's Frank Esports. It's a tall order, I think, for DFM, as Frank were in our first place position for the vast majority of our regular season. They looked really, really good. Faltering at the end, but that was also without their AD carry, so it's hard to really put too much weight into that.
Yeah, I do think Frank have kind of lost their grasp on the meta that they had. They were the first team that it felt like really figured out the meta from seemingly week one. Just had a good grasp on the meta and could play all of the strong champs. And as the meta's changed a bit, they've fallen behind in that regard. TP match for Eminem, I really like that. I don't think you're going to need a combat sum in this lane.
Yeah, I do worry about later, though. Lissandra can just flash ult you at some point. I guess you do have Kaiwing to gobble you up, give you a shield and whatnot, but it is still a little scary. There's a lot of heavy lifting that Kaiwing has to do here on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, this is a very stressful Tahm Kench game.
Hey, Farky.
Cleanse on Udapon.
Yeah. I'm not sure what he's cleansing.
Just Ari Charm, maybe a Viego stun. Well,
yeah, I don't think we need cleanse this game.
Yeah.
Like barrier, maybe even just the heal, honestly.
I don't think we've seen any Ghost Senna.
No, not particularly, but Jiang going to get a good trade for himself level 1, as we often see into the Cassante for pretty much every champ.
Yeah, Ray Farkey making sure he protects his jungler there. No shenanigans like the Lee Sin we saw out of Theon yesterday. Just solo killing as Sejuani at her blue buff. Or actually not solo killing. Shrimpfire came and chased him down after.
Is there a chroma for Smolder? I think there's a skin, but the skin's definitely not this color.
Yeah, it must be then. I haven't even seen the Smolder skin.
I have. It doesn't look that good, I don't think.
Hey, maybe it's just
it's
a
not
chroma.
like a High Noon Lucian skin, that's for sure.
What's the skin called? Do you know?
No, I don't remember. It's one of the themed skins. It came out with a bunch of other ones.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't remember now.
I can't keep up.
No, there's a lot of skins in the game. Oh, Pretender getting off an electrocute proc there.
Word from our producers that it is Heaven Scale Smolder.
There you go.
Is that like a dragon-themed thing that happened? Because Janna's got a new dragon-themed skin.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Who absolutely knows at this point? Jiang obviously up at the top side. No surprises. He is going to have priority pretty much the entirety of this lane. Maybe not really having kill pressure for a while, but certainly when you get to 2 items, you are just shredding through this Cassante. Cassante honestly does have kill pressure over Gwen at kind of the 1 item stage.
Yeah, we're yet to see how that's impacted, though, by the changes, right? His all-out is a bit weaker than it used to be.
Yeah, substantially for sure.
This lane, in the bot lane, though, looks horrific for Frank so far. Playing Tahm into Senna feels horrible, just because she can so freely stack up off you. With the Q auto, there's not much threat, especially with a Smolder as your ADC.
Yeah. There's not much threat onto Eminem in just the isolated lane either, though, so
yeah,
you are just sort of matching the stacking. Of course, Smolder, I favor the Smolder stacks every day of the week, so...
Yeah, I mean, this champ is just a win con by itself. Hook onto Kaiwing should be okay.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of burst in this lane, but HP pretty rough.
Yeah, as long as you can land some tongue lashes, though, he should be able to get a bit of that health back. Grey health as well, going to help out. And Eminem, he's still staying relatively healthy. Also has the teleport available for himself, so That's really what you care about more than the time Kench's health, sorry.
Pretender decides to stay in the mid lane, very low HP and mana, but Steel was recalling on top of a ward, so he knows he'll just be safe. So Gemini hovers his bot lane.
Not there for him to take.
That was a nice backwards vision cone plant to clear vision on his blue buff there, Gemini. His bot lane probably communicating that Udapon or Harp had roamed up to ward.
I think it was Steel. Steel was in his bot side jungle.
Yeah, that was nice. We've seen that deep vision and enemy jungle have massive impact.
Absolutely.
So, well played by Frank.
Lucidity here for the Ahri. Kind of surprising.
Harp could take a bad trade here.
Yeah, but he has teleport still. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I thought he might get stunned up by Kaiwing on the Tahm Kench.
Eminem almost getting to his first upgrade. Not quite there yet. He is now.
Yeah.
And
no freeze possible in the bot lane.
Steel now starting up this dragon. We'll see if Frank want to contest. It is level 6 here for Arya, while Pretender still sits at level 5.
Ooh. I think Gemini was in the right place at the right time there. I think Arya might have gone on that E.
Tongue Lash lands. Abyssal Voyage will knock up Udapon. And through will come Steel. They're off the Baron. And there comes the Dragon, and the stun coming up. Glacial Tomb onto Gemini, but he's living. Is he going to be able to get the reset? One more auto, he does! But the Q from Udapon will deny him getting that reset. It's still the first blood, however, going over to Gemini as he just stays alive on 1 HP for so long.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the damage struggles out of this comp. They get Gemini super low initially with a flash ult from Arya. Flash to follow up from Udapon, but there just wasn't damage to follow up onto him. So, yeah, it looks like Udapon who's in trouble at first, right? But Steel just goes straight onto Gemini here, and they get him super low immediately, and then no damage to finish him off.
Yeah, and if Pretender had mana, it would have been even better.
Yeah, it would have been a disaster.
It was a 1-for-1. Of course, first blood feels good for Frank, and they stopped any progress on that dragon.
Yeah, if Pretender has mana for ulti there, that might be a triple kill. Or at least a very different fight.
Absolutely. But what could have been was not. It's going to be a trade, though, of these Void Grubs for the Dragon. First Dragon of the game here, going over to DFM. Hook out a Harp onto Kaiwing. Again, not going to be that meaningful. Got a pretty good trade. Even got the Guardian out, but...
Yeah, that was a big trade. It was nice for the bot lane, but yeah, it's never going to... No one should be dying in this bot lane 2v2.
Yeah. Oh, well, this lane state is
really
really bad
good
for FAK.
Yeah, Gemini is here as well.
Oh, this might be bad, though. Kaiwing off the trade did recall, and now Eminem's getting dove by 3 members. He's got the flash. Is he going to be able to get out? It should just be one more Vault Breaker away from Steel taking it. He gets health from killing, and he gets the ult. That's a double kill now. Eminem is going to eventually go down, but what a disaster for DFM, and now it's Kaiwing versus Steel. Kaiwing looks like he has the favor here. Vault Breaker should be available very shortly. Abyssal Voyage coming through. The knockup will land. One more Tongue Lash for a stun again, and Pretender's here. Charm lands. Another kill going over. It's 3 for 1. Eminem with the turnaround, and great success for Frank.
Yeah, and I think Harp just barely goes down to the turret there, and Eminem hits level 6 off of it and turns around with his ulti to kill Udapon. What a disaster for DFM. Pretty happy if you're a Pretender, though, walking down the river for a free kill. And it looked like DFM had played this perfectly. Aftershock procced for Harp, and I think he just tanks the tower too long, and Udapon actually cancels an auto there. Misjudges how much damage he's taking, and...
Oh, there's almost a kill in the picture-in-picture there as Jiang almost takes out FAK, of course.
Yeah, manages to get away with the Ghost. Not enough damage. We see the Gwen murdering the Cassante once she gets to 2 items.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you're so happy as Pretender. Walk down river, free kill, walk back up.
Yeah, Smolder got 2 kills on the board after a botched dive, and Frank are feeling pretty good in this game. They're now up 800 gold. It's not the most impactful. Pathmaker going to be used here. It's the Spirit Rush, Ray Farkey. Looks like he might live. Pretender. Execution is not the worst.
Yeah, everyone's misjudging the tower damage on these dives here. Tanking an extra shot.
Oh, nice snip, snip, snip. Was it just snip, snip? I think it's snip, snip. I said one too many snips. Sorry, guys.
No. Well, there are 4 snips, possibly.
True. Oh, hook goes wide. Harp, though, there are minions, so he's all right.
And I think you're kind of seeing the problem with these low damage comps on DFM. You can get these kills, but if you even slightly misplay, like Udapon canceling an auto attack during that dive, you just end up not being able to convert these kills, right? Or it's not very clean. You saw it mid and you saw it on that dive. Even the slightest mistake, you have, you know, maybe exactly enough damage to kill someone cleanly, but yeah, hard to play.
Ray Farkey up in the top side, down a little over 20 CS as things stand. So
Arya, though.
Jiang going to be feeling pretty good, and yeah, fancy feet.
No, he's up 20.
Oh, he is.
Pretty impressive. Maybe a counter pick to the Ahri found pretty early on.
Perhaps. Pretender, he's going to have to flash. Does manage to survive, though. No Glacial Prison coming through, so won't get him stunned up.
Yeah, doesn't risk trying to ult away there. Maybe Harp in trouble.
Yeah, Harp does have flash available. He's going to use it nice and early.
Yeah, maybe his Q is on cooldown there. Or just not close enough to a wall.
And that wave has disappeared in front of our eyes.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly how you want to play the Senna Nautilus. Senna doesn't want to spend, once she's 6, she doesn't want to spend too much time in the bot lane now. This Nautilus will be fine, just clearing waves. On the other side, there is a Smolder, free farming, but hopefully you can get enough done with the Senna in the other lanes.
Yeah, Jiang, though, now, he's finished his Riftmaker. That's very scary.
Yeah. Still, I don't think he's just going to be outright murdering Ray Farkey until he gets another item.
Oh, Arya going aggressive there. Pretender, he's going to land the charm. Kaiwing's here. Is there going to be enough damage? Devour should be available for Kaiwing. 1Q and the Devour might be able to come through. They're going to choose not to, though. Taking that Glacial Prison. There's a trade of ults, but still.
Yeah, there was no one even remotely close to Arya on the map. As you see his AD and jungle coming out of base now, getting back on the map.
Yeah, I guess Dawning Shadow, in theory, could have come out to help if need be. Sees an assist here onto Kaiwing. Kaiwing's definitely out of position. Pistol Voyage! It's going to get stopped. Arya with the exact amount of mana needed. And Udapon picking himself up a kill. So even on the gold now after that one are DFM, but 6 Void Grubs now in favor of Frank, and they're the team that does have the Gwen.
Yeah, that is very true. Generally, we see these trades favoring the team with the Dragons. Even if you get the 6 Void Grubs, it doesn't always feel like it matters that much. We're going to see Kaiwing FAK out of Fog, I guess. Wow, in
perfect
a tiny pocket of vision, yeah. Kaiwing thought he was perfectly safe with 2 wards on that side of the map, but yeah, Steel somehow finds Fog there.
Oh, back to live. Udapon, he's going to have to flash away, and it's going to be Gemini who finds at least the first reset here of this team fight. Pretender does go down in the upper side of it, though. Jiang, though, he's got the needlework going, and Ray Farkey has not got a whole lot of health. It's going to be Gemini stealing away that dragon. Is Vault Breaker going to have to just come back through to cut your losses, get yourself out of there, and it's Frank once again coming up huge in the fight. Gemini, though, he's not content with just giving it up. Through he comes, he's going to land the root, he's going to land a hell of a lot of damage. Vault Breaker back in retreat for Gemini now. Steel is going to stay alive, but this is a very fed Viego.
Since when was Gemini just 2 levels up? In that fight, Steel tries to, he notices they've kind of lost the fight and tries to just quickly finish up the dragon and get out of there, but Gemini notices him doing it and steals it away. Yeah, this seems like such a difficult game for DFM.
Oh, did Eminem go down? I guess so.
Yeah, must have. And then that's got to give you the confidence that to think you're able to do this dragon pretty easily, right? But the 4v5 contest.
Yeah, kind of a really good Devour onto Pretender there. And then it is a 4v5, but you lost your Nautilus ult and you lost your Senna ult.
Yeah. And you lost your Senna pretty quick too. Gemini finding his way onto him, and there's that steal as well. Gemini absolutely popping off that fight.
Absolutely. Now we're at the part of the game where Ray Farkey actually kind of does a bit more damage to Jiang than he can return, but this will not be the truth for very long.
Yeah. Essentially one more item and...
Yeah, game's just over.
Yeah.
Kind of a FAK in terms of his lane matchup, but...
Yeah, we've seen them just, you know, barely out of tower. These Casantes get chased down by Gwen.
Rift Herald started up, Steel on it. Gemini, he's going to use that hallowed path. Is he going to be able to find an angle? And he might just be looking for a steal, but 3v1 would be the ratio of DFM to Frank, and so he's just going to give it over. DFM still remaining active on the map. They're only 700 gold down. It's not the end of the world, but you are up against a Smolder.
Yeah, even feels like you're behind in this game. With how little damage you have on DFM, it's essentially a pick comp, but they haven't managed to find any sort of lead against a Smolder. Already has his Essence Reaver finished and on 100 stacks. Only going to accelerate as he gets to the 125 breakpoint.
Yeah, for sure. Eminem doing pretty well in this one.
Yeah, Gemini is massive as well. They're at a point where they probably just have to use all this engage onto Gemini, because him getting a reset in any of these fights is just a disaster.
Definitely agree.
Then you've got a Gwen, an Ahri, and a Smolder to worry about if you're using all your lockdown on this Viego.
Hollow Radiance completed now for this Nautilus. Gemini, he's going to show just as Arya comes to the lane. But this is going to be bottom tower secured. I believe first tower of the game in favor now of Frank. Maybe answering back mid though, as they do drop the Rift Shield, and it should be a quick answer back. Harp as well as Udapon claiming the gold for that one, and it's the most important of the towers. All right, we have a Drifter. Does Harp have his forklift light? He's just got a wall to go to.
Oh yeah, there's nowhere to even go. Oh my god, no way.
No, this doesn't charge. He crashes into a wall.
Oh, okay.
That would have been crazy though.
I thought he was cooking. Oh, so if it crashes into a wall, it doesn't do the charge?
Yeah, there's a cooldown for its charge.
Okay.
If you crash into a tower, there isn't, but... Well, assuming
that was
you
still cool.
Then kill the tower, but...
I didn't know you could even blast cone the Rift Herald like that.
Nah, me neither. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I thought he was drifting it up into top, but with the terrain change up there...
Well, FAK, he's just trying to clear out the minions, but with the 6 Void Grubs being picked up, he's not going to path make that Invisible Voyage. He is going to pop his Ghost. Young has his available to himself as well, but it should just be the needlework, all that he needs. He's going to eventually pop Ghost, as he did miss that last one. Kaiman going to claim the kill credit there onto FAK, and once again, this Gwen is just getting more and more time and more gold.
Yeah.
Quickly going to become very, very scary.
Yeah, and he's probably there on the SPAC with the tower and the kill. He's at that 2-item spike we talk about. Or the Gwen into the Cassante. And, I mean, it feels like your time to really get an advantage in this game as DFM is pretty much over. These team fights are going to be so hard now with so many threats on Frank. Though it is a pick comp on DFM, and here's a pick maybe.
Yeah, Vault Breaker lands. They're going to get the flash. Take the flash and leave it there. Maybe not knowing where everyone was, a bit scary to continue on forward. A bit of Voyage coming through. Kaiman's not going to land though. Gemini finds the stun onto Arya, however, and through will come Mum, but it's a massive knock-up from Hark with that dredge line, and now everyone piling onto Steel, but Steel's going to get out. It's now Arya that's the main focus of the team of Frank. Jiang, he is in the middle of everyone, but still not really going down. Snip, constantly coming through. Now Jiang's going to have to get devoured. So many low health bars, but no one quite going down. This looks like it could be Smolder's plaything. Down will go one. Reset comes through. Pretender, though, he doesn't get the reset onto his Spirit Rush, and so it's only going to be the one, but by God, that was close.
Yeah, somehow only one person going down in that team fight, and I think what we saw that fight was DFM having to use a lot of their ultimates defensively, and when you can't coordinate the ults on this team comp, you don't have the damage to finish any of these kills. A really nice Devour from Kaiwing again, showing that it's not that he can't play non-engaged champs, it's that usually his team needs him on the engage. Nice engage from Gemini. And then you see Nautilus ult there, and the Vi ult comes out onto Ahri. And then I think the Lissandra ult comes out onto Arya on his own to save himself. And without syncing up those ultimates, you're never getting a kill with this DFM comp. And it takes surprisingly long. I mean, they're playing the fight well because it takes so long for Frank to trade a kill back. And eventually, yeah, eventually they managed to pick up the Cassante, but...
What an absolute banger of a team fight.
Yeah.
How was everyone just so low and only one person ended up going down? But it was Frank again winning out. And now they've just slowly got themselves down to a 3K gold lead. Feeling pretty good if you are on the side of Frank.
Yeah, both of these teams are so good at team fighting. I just worry about this DFM comp.
Yeah, I mean, that team fight, if Smolder had stacks, everyone's getting executed.
Yeah, that's very true. And those are the team fights you have to be winning before he gets his stacks, because you need to be ending this game ASAP, or at least give yourself a massive lead, finding yourself 3K gold behind at this point.
Yeah, I also imagine Eminem would have got so many stacks in that team fight because he remained untouched pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, getting to land ults and Ws. And the upgraded Q, that second evolve, always hitting multiple members.
Yeah. Still, Malignant's now completed. The, what is that called? Seeker's Arm Guard was used in the last team fight from Arya to delay and keep himself alive, so won't have that now. And while you still have all the stats from it, definitely the status effects really, really good on to Lissandra. You can look for and engage, and then Zhonya's up, or you can ult yourself, people waiting for you to come out, and then Zhonya's and maybe blow a few cooldowns, see what your team can get done. Just a lot of delay in those team fights, but
yeah,
until he gets the Zhonya's fully completed, won't have that option available for himself. Oh, he does do it now, so.
Yeah, doesn't help out with their damage at all, though, so he might be just stalling for nothing.
It's still 100 AP, but yeah.
Yeah, true. True. It's not the Zhonya's of old.
Yeah, it is. You do miss the effects of other items, the likes of, you know, Deathcap, Leandri's just not really the stats so much, but the effects they have that just make you do more damage.
Yeah, even a Shadow Flame is solo
192
AP.
stacks.
Yeah, safe to say Eminem will be getting there on the Smolder this game. And yesterday we saw Smolder beat a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, Hextech Soul.
Yeah,
that.
the strongest soul in the game.
Okay. 13 to 14 between the top laners, and Ray Farkey, he's at about an item and a half, whereas we have the Nashes completed now for Jiang, meaning he's at 2 items. And Gwen already would be winning at this stage, but now he's just going to be winning even harder, especially considering it is looking like it's going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet coming through. I actually think it should be a Jaksho, but...
Yeah, helps with his lane and helps him
not
just
only
be
that,
tanky.
it's just so much magic damage. Even Smolder pumps out magic damage. We'll see what he goes for. Nah, don't really know yet. It could be either the Iceborne Gauntlet or the Jaksho, as his items are currently.
Yeah. I think he should probably just focus on the team fights with maybe a Jaksho. Frontline and stall for his team.
And no headway getting made in this Ahri lane, just insta-clearing out the wave. Oh, Arya.
And it's kind of hard to see what DFM are supposed to do at this point. As these items come out for Jiang and Gemini, they kind of aren't targets anymore for your engage. They're probably just too tanky to take down efficiently. Ahri gonna get his Zhonya's eventually, but is probably still killable. Same with the Smolder. And it seems like their whole comp, maybe the idea of it is to just kill the Smolder. But there are too many threats on the side of Frank. It's not their usual, you know, Rels and Leonas. Maybe Aatrox you can handle a little better than a Gwen, but Gwen with uptime in these fights is just going to absolutely shred everyone.
Sure. Now, everyone is around this dragon. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure by now Eminem will have the execute on his Q. We'll see.
Yeah, it should be very close at least.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since we last looked, and he was almost at it then, so I have to imagine Looks like Kaiwing's going to get engaged on. Teleport coming through here. It's going to be Eminem coming down. Jiang, there's a lot of people all in a line, and Jiang does have that needlework. Everyone's coming down. The execute is available. Can he find one? It looks like he's very close to doing so. Pretender finds the first kill, even the second. He's going to get the third hit on Udapon. That's a triple. Is he going to go for the Penta? No, it's going to be executed away from Eminem, but it is going to be a 4-for-0 in that team fight. And Frank, they're completely taking over. Teleport now coming through from Jiang as he's going to go to the top side and even look for that inner turret for themselves. Baron could be on the menu. Third Dragon was picked up.
Kaiwing is just always in the right place at the right time, ready with his ultimate in these fights. He did have to flash there to save Pretender, but completely shuts down this engage from DFM, and you see the difference in damage.
Yeah, Kaiwing not doing any damage, kind of disappointing.
Yeah. Just about 1k from each member of DFM and 3k from each member of Frank, and it's not just the gold lead that's causing that. I think there just weren't enough options in this draft. You saw them kind of find a pick onto Kaiwing there, and a lot of the time in these comps, you want to just use your engage on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, not
just
the best though. 2 health bars.
Yeah, just to avoid what's about to happen, where he makes his way onto Pretender here, who's eaten 2 ultimates.
Oh.
And yeah, the fight's over at that point. You can't even get the kill on the Ahri. You might not even win the fight still if you do kill the Ahri, but it's something at least.
Sure.
And pretty much
Pretender not even saying a word.
Yeah, he just knows his guardian angel is going to be there to save him. Kaiwing
He actually can't say a word. If he's just to say thank you to Kaiwing, that's about it.
Yeah.
He got a triple kill and played it well, but he would have been dead, so.
Every fight, Kaiwing has found a really good Tahm Kench ult. Never caught lacking on the Tahm.
Yeah, and you say he's not playing engage, but he is engaging on Tahm, whether it be him going in or running away. Everything coming down now onto Pretender. The triple kill, will it matter? He does manage to get himself out, and now the executes are going to be coming through. Pretender picks up the 1. Ahri is going to have to use that. Zhonya's will be going down very shortly after, and it's Kaiwing who picks up that kill for himself. Gemini just 2v1ing the bot side here of DFM. It's currently a 2-4-0 in favor of Frank as Harp runs away as fast as he can to the top side. On the bot side, though, it's going to be Jiang up against FAK. 1 tower taken. Inhib's going to be next. Teleport coming through as well now as Pretender joins his top lane. And Udapon's back even gets stopped here from Gemini on the Viego. Dodges out of that snare. And now back to the bot side. 4 members. FAK pops the all out. He's not going to be able to live for very long. Execute coming through now for Eminem. Harp as well. He's trying to get away. Spider-Manning along. But all Frank need to do now is turn their attention towards this Nexus. Nexus Tower 2 goes down. Nexus will follow suit, and Frank, absolute domination in game number 1.
Yeah, and I don't know if we've seen Jiang on the Gwen before. He was level 17 at the end of that game. 3 levels up on his laner, 2 levels up on his mid laner, who's also ahead. Pretty impressive all around from Frank. Honestly, from DFM, that last engage kind of showed how good they are at team fighting. It was actually a 2-pronged attack on the Tahm Kench and the Ahri. They managed to CC both targets, but at that point, they were too far behind to get the kill on the Ahri while they had the Tahm Kench CC chain. That's a really impressive engage and shows how good they can be in these team fights.
Yeah.
Just Frank getting the better of them. By that point, the gold lead was way too much.
For sure. The gold lead did sort of balloon out of control after sort of the 20-minute mark, and a lot of that comes off that one team fight around the Dragon. But honestly, you got to a point where Smolder just wasn't going to be having any issues in that game any longer, which is obviously a big problem. And it did, as you said, stem kind of from the lack of damage that DFM truly did have. I mean, you could also put it on that botch dive down bot where Eminem just picks up 2 kills for no real reason.
Yeah.
And of course, there's just so much you could talk about. But really, I do think, as you said, the team composition was heavily lacking in damage. Yes, in theory, Vi can do a bit of damage. Lissandra, I mean, you don't pick her for damage usually. It's more pretty safe laner as well as offers a lot of utility in the team fights. And then Senna just doesn't really do all that much damage compared to your more traditional AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, it's a comp where if they had played the early game perfectly and converted some of those skirmishes into kills, they could have snowballed the game out of control. When you see a comp with this much CC get a lead, it's impossible to beat it.
Yeah.
Just because they lock up any target and make quick work of them. But if you do make mistakes in the early game, you cannot win with this comp.
Yeah.
So they kind of had to play perfectly early on to win with this comp. And if you're going to be playing perfectly, you'll probably win with an easier to play comp anyway. So I want to see them back to the kind of drafts they were going for in their previous series. Just Nico, Wukong, just really obviously always going to have a lot of impact in fights. And some damage in the backline. Senna over Smolder, I don't think is a justifiable approach to the draft from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I do think maybe that's a little different because of the draft around it, right? Because Senna's very good at enabling the rest of her team, and it also means that you can roam around the map and leave the Nautilus by himself, and that can be a viable thing even against the Smolder, I think. But you just have to make things happen elsewhere, and they weren't really able to find a way to do that. And you just, as well, like, you've gone for this, and then you've given such a weak side to your top laner. Like, it's just so unplayable as the Cassante into that lane. We are always going to be pushed into your tower.
Yeah.
That gives Gemini pretty much free reign up on the top side. As well as, I mean, honestly, Kaiwing is able to just match the roam of Senna. And so if you are looking for a pick and Time Kench is there, it's just going to be denied anyway. And we kind of saw that time and time again, right? As a lot of picks getting denied, and Gemini would just come through, pick up a reset, and then kind of take over the team fight from there. I'm going to ask you, who do you think will be picking up the MVP for this one? Kaiwing? I think it should be Kaiwing as well.
Here's an engage Kaiwing have found onto Yutapon. This almost gets turned around onto them by Steel and Arya.
Close.
And yeah, if Pretender has mana here, of course DFM are forcing this hard because the Ahri is in such a bad spot. And Gemini still almost gets the reset, by the way.
Yeah, he was like in the process of going to untargetable.
Yeah, and that would have been a disaster. It's not often you see Senna top damage on a team.
No, but those are very low damage drafts. And they did just draft, as we said, a very low damage comp.
Yeah.
I mean, Jiang doing more than any two of them put together, so...
Yeah, and you saw Gemini popping off in those fights. If it wasn't Gemini, it would have been Pretender. Had they used all their CC on Gemini, it would have been Pretender popping off, or Jiang popping off, or like someone on this comp is going to pop off because all of these champs with space are going to put in so much work in these fights.
For sure. And honestly, I think Kaiwing did such a good job at making cooldowns go onto him. He then has a second health bar.
Yeah.
Or if they use it onto another person, denying it entirely. I think, standout performance from Kaiwing. It's kind of reflected here in the kill participation, of course.
Yeah.
There was things happening in top lane and bot lane all at the same time, so he can't be everywhere, but 75% kill participation on a champ like Tom is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Ray Farkey, I mean, he had a rough game, but he was just drafted to have a rough game and treated around the map like he was going to have a rough game. And so
it's kind of the story of the team fights that he has 0 KP.
Yeah.
Just they didn't even get kills in these team fights.
That's right.
Even if he was showing up to the team fights, they weren't managing to finish anyone off.
And Pretender most kills, but Jiang doing all the heavy lifting there as he got the most gold, most damage, and most damage taken. You wouldn't believe it. It was the jungler, Gemini.
Yeah, Jiang, maybe damage a little inflated, right? He's just getting to hit a full tank Cassante most of the game.
For sure.
Did have impact on the fights, definitely.
Yeah, I think a lot of damage coming through in those fights that kind of go unnoticed, and it is going to be Kaiwing picking up the player of the game. Very, very well deserved.
Yeah.
Was down gold on his lane opponent, but that was, of course, because Harp was just farming, and so the battle of the two carry supports, at least in game number 1, it goes the way of Kaiwing.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Harp had a particularly bad game.
No.
Found some hooks, found some nice ults, but there wasn't a lot going for DFM. After that botch dive bot lane as well,
yeah,
he did make that mistake tanking the turret, and had he not gone down to the turret there, you know, Smolder doesn't level up to 6 and kill the Senna.
Look, Kaiwing's wherewithal to realize what's happening in this team fight. There's two sides to the team fight, right? Yeah. There's one happening in the Tribush, which has his AD carry, has Jiang, and there's one just simply onto Pretender.
Yeah.
The wherewithal to walk up, get that Devour off, and turns into a triple kill and 4 kills in total.
While he's the one being focused at the start of the fight too, that's not easy. And in general, it's not easy to play Tahm Kench in this game because all 4 of your teammates are viable targets for this Vi Lissandra combo. Everyone's squishy. So pretty amazing game. I think it's also kind of interesting that DFM went for such a heavy dive comp when they are up against Smolder, who kind of likes to run backwards. Yeah. Viego is also one of the better champs in the game at being sort of anti-dive. It's kind of weird how it works, but if you dive into him, he gets to root you up. People can target that person, and he gets a reset. Yeah. So he actually works very good at sort of being an anti-dive. And Jiang, I mean, he's always just going to come in from one random angle behind you. That's just what Gwens tend to do, at least here in the PCS. And so I think the team composition of DFM lacked damage and kind of played into many of the champs that honestly the side of Frank had. Even Ahri. I mean, how are you supposed to dive into an Ahri? It's never going to be that easy. Yeah, I mean, Gwen also just loves, even if she doesn't find a flank, she loves to have people walking into her.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
As the Gwen.
And she goes untargetable as well, so it just gets even better for that. So,
yeah.
I don't know, game number 1, very decisive from Frank, very well played from Frank, but we are going to go to a quick break. When we're back, game number 2, CFD can bring it back.
To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. In my eyes. Way too much to lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. In my eyes. Way too much to lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. Got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Like a fire, I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was
Welcome back, everybody. Very decisive game number 1 from Frank over DFM, and hopefully the rest they got at the Grand Hawaii Hotel, who are our major sponsor here of the playoffs, with a fantastic experience for everyone, and of course just so many amenities. If you are over in Taipei, certainly want to check them out. Thank you so much for bringing us this event. And now heading into game number 2, I mean, there were problems, of course, lack of damage, sort of team compositionally wasn't looking very optimal into what we were seeing from Frank, and so I think we're going to have to fix that up in the draft. Do you think it ever comes to a different side? Do you think they're just going to choose red?
Yeah, we were talking about this before we went on. Maybe you get better chances because that Tam response to the Lissandra and Vi lock-in made that game so much more difficult.
Yeah.
You know, without a Tam there, they do convert some of those kills, and then maybe the fights look differently, and maybe the early game looks completely differently too. I'd be interested to see. They do go for the blue side again.
Okay.
I don't hate it. What I dislike the most about their draft, I think, just was the Senna first pick. I think Smolder first pick seems to be fine. Early on, we were worried about Smolder first picks. We thought someone's going to pick something ridiculous in the bot lane to shut down the Smolder, but we haven't seen it happen yet.
Yeah, not really, right? It has just kind of succeeded and continued to succeed. As I'm sure both teams are getting ready and should be pretty prepared for game number 2. I want to see if anything changes here in the draft. That was a quick transition.
Yeah, the music has changed.
Yeah, it changes every draft. I don't know if you noticed. The game 3 one is the most epic. When we get to the best of 5s, by the way, we do have silver scrapes.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Just
Some
plays on
best of
repeat. It's
fives.
really funny.
Best of 5s later in the week, right?
Yes, we will get one on Sunday. Varus are going to be the first ban once again for DFM, so at least that remains the same, taken away from Eminem. This was a karma response from Frank, and it will be once again.
I wonder if this approach still makes sense from DFM to ban Eminem's Xayah and Varus when he's shown he can play the Smolder perfectly fine, stacking up well, playing a pretty hard lane perfectly well, and outplaying a dive.
Yep, Xayah again will be the ban, so nothing changed just yet. Ash keeping everything the same.
Yeah. Will this be a Smolder ban? I don't remember what their third ban was last.
Orianna.
Pretender very good on the Orianna, but yeah, okay. Take it away.
I do think this means you're probably not picking Senna for DFM, though. You definitely don't want to run back the same game.
No, I don't think so. I don't think there were enough promising, really anything promising in that last game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of went pear-shaped after the dive in bot lane.
Yeah.
But, okay, Lucian ban again. So everything is the same, at least in the bans. This was a Senna, and we'll see if it is a Senna yet again.
No Twisted Fate for either team
Yeah.
in the last draft.
Okay, it's probably not that.
Yeah, it's probably not the Darius.
All right.
Wow, okay, Senna first pick again.
Could it be the salty run back, perhaps?
Yeah, and from Frank, I think it was Viego Ari, right?
Yes.
Maybe a different champ than the Ari, because it really seemed to struggle against the Lissandra. Going
It's
20
also
down.
probably not that. Oh, and we didn't say it, but it is Pretender playing a second game in a row.
Yeah, okay.
So they're not just on a whim putting in Jimmy in for fun. Arya, is he going to look for the LeBlanc? We saw Ryoma build up a really nice lead up against Pretender last time. No, he won't. So we do have a difference in the draft already. It's going to be the Talia. A lot more damage than Lissandra.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
already the team comp looking a little stronger here for the side of DFM.
Yeah.
This pick was Smolder for Frank, and it looks like it might just be the Smolder once again.
Now, if you have a similar amount of setup as you did last game for something like a Talia, then now the fights look very different. Talia uses that setup really well.
I think automatically you won't have the same amount of setup because you don't have a Lissandra, but...
Yeah, but Vi Nautilus should do the trick. Senna with some roots as well.
Won't be the Vi. Junglers do seem like the obvious ban. In theory, this could be a Talia in the jungle.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times, mostly out of Sure and Fire on ground 0.
Yeah. Narband again, setting up once more for the Cassante, I do believe. But maybe you just ban the Gwen this time.
What was the ban last time? It wasn't Aatrox.
Leona.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Kaiwing's going to get one of his champs anyway.
Yeah, only Antics really managing to force Kaiwing off of his usual hard engage stuff and onto a Braum.
Yeah, onto the Braum, and then they banned it in the next game, so...
Yeah.
Jack's going to be the ban. So I guess a takeaway from both Jiang and Gemini now. Raul,
yeah, true.
Guess feeling a lot more safe with the Smolder now that there isn't a Vi and there isn't a Lysandra.
Yeah, Rel doesn't feel great to play into a Talia, though.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel the best, but also doesn't really feel the worst. And it's going to be locked in, so now we're going to see most likely Cassante and whichever jungler they want. Or could it be the Croc? Also a pretty decent blind pick, but certainly not the staple that Cassante has been in the past. Aatrox can be picked into this Renekton, and that is what I'm expecting now from Jiang, but we'll see if that is what he goes for.
Yeah, not going to be as disastrous, I think, as last game's matchup. So Jiang looks very excited. That's a worry if you're a DFM.
Yeah, he does look happy. It's like, is this guy not picking Cassante? Oh. Will we get to see his commit? We've seen it once before.
Yeah.
Didn't do too well, but it was against Arja's Udyr. So, you know, you can give him a free pass on that. Oh, okay. I mean, this is a lot of magic damage. Looks like it will be locked in. So, oh, no, we're going to get the Gragas. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, Jiang going to be picking the Gragas this time up against the Renekton. We'll see what it goes for. Arcane Comet, Phase Rush, Grasp of the Undying tend to be what we most commonly would see on a Gragas.
Yeah.
All playing different roles and change how you'd want to play the champ, so...
Yeah, Driver going for Grasp. Last time we saw the Gragas.
Yeah.
I can't remember what he was up against.
Aatrox.
That looked very strong.
All right, coaching staff leaving the booth now. All that stands between Frank and their place in our second round of playoffs is this one singular game. But DFM, they got to bring back 2 if they want to keep competing in the upper bracket.
I did not expect to see Jiang on Gragas.
No, me neither.
Doesn't feel like a Jiang champ. We'll see how he does on it.
Maybe he's going full AP.
Oh, that's a safe bet.
Yeah.
I think Driver went Roa into full tank.
Yeah, he went Rowan to Frozen Heart.
Yeah.
And the game kind of exploded at that point, but... yeah, that was his build. Frank, I mean, they're looking pretty good. They're looking revitalized, a lot stronger than they were at the tail end of our regular season. Which, of course, if you want to compete for that MSI spot, you're going to have to, because you have to go up against CFO, Frank Esports, and SoftBank Hawks, sorry, in the next round. Now BYG as well.
DFM, though, looking to bounce back after their last game. I like this draft a lot more for them.
All right.
See how
I do too. Definitely a lot more damage.
We'll see how much value this Xin gets. They're looking for an invade. Not going to amount to much. Maybe just some vision in the enemy jungle as Jiang responds on the other side with getting some vision himself.
It is grass, so I do think he's going to go a tankier build.
Oh, boo.
True. He will start with the Roa, though. Almost certainly.
Yeah, seems to be the play right now. Go for the Roa into tanky stuff, and he will pretty much be unkillable for this Renekton the entire game, I would think.
Yeah.
And what is the Renekton build? We did see a Renekton.
So what we did see out of, I believe it was Jiang, was Sundered Sky into Black Cleaver. I believe we've also seen some Black Cleavers first into Cassante.
Okay.
I expect this to probably be the Sundered Sky.
Yeah, it makes sense against a tankier champ, stacking a lot of HP. Though I don't think Sundered Sky actually does HP damage,
No.
right? It heals.
You're just yapping. It heals 150% of the damage your crit does from the auto attack.
Right.
Right? I mean, what honourable top laners just in each other's wave auto attacking minions.
Yeah. Man,
Kaiwing
Renekton
once
Q.
again getting low in the bot lane, and you do expect that this bot side for Frank will be struggling early on, but I mean, once again, they do have late game.
Oh, not a great engage from
Yeah.
Kaiwing.
Crashdown's going to not quite land, and he's going to take a sizable chunk due to that.
And I think historically we've not seen Frank's bot lane be very strong laners. So letting them get something on the Smolder where just surviving the lane is a win, you know, seems kind of puzzling to me. And you could maybe pick up the Smolder against them and feel like you're probably not getting punished too hard, though.
Yeah,
Gemini
I mean,
does like to play around this lane.
While I do agree with you, I think largely it's because Kaiwing spends a lot of time around the map.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily that they're not strong in lane. I think it's just that they prefer to get Kaiwing out, unleashed into the other lanes, and play around them more.
Yeah, and Smolder will be fine with that as soon as he gets his first Q evolve and can kill
Nice
waves.
remount. It's going to bring Harp into the tower, and he's going to take one tower shot for his troubles.
Yeah, not bad. Trading some damage back. Gemini is on this side of the map, so DFM have to be a little careful. No vision for them, really, on Gemini.
Yeah, nice root landing from Mutapon there. Oh, that was a rough end of the wave.
Oh, I think they're just a little too late to this crab contest.
So, oh, okay. Does sidestep out of the dredge line. But this bot lane not feeling too safe right now as the wave is pushed up. You know that Steel's on that side of the map. Gemini's on the other side of the map, getting himself the second crab. So, call it a jig gap. This
Yep.
game's over. We've got two crabs.
Yeah, both crabs for Gemini, and Steel kind of walks into his jungle, doesn't find anything there. Would have loved a 3v3 if you're the Zen at this point in the game.
Nice trade out of FAK, but Jung should be fine to just heal this back up eventually. He is, in fact, Gragas. In fact, he might not be looking to heal it up. He might be just looking to kill the Croc in the top. And oh my god! FAK had 500 HP and then he had 0. Jiang, he's got a little smirk on his face.
Yeah.
He knows that that was the most illegal amount of damage ever been seen.
Yeah, I mean, taking an unreasonable amount of damage, and you would think Renekton would win that extended trade just because of Conqueror, but Jiang just trading back some grass procs and eventually just one-taps him.
Yeah, Dredge line lands, but it's going to be Harp taking more damage than Eminem. Utapon, he's trading some back, but he's out of mana.
I guess this is why Jiang was so excited when he saw the Renekton.
Yeah, he was prepared.
That was unreasonable.
Jiang's a menace, man. That guy's so good.
Yep.
This guy's a rookie, and he's just dunking on the veterans of the league, and now FAK as well. And FAK's trying to trade back, but you know, he's at half HP, so he knows he's about to die.
Yeah. His
He's going to
wave
quickly
is...
slice and dice as far away from this Gragas as he can. It's going to be DFM, however, on the bottom side, starting up this dragon. Last time this happened, there was a little engagement that resulted in Gemini picking up first blood. Different comps, though, and he's just going to be content farming away at his jungle.
Yeah, Pretender off the map right now, so no hope of contesting even if you did want to.
Although...
Oh.
No, he's not going to get there in time, even if he wants to.
Oh,
Or maybe
he
he
might.
is. 1,000 HP. Is he just going to come and yoink it? No, he won't be able to get there. I think wisely backing away.
Yeah.
Oh, this top lane doesn't look fun.
This might be the game to go tank Renekton.
This unending despair.
Yeah.
Jack Show Renekton.
I mean, a lot of value in magic resist.
There is. I mean, he could always just get a more anyway, right?
Yeah, I feel like just a Hex Drinker would, you know, shut down a pretty tanky build from the Gragas. Gemini trading the Void Grubs for the Dragon. And this is what they did last game. They gave up 2 Dragons for 6 Void Grubs.
Oh, DFM here though. Smite available for Gemini. He would be able to smite one of these away if he so chose to, but it doesn't look like he's going to. Flash, explosive cast, but Steel flashes, so it's going to go in, and Body Slam goes to Narnia. Level up from Gemini though. Is it going to be enough to get him away? W connects. Steel picks himself up a kill.
That was such a nice flash from Steel over the cask, and then Jiang looks a little silly, just slowly gliding past everyone, doesn't land the Body Slam, and they get Gemini's flash and kill him there.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 of those Void Grubs picked up now for Steel after he does secure himself a kill, and this game starting off a little better.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same thing we saw last game where it was actually Udapon and Steel again synergizing their flashes to go for one of these early skirmishes. And that flash from Steel was so amazing, and Jiang, unfortunate.
Wow, the wherewithal by Gemini, I didn't even see that. He actually Q and then smited a minion to
get
hit
6.
level 6
Yeah.
to try and get away. Didn't manage. I think Jiang most likely apologizing.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
I do think Gemini probably lives if that Body Slam connects.
Yeah, especially Gemini played it so well.
Yeah.
As well. And he's a demon on this Viego, and you might not expect it because we've just seen him on Rel for half of the season.
And Lee Sin.
Yeah, true.
And Jax.
And Jax, yeah.
This guy doesn't play tanks. You're just yapping.
He does. He's played Sejuani and Rel.
He does. He actually look pretty good on them too.
Yeah. But, it's a different play style, right? A lot more mechanically intensive on champs like Viego.
For sure.
It's like Ray Farkey kind of trading back, but...
Oh. Right.
Low
Not drivers, Gragas.
Yeah. Low mana for Jiang now.
Sorry, he'll just have a sip of his beer.
Does it give mana back?
No, but it just doesn't cost mana.
Oh, right.
It just doesn't.
He is healing too much. Do you need anti-heal? But what's the point? He'll just walk out.
Yeah,
walk away and then heal. Yeah.
I think anti-heal, especially for tanks, the sort of Bramble Vest one, I think you could, in theory, go the Executioner's Calling.
Yeah, but then he won't use his W while he's fighting you, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. He doesn't even have to use his W. It heals off everything, but...
Yeah.
The problem is... Oh, hold up. Jiang doesn't have explode. Oh, he gets away.
I think that was a defensive...
Flash
ulti.
available for Jiang. It is also available for Ray Farkey. I think it was aggressive, but just wasn't quite able to.
Yeah, I think he went for the auto W reset rather than just straight up W onto Jiang.
Steel, for his namesake, looking to do that in Gemini's bot side jungle. I don't believe anything's up. And
yeah, nothing to steal. And I like how Udapon's playing this early game a lot more than last game. He's just walking around with his jungler. You also see Senna's pretty often just go lane top.
Harp has a tier, by the way. We're getting a Fimble Winter.
Oh.
Unless he goes Seraph. So
I think he did go for that last game.
Oh, did he? I didn't see that. That's my bad.
Not the most common build we really see. Usually just a Frozen Heart is you set on mana.
Okay, we're going to get Arya's Flash. It is traded for Pretender's ult, but you take that every day of the week if you're either side of Frank. Talia now definitely going to be vulnerable.
Yep. Not nearly as long of a cooldown on the Arya ult, right? So you can just repeat that play in about a minute's time.
Yeah.
Bring Gemini along. Gemini will have his flash at that point too. As well as not having your flash to dodge the flash charm. You know, it feels kind of inevitable. You're going to go down on this Talia.
Ray Farkey. Oh, it's just going to be straight tank. Pretender.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to weave out of that one. And Arya, despite losing his flash, is going to be able to pick up the kill in the mid lane.
And I was just talking about how this guy was inevitably going to die on the Talia, and he just solo kills Pretender. Down his flash. Pretender had ulti and flash. No, not ulti, sorry.
Ulti,
just his flash. And yeah, we're going to see how it happened here. Maybe just caught slipping on the shop. Dodges the charm nicely.
Yeah, and with the phase rush procs, it's pretty hard to ever dodge out of.
Yeah, Kaiwing almost there in time to block the Talia Q.
Okay, we are now going to fight over this dragon. Teleport coming in. There's going to be Arya arriving. Weaver's Wall is available, and see if he can cut off this team fight. Eminem, he's on the wrong side. He's slowly walking his way up to the other side. Kaiwing going in, two-man Magnet Storm is going to get stunned up, but he's going to find the damage. He is going to go down, and that's one kill found already for DFM in the fight. Eminem not really able to compete, is just throwing abilities over the wall, and is quick 2-0 in favor of DFM as they do secure themselves their second dragon now of the game, and it is that Cloud. Ocean Soul will be the soul.
Kaiwing catches the bot lane of DFM in that fight, but Yutapon is just standing behind Harp when it happens, and Pretender didn't have ult at the time, doesn't have his flash, can't find a way to land a charm onto the Senna. Eminem also still rotating at that point. I don't think he's in any trouble under that tower. You're going to see the engage from Kaiwing here, and Yutapon is at such a fortunate angle here against the Ahri. Oh, he lands a charm, actually. Otherwise, Pretender definitely gets in range. And Eminem is just not able to hit at all this fight. He's a little late to the fight.
Yeah, oh, hold up. Back to live, and RayFarky, he's going to have to slice and dice. He has flash available for himself. Dawning Shadow does come out, and RayFarky will survive. Wooly, Pretender, Spirit Rush available. Steel in the area. He's going to get out.
Nerves of Steel holding onto his flash there. That was such a clean play from Jiang on the Gragas, though. Ults him into Gemini's waiting arms with the W channeling and stuns him up, but they just don't have quite enough damage to kill him as he's gone just full tank on the Gragas.
Oh. Okay.
Flap, flap.
That's 3. It's flat, flat, flat. That's why you're confused with the snip, snip.
Snip, snip, and flap, flap, flap.
That's right.
RayFarky bouncing back in this lane, doing fine now. Actually picking up plates. And trading Jiang's teleport, too. Or not trading, just getting it.
Yeah. Yeah, now, I mean, things looking good for DFM. They are on a timer, though, of course. Smolder in the game, so if you're a Frank supporter, things are not looking too dire. The 2k gold lead, though, does lend me to believe that DFM certainly can get this across the line, especially considering they do already have those two dragons getting ready for that Ocean Soul. Teleport coming through. Jiang, what does he have? He has Flash. He doesn't have Explosive Cast. Is he going to be able to get out of this one? Steel, Yutapon, everyone's here. Flash available, Body Slam, but it's going to be that depth charge coming on. Explosive Cast comes out. Flash not going to be enough, and Jiang's going to be taken out of the 4v1. Does he get the one back? No, he doesn't. The heal from Yutapon keeps his top laner alive. It was a very, very close call, but it was good enough as DFM, they strike again. That's 5 on the board for them now.
Yeah, Triumph and the Senna queue. You're seeing the power of Senna in enabling these carry champs on your team. You know, you pick these brawlers, and Senna has a field day with melee brawlers on her team. And yeah, Jiang just very slowly gets chased down this lane. There is so much crowd control and lockup for him, and we'll see what happens to the cask here. I think Harp buffers it. No, it just misses the bot lane of DFM as he uses it on RayFarky to get him off him. But
Triumph and Senna Q, both necessary for RayFarky to survive there, but he does. DFM, they're striking back.
Yeah, and they're appropriately picking up the tempo of this game and actually succeeding on the plays they're making, unlike last game.
Yeah.
Where they, attempted to group up and speed up the game, but couldn't quite do it. So this is how you need the game to be going to beat the Smolder. 100 stacks, so Eminem is still quite a while away. You've got maybe 8 minutes, I want to say, 7 or 8 minutes before he's, online.
Yeah, which should be enough time, assuming DFM don't just give over one of the dragons, for them to be comfortably far ahead in this one.
Yeah, and they might have Soul by that point.
That's what I'm sort of saying, is they should be able to get at least to the Soul.
Yeah.
Fight.
I swear, you just still make your life so difficult. As, we should be talking about how Frank can claw their way back into this game, but we're not. We know exactly how they can win this game.
Yeah.
And it's with 225 stacks on the Smolder, and it just seems like a difficult way to do it, but DFM so far pulling it off very cleanly.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about their chances here in this one. A lot better of a look off the back of a lot of hard work put in by Aria, Steel, and Yutapon.
Yeah. Yeah, this three-man unit is showing us why they prioritize the Senna, frees up Yutapon to just run around with his teammates. Not often you get to see ADCs in that role.
Absolutely not. But, of course, still a lot of time left in this one.
Yeah, 20 seconds on Dragon. Look at all the vision in the blue side of Frank. A couple of flank wards for Frank on the other side, but I mean, everyone's pretty much already here. Pretender will TP if they decide to fight it. And as Frank, you kind of have to contest one of these dragons, one of the next two. You might make your life easier just contesting this one rather than the next one.
Yeah, I'll see Soft Smolder's stacks. Maybe there's a chance he can get to his 225. Now that he has his second upgrade, it does exponentially get quicker.
Yeah.
You might even just want to take the fight to get more stacks. Not commit too hard, but if Eminem's hitting champs, it generally stacks you up a lot quicker than just off the farm on these mid waves. Rift Hero going to be used here as the dragon is live. No one's hitting it though. I think possibly a missed opportunity. Weaver's Wall coming through. It is going to go through that tower, and we are going to get the crash. Will they be able to get this tower? It looks like we will. Mum coming through though. That's going to land onto 4. Kai Wing, he's trying to get some damage done to Harp, and everyone's coming through. Pretender misses on that charm on the backside. Explosive Caster is going to head onto 2. Harp's going to have to flash away, and Eminem's hitting. Pretender's going to have to run away too with that Spirit Rush. All the while, Eminem, he's stacking away. No one going down. And this is what I'm talking about. DFM, they're going to win the fight. They're going to come off better off. But Eminem had all that time now. He's got lots more stacks, and while this dragon will be for DFM, Frank are just slowly but surely getting the Smolder to where he needs to be.
Yeah, you've still got to be happy with that if you're DFM. No one goes down on your team. You only really lose the Nautilus Flash. Get the Dragon, get the mid-tier 1. And the game is still going at a pace you're happy with. And DFM played that fight so patiently. You can see they understand the stakes here. If they lose that fight, the game is just back in Frank's favor at that point. Even with a gold disadvantage, if Frank pick up this Dragon and maybe a kill or two on Smolder, yeah, they're in good position to win the game now, but well played by DFM.
Sure.
Yeah, you saw them respond to Renekton getting pushed. Renekton and Nautilus getting separated from the team with the Grag Assault. They reacted to that really well. You know, they pulled the trigger there immediately after playing the early part of that fight really patiently.
All right, 176. 4 minutes. He's going to do it.
Yeah, I think he's going to get there.
And if not, I believe it will be in the middle of the fight, most likely that he does do it. 0-0-0 and on a shift here on the Smolder.
Yeah.
But it is 2-0-2 sorry, for Utapon. 2-0-2 for Steel. And I mean, things around the Rift really looking pretty good here for DFM. They are 1 dragon away, 4 minutes away from what could be a near-on game-ending team fight.
Yeah, Ocean Dragon doesn't feel the best, maybe, but it's not the worst either.
Smolder heals you up as you're burning down, kind of.
Oh.
Something.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and there's not like a massive amount of damage coming out of the Frank comp. So any, sustain you pick up is going to be good.
Yep. I think importantly too, we really need to see for Frank Esports the Spirit Shojin come on, because before that you really don't have that much damage as Smolder.
Yeah, I think he will have his Shojin at the same time as he gets his stacks probably.
Yeah, Jiang, he's going to be looked at again. Body slam is going to hit onto Steel. Is going to dodge out. Nice dodge there on the W, and he's completely fine, full HP. Nothing to worry about at all.
Yeah, difficult to force onto this Gragas. 3 minutes on the next Dragon, that's got to be what you're looking at if you're DFM. Smolder stacks 195.
Yeah, we are edging towards that threshold, the break point.
So about 30 stacks to go.
Yeah. See how much
gold
he has.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. It's going to be very close. If he can land any poke on these champs with his Ws, it's going to help him get there as well.
Certainly searching for it, but
it would be massive for Frank to have their Smolder online for this next Dragon.
Yeah, they really need it. But I mean, DFM, if you are a fan of DFM, they're looking pretty good in this one.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. They do lack a little bit of lockdown when it comes to the Smolder, but maybe just putting through the depth charge on him and trying to get the front line rid of before he's really able to come out of that CC could even be enough.
Yeah, you do have to get them down to 5 or 6% HP, whatever it is, and that might be challenging, especially against this Nautilus, who's massive.
Okay, Eminem's recalling. And Pretender, he's going to lose his Spirit Rush. It will be back in time for the Dragon, but Steel doing another good job. That's going to lower a lot of the sort of strength of this Ari champion. Gemini as well. I thought he might have to ult, but he's able to get away. Gets the steal, but now he's being looked at again. Is he going to be able to make it out? Charms lands onto steal. He's going to have to pop his ult as well. And all of a sudden, the trade's not so bad for Frank.
Yeah, I think DFM could have maybe looked to pressure a Baron off of blowing Pretender's ult there. See if they can get a pick off of it or something, but they decide to just look for enemy jungle camps. Lose Steel's ult, but again, both Pretender and Steel's ult's going to end up being inconsequential. Game is going to be decided on this next dragon.
Yeah, and they will have it by then, is the most important part.
Yeah, though I think DFM could have really played around this Baron a little more. They're going to go for the bot tier 2 instead.
Yeah, through will come the Smolder ult, trying to clear out this wave in the bot side. Young even teleporting down to the play, and it's going to be Kaiwing. He's stunned up and he's taken out immediately. FAK under the tower is going to slowly limp away, and we do have our stacks. 228 is what we have now on M&M, but it's going to be a 4v5 if they want to take it. Spawn coming through from Kaiwing will be in time for this dragon, but he is going to have to lug himself down to it. Missing ult. It is going to be M&M no ult, as well as Jiang.
Yeah, I'm surprised DFM aren't just recalling to prep for this dragon.
They're looking for the tower. Here comes the Spirit Rush. Going to miss the charm, though, and so DFM still feeling pretty confident. Hook lands. It's going to land, though, onto Gemini, who's not the squishiest member you've ever seen. Nice shove coming out. The seismic shove landing onto Jiang, and through comes even more CC, and a reset now for Gemini. Hook lands, and through FAK's health. They're trying to get him down. Kaiwing even respawning. Pretender flash forward, lands onto Aria. M&M, he's untouched. Every single kill is burning. Shot down comes through. Reset again for Gemini as he continues on the chase. Steal, if you want the Dragon Soul, you're going to have to steal it yourself, but it doesn't look like it will be possible, as some way, somehow, Frank and the 4v5 find the team fight win, and they deny the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, and it's off the back of an amazing play from Gemini, that fight, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they've suddenly started winning fights once Smolder has hit his stacks. As 2 items and 225 stacks is all this champion needs to make the game very difficult now. Unfortunately, this engage from Pretender doesn't quite connect, but then this hook may be over-ambitious from Heart. He gets chunked out very low, and then he manages to dodge out on Pretender's Charm and Q here pretty impressively, but Gemini follows up for the kill. And once you pick up a Nautilus reset, especially as Viego, you can snowball fights very hard.
Sure. And Pretender, I don't know if he was looking for Aria or he's looking for Udapon, but he finds it, and now Aria, he does get his Zhonya's off, but he is just dead meat as soon as he comes out of it. Reset again for Gemini. He keeps trying to chase. Wasn't able to find it, but most importantly, they put another 5 minutes on the clock for themselves. Smolder's well online. Look at the damage done in that team fight. He didn't pick up the kills himself, but he certainly did provide the damage necessary.
Yeah.
Udapon not really having the opportunity to do much in that one by the looks of things.
And even though they still have about a 3k gold lead after that disaster of a team fight for DFM, it's a hard game now. Not 2 items completed yet on Udapon is getting there. And, you know, Senna has plenty of scaling herself, but it just isn't as impactful as the Smolder. You saw him just killing Harp so quickly in these fights. He pretty much tanks a tower shot and 1 Smolder Q, and he's half HP on a farming Nautilus.
Yeah, he's making his way to have that Fimbulwinter upgraded.
Yep. I don't know if he's going to finish that this game. What do you think? Need 360?
Yeah, this has been very slow.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't really get to use your abilities that often as Nautilus. You know, like, you can use them, but you're usually hitting a wall or something, and that doesn't give you stacks.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's not going to make it maybe, but...
Do you remember back in the day when, like, champs like Jace, hold up. Okay, he's not going to result so much, just a bit of a chunk. Back in the day, Jace
here,
mid,
swapping form.
Yeah, you just swap form and you just stack the tier. It used to be stacked to 1,000, I believe, right? You'd stack up to 1,000, but you got more per stack or whatever it did. And you also had an activation on the shield.
Oh, right. You had to actually switch it on and it spent mana whenever
No,
you
that was mirror mana. Seraph's, you activated it to get the shield. Now it just automatically procs at a certain threshold. I think it might be 25% HP, but...
Yeah. It's a massive shield.
Yeah, well, it depends on how much money you have at the time, but yeah. In general...
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it takes your mana to make the shield.
Okay, DFM.
They've
Cheese.
set up a death bush, and it's not really in the death bush you usually expect.
God.
Gemini. Okay, he's luckily going to not go down, but maybe it's going to be Pretender who does. Fantastic hook. Here comes the damage. Are they going to be able to find it? FAK's on the back line. He's onto Kaiwing here. Eminem still free hitting, and Jiang is living and living some more. Reset number 1 comes through as the execute from the Smolder is going to find its mark, and somehow it turns into a 1-for-1. The mid laner of Frank going down for the jungler of DFM.
Yep. Fighting Smolder in that choke was just suicide for DFM. After an amazing engage, really, they cleanly kill Pretender. It doesn't even matter if Steel on the Xin pushes his ult. The rest of his team is still eating Smolder Qs.
Udapon's still very strong, and Gemini getting chunked out just from an auto alongside the Q. Nice seismic shove again to give Gemini even more of a hard time.
Gemini does not miss these smites.
Yeah, those guys crazy.
And yeah, I don't know. You have to find a way to split up Frank maybe, and definitely can't be fighting in a choke against a Smolder. He was landing 4-man Qs.
Yeah, and now you've lost Flash on Harp and FAK. It's going to be even harder to deal with the Smolder. Rapid Fire Cannon now completed as well.
Yeah.
Eminem, he's truly in a position to carry the game. But honestly, the other side, there's no slouches. Arya very strong. Udapon very, very strong as well. And as long as Steel alongside Harp and FAK can try and provide some space, there is the damage to take down Eminem. It's just very hard to find an angle to get him into a position where you can actually provide that damage.
Yeah, especially with a rapid fire cannon. He's just going to be so far out of your range without
Still
a flash.
looking again. Not going to be able to find it. They are constantly fishing though. 20 seconds now on this dragon, and it is DFM's win condition. They have priority over the river, but the mid lane is pushed in favor of Frank. FAK trying to get it pushed back, and Pretender fishing with these charms. One landing could be the end. It's a body slam that lands in Harp. He's going to pop that aftershock, and Jiang's getting so low in this one. Steel, he pops his ult, and Eminem cannot do damage as Dredge Lane comes down. FAK's finding his way. He's found his way onto Smolder. Eminem, he's been hooked to the shutdown Unipon. He's going to find it, and now this is a team fight you can win. Through comes the Weaver's Wall. Charm will go wide. Pretender, he is getting teleported on. There is the wall stopping him from going anywhere, and DFM, they might not need the Dragon Soul. They might just be able to win.
Yeah.
Kaiwing's going to live. Seismic shove. No, he's not an Aria. He's going to secure only 1 remaining. Pretender is trying to cut the wave, but they still have 4 minions alive. He's teleporting back. He needs to somehow find a way to get rid of these minions. There is 20 seconds remaining on the jungler in the mid and the bot laner here. Teleport coming through from Arya. He's saving the game over and over again. Pretender no matter, and DFM, it looked like they were going to struggle, but they find game number 2.
I was counting them out. I was completely counting DFM out, and they managed to find a way to just win a fight and completely stomp that game. I hope we get a replay, because Harp on the Nautilus that game was a monster. In that last fight especially, he was just landing hook after hook, and then for him to TP onto that bot wave to save it from Pretender clearing out the wave, that's what actually let them end at the end of the game there. That's amazing. Just game knowledge and awareness of the state of the game there. They don't even think about the dragon. They go straight onto that bot wave. I don't think they even end up killing Pretender, but just getting him off the wave is enough.
And
wow.
Eminem, he used everything. He used everything to try and get away. He flashed away. He flap. The dredge line hit, and all of a sudden, FAK was on him. The hook lands from Harp, and Eminem get taken down. You no longer have the damage to deal with these frontliners, and the damage they did not have. Frank tried to cut the wave. As you said, teleport number 1 coming through from Harp. Teleport number 2 coming through from Arya, who also chased up, flashed forward, got the seismic shove onto Kaiwing. That really sealed the deal. What a last team fight. It looked like they had such a strong early game. It was looking good. Eminem got his stacks, and all of a sudden, big question marks. But the most beautifully executed team fight out of them manages to get it done. And boy, oh boy, this is our first 3-game series that we've had now in the PCS playoffs. And what a time to have it. LJL's number 2 seed versus PCS's number 4 seed. And boy, oh boy, I'm so excited for what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, it just came down to an execution difference in that last fight. I would think that Frank should be favored in that last fight. Some item disadvantages in the mid lane, with Arya having a very good game. A little bit quiet, but landing a bunch of good shoves. Definitely ahead of Pretender. Pretender not really able to do much at all this game. And in that last fight, it was actually Jiang who got isolated from the rest of his team, and I think he went to E in onto Harp. That might not have even been this fight, but I think it was this fight. He E's in onto Harp, and Harp buffers with his Nautilus hook to proc his Aftershock, and then Steel gets between Jiang and the rest of his team and uses the Xin Zhao ult to split them all up, and they're able to quickly kill the Gragas, who is a really big source of peel for the Smolder, and then they can just chimpanzee sprint at the Smolder with every member of their team and just take him out. And yeah, really clean to be able to end the game too. Frank did not make it easy for them to end as well.
What a decisive end to that game. I was thinking that it was going to be another 2-0 and Frank had got it, especially since we saw DFM, they were no longer really able to win team fights until they just absolutely did.
Yeah.
That was probably the most well-executed team fight I think we've seen thus far in the PCS playoffs.
Yeah.
And it's coming out of LJL second seed DFM, so they are keeping their hopes alive to make it through today. We're going to have one more game to decide it, but we'll take a look. This is the final team fight, I believe.
So Jiang E's in, and the buffer on the Nautilus hook there. Steel is zoning out the rest of the team and so that they can finish off the Gragas, and then this ult from Harp as well. Just means that Ray Farkey is able to get onto the Smolder. A nice ult from Udapon too onto him, and every member of Frank and every member of DFM are all focused onto this Smolder, and it feels like the ways just parted. The sea just parted for that Nautilus hook to come. It looked like there were a million people in front of Eminem, and then suddenly the hook connects. Arya chases down Kaiwing, Harp TPs to the wave to protect it, and they end off of that. And very promising signs for the rest of the series that they have a blind pick for Ray Farkey that can't be completely shut down by
To
Jiang.
be fair, I don't think we're going to see Jiang on a tank again.
No.
When we see Jiang on a tank, you know something's gone awry in the draft.
This is why we were saying it's just not a Jiang pick, the Gragas.
Yeah. I think next game we are more likely than not going to see Jiang on something that can carry. And yes, Gragas can in theory, but especially when you went the tank build, you're not going to be carrying this game unless you're just finding crazy engages or you're carrying through peel. Yeah. I do believe we are going to see a carry out of this guy. I mean, Aatrox, maybe even just blind pick at this point. He is so good at the champ.
Yeah, knowing Frank, we're likely to see Jimmy in as well. Actually, 100% KP on this Gragas.
Yeah. He had a good game. It's just, I mean, too little too late, especially when you are getting caught out first in that last team fight. But it is DFM who take the win, of course. Arya doing a very substantial amount of his team's damage. Honestly, Udapon putting up pretty good numbers here, especially we haven't really seen those kind of numbers from a Senna thus far, so...
And I mean, a testament to his positioning, 7.6% of his team's damage taken.
Yeah, for sure.
Barely being touched that game. Against an Ari, Viego, Gragas, plenty of threats on the Senna.
And there's Eminem with the most damage dealt, trying to split up this DFM-filled statistics, but it is going to be Steel, once again in the jungle, picking up the most kills, Arya with the most gold, and then Steel again as the jungler with the most damage taken per death, and it is Arya picking up the MVP. I think very well worth it. That guy sealed the deal at the end.
Yeah, it was him or Hart for me.
Yeah, I agree. It was one of the two, but Arya, I think, he played the most consistent throughout the game. Never really saw a moment where he was misplaying. He found the solo kill in the mid lane onto Pretender.
Yeah, true.
And also, that's another thing we should talk about. Game number 3, we are going to have Jimmy in. I refuse to believe that Pretender's coming back. I mean, Frank, you may as well, right?
I mean, two kind of lackluster games from Pretender, even though they did pick up the first win.
I mean, he had a good game 1.
A decent game 1, I would say. I think he was down quite a bit in the mid lane. And we've seen Jimmy in laning a bit better than Pretender, at least on the Ahri.
Yeah.
You know, sample size of 1. But they were both against Ryoma, so we got to see them both in the same matchup against the same player.
Yeah.
And we got to see that Jimmyin was laning quite a bit better than Pretender. Maybe mental. Oh, okay, there are a million reasons it could have been, but eye test says Jimmyin is laning a little better than Pretender on the Ahri anyway. And we'll see how they look. We're assuming Jimmyin's coming in. And that's just, Frank will sometimes just swap their mid laners for no reason.
Yeah, but this time I think there is a reason.
Yeah,
I do think, especially at the Ahri, it did seem like Jimmyin is more comfortable on it. He did find a lot more in those games.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you just have an entirely different draft come through when you are having Jimmyin on your team rather than Pretender. Generally. Of course, yesterday, not so much. But I also think we're probably going to see Jiang off of tanks. I don't think he looks as comfortable on tanks.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just more like I watch his solo queue when he's playing on stream. He will never pick a tank. I think I saw him play one game of Cassante, and other than that, it's just Camille, Aurelia, Jax, Aatrox every single game without fail. And it's more likely that we're going to see that for him again. I think he's probably got the skill to go toe-to-toe with FAK, even if he is on the Renekton and he is playing something a little bit more volatile. But certainly, I mean, game 2 for DFM. What a turnaround. The game, it was always in their favor. The entire time they were with a lead, but eventually, you know, the 2-2-5, it's a scary, scary number. And it was reached. And all of a sudden,
stops feeling like you're in the lead, right?
Yeah, it does stop feeling like you're in the lead, almost regardless of the goal. But we are going to finally have a third game here in our series. When we're back from this break, we get to find out which of these two teams will make it through to our second stage of playoffs. We'll see you soon.
When's it gonna start? It feels real, but you could be pretending. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna end? Are we forever or just young offenders? Waiting for the rules to bend. Is this love? Is this love? Tiny bits of fears go blow away. Oh. Tiny bits of fears go blow away. Oh, but you know, when's it gonna start? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna start? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love? Tiny little fears go blow away. Tiny little fears so far But is this love? Oh, is this When's it gonna start? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love? dreaming. I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck. Looking at the ceiling. Looking at the ceiling. I've been stuck. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me.
Welcome back, everybody. For the first time in the PCS playoffs, we now have a Game 3 on our hands. And of course, we wouldn't have a Game 3 on our hands if it wasn't for the Grand Halai Taipei, because they're the people that are sponsoring us and giving DFM a humble place to stay. And not so humble, maybe, as it does have 425 rooms, 6 restaurants, and a banquet hall. Pretty much everything you could ever dream of in one space. So again, if you are in Taipei, definitely check out the Grand Halai. It is a fantastic space to be in. Now, game number 3. For the first time, what are we thinking? Because we knew this series could go the distance. It is sort of an unknown entity of the LJL because we don't get to see them competing with the PCS all year round. And so when they come here, you don't really know exactly what to expect. But game number 2 was just so clean from them. There was a little bit of, you know, questionable times when Eminem got his 225 stacks, but still managing to pull out the win. And so I don't really know what to think.
The bar of execution was so high in that game, especially once Eminem did come online. Yeah, we're going to see Jimmy come in. No surprises there. Pretender, a little lackluster in that second game. So fresh mid laner, maybe a fresh approach to the draft. No Azir, unfortunately, which is one of Jimmy's best champ, probably his best champ. We'll see what he goes for. Frank do take the blue side. It is definitely their preferred side.
Yeah.
They haven't had blue side this entire time. We'll see what they can do with it. They might just be willing to pick away the Senna. I'm not sure if we've seen them play the Senna. Kaiwing usually never gets the Nautilus, so it takes a lot of power out of the Senna pick with their best pairing.
I think
Nautilus.
we have seen Eminem on Senna. I'm pretty sure we have, at least once.
Yeah.
But they do get the blue side, so they will get that first pick priority.
Yeah, Kaiwing on a farming Nautilus sounds pretty terrifying. Maybe something for DFM to just ban away.
Yeah, game 3, champ select music. Getting exciting
as promised, yeah.
Still going to get the Karma ban, even on the blue side here for Frank.
Yeah, Gemini a little sleepy, maybe excited to get back to the Grand Halai. Varus again, maybe they're just keeping the same plan as DFM. A little worrying again to do it, just because Kalista, Senna, so many strong, and Smolder, so many strong ADCs open. They just have a read on Eminem that you'd rather have him on a power pick than a comfort pick. No Xayah
pretty
so
good
far.
at the
Yeah.
He only really made the one mistake that entire game. The classic make one mistake and lose.
Yeah. And yeah, it felt like maybe just a team fight mistake overall rather than Eminem, you know, slipping up on his champion.
Sure, Orianna will be banned. Last time it was banned by Frank. Now Smolder going to be banned by Frank, so they want to go for something different. Kalista is open, as well as Lucian. They banned Lucian in the past.
I wonder if they'll first pick Senna themselves. Because Udapon made a lot more use of that Senna's roaming ability in that second game.
Okay, Nautilus taken away.
I like that. Kind of shuts down the Senna along with it. Kaiwing did have a great game on the Tahm, but it was a great Tahm Kench game to begin with, so I'd be surprised to see a Senna first pick. I mean,
I'm most excited to see what Jiang plays. It is going to be center.
okay.
Can still pair it with many other things. Of course, Nautilus tends to be the preferred, but Maokai open, Tarm open. There is going to be something.
Yeah, I think if Pretender was in, that was maybe a Nico first pick, but we haven't seen that be as popular since Nico has been re-enabled. Didn't get any nerfs, I don't think. She just fell out of flavor a little bit.
Maybe Yutapon going back to his Lucian.
And they seem to prefer Lucian Nami over Lucian Milio.
Yeah, and so did... Who was it yesterday?
Was it V3? Because I know the Japanese teams definitely
No, they
prefer.
played Misfortune.
Oh. Yeah,
It was...
MF incident.
Oh, who was it? I'm blanking. It was a PCS team. I think it might have been Tide and Orca. From DCG, I think. No, maybe it was Feng.
they played a weird
No,
Lulu
it was
thing.
Feng Stay True.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Feng Stay True.
Yeah, and it was up against Lulu something.
All right, so Frank looking for their 5th game of Ari here in the playoffs, the second for Jimmy.
Yeah, and
Oh, maybe not.
DFM opting for picking their bot lane rather than denying any of the power picks. Like maybe a Vi or a Rel for themselves. Whoa! Wait a second. This is disabled.
Jimmy. TF could still be a flex pick if it is locked in.
Yeah.
I don't really think we'd see the TF, but I mean, it is just a flex, which makes the second part of draft a lot harder. Ari eventually will be the decision.
Yeah, it seems to be the go-to for Frank so far in the playoffs. 5 out of 5 games on the Ari.
Yep.
See if DFM want to snap up the Talia now before it goes to second ban phase.
They will. Oh, they won't.
Steel did look very good on the Xin.
They will.
Yeah, I think either pick was fine. I prefer the Talia. Had so much impact in that last game.
But we've seen this before. Jimmy and Pretender getting the exact same lane matchup. Pretender looking like it's a hard lane and Jimmy and just destroying it.
Yeah.
So you can do it twice.
Happened up against Antics earlier in the week.
Nocturne banned away. Not a champion we typically see Frank playing. More likely to be, once again, some form of tank or the Viego, the Vi, occasionally the Lee Sin. Lee Sin doesn't feel all that good this game.
Yeah, DFM do get first pick out of the draft, so it kind of feels bad to just also ban junglers as Frank here. Maybe just some top laners. No, they do just ban the Vi.
I mean, ultimately, there is still Maokai open, there is still Sejuani, Rel, Zinzao, Viego. There are just so many junglers available that Gemini can play.
Yeah.
I don't think you feel too bad. You just want to take away things that you don't want to go against yourself.
Rel makes sense as a ban to me. Gemini's been going away from the Rel jungle, but you know, it's mostly Kaiwing been playing it, but he is very good on it. Also a very good Lee Sin, so a reasonable ban.
In fairness, doesn't feel like the greatest Lee Sin game of all time, but gonna take it away anyway.
Sucks into Talia, right?
Yeah.
So 665 not able to get much done up against Lucian in their series against Beyond. Xin banned away.
Okay, Viego, maybe it's Steel's time to show what he's made of on the Viego.
Yeah. Oh, he did play a Wukong game earlier. We'll see if they go for a team fight pick or a skirmishing pick in the Viego. I think they're expecting the Rel, and Viego has a good matchup into the Rel, it seems. So I do like the Viego blind, but...
Poppy even. I mean, you're not doing a whole lot of dashing here as the Ari this game. But honestly, Ari kind of dashes around the outskirts of a fight anyway.
Yeah, Poppy, a very aggressive pick. Blind.
And now Jiang is going to have to blind pick his top laner. Aatrox would make a lot of sense. It's kind of been his go-to blind. Could we see the Riven? I want to see the Riven, but there is a Poppy and a Talia. I don't think it's a very good Riven game.
Jax is also a bit of a risky pick, I think, because Poppy does okay into the Jax top. Opens that up as a flex into the top lane.
Now Kaiwing, he's going to lock in a jungler, unless It's Jack's jungle.
Right. Not into the Poppy, surely.
Oh, you're not getting invaded that much. And you got bot prio. Alright, it's going to be Jack's top. Really only Steel making the Wukong work. It's going to be the eventual Sejuani. So, the 2v2 top, almost regardless of what's picked here, should be favorable for Frank. The Jack Sejuani pairing, very, very strong. We actually don't often see in the PCS the teams utilize it very well. And maybe that's just because there is so much volatility in the bot side.
So, Ray Farkey maybe not comfortable on the Gragas. Seems like an obvious pick into the Jax. Goes for the Cassante instead. Just going to be happy with another weak side game. There's no hope in this top lane 2v2, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have Jax, Sejuani, good pairing. I mean, there's a lot of skirmishing power, really, for the side of Frank.
Yeah.
The entire team very, very good at it. But on the other side, so is DFM's.
Yeah.
I think really this game, once again, will be up to Steel to dictate the pace of it.
Yeah.
Poppy tends to sort of single-handedly do that.
There's a lot on Udapon's shoulders this game to carry, I think. See what he can do. They're not the squishiest members for him to kill. You want to be up against a couple more squishy targets as the Lucian, I think. Sejuani not all that bothered. Especially if you go for an energized build and try to burst her down. Passive makes that pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for the third and final time tonight, we're going to be loading onto the Rift here with Frank Esports and Generation Focus. Me, of course, Jimmy in with his first appearance here in the series. After Pretender kind of not having the greatest game number 2. It's going to be Jimmy In's turn on the same lane matchup against the same player to see what he can do. If he doesn't get solo killed, you're automatically thinking he's doing better.
Yeah, Arya definitely getting the better of Pretender in that last game.
As we now are on the Rift, everyone is ready. Winner, of course, will proceed into the second round once again.
Yeah, and we'll see if Eminem can have a similar performance to Udapon on the Senna. He had a great game.
Runes. Yep, pretty much as you'd expect.
Yeah, grasp for both top laners. First strike on the Lucian. Phase rush for the mid jungle of DFM. Yeah, nothing too exciting.
We actually, if you remember, in the PCS, generally when it was the Lucian Milio, I guess, but Lucian lane up against Senna, we pretty much always saw press the attack.
Okay.
I don't know why, but that is what tended to happen.
I like first strike against all these tanks on Frank. Gonna be, you know, going in with the Lucian Nami combo and mostly just for chunk rather than for any kills.
Yeah. And it is, of course, going to be Kaiwing doing the farming in this bot side.
Yeah, he had a great Kench game last time, but he was kind of set up for it.
Gemini, is he going to walk around? Yes, he does. Okay. Okay, both junglers going to have a delayed start.
Yeah, Sejuani does so much better with farm that this is fine. This is the strongest phase in the game for Poppy, these first 3 levels, so just prolonging this portion of the game. The problem for Steel here is going to be this bot lane, and Senatom doesn't care about dropping CS to come move, as you'll see them probably coming eventually.
When will a jungler get level 2? Not in the near future.
Yeah, here they come. He's going to proc phase rush and get out of there.
He's turned around. And heal
Maybe
coming
looking
through
for
from
the
Eminem.
steal. Can he just do the Raptors in time? Gemini,
Maybe.
Oh, Gemini's going to be too pretty quick, though. And Poppy doesn't kill these things all that fast.
Kaiwing's back to the lane to collect pretty much all of this.
I think he's got it, yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy in going to put down that ward and spot out the fact that Steel is going to be taking those Raptors.
Oh, and he gets spotted on the ward. And Steel knows he's safe to take this red.
Yeah.
So
I think Gemini's aware that that's happening, though.
yeah.
So he'll be fine to go up to the top side and just... Honestly, it's not even a bad game to play top side, as I said.
Yeah.
Jax, Sejuani, very, very strong.
Yeah, it does kind of play into the hands of what DFM want to do in just about all of their early games. Ray Farkey on the weak side, play around their mid and bot lane, and I don't think Steel is going to let him take his topside camps, I think.
Jimmy might be under some pressure here.
Steel is just going to run across the map. He's on vision.
Yeah, he's been seen. Jimmy is very well aware of the position of this Poppy. So it's still level 2.
Yep, going to just run through and take his topside and maintain a 2-camp lead probably for most of this game. Most of this early game, anyway. Poppy not super interested in farming. When did Jiang get that ward?
Just early levels. You're just pushing Cassante, and while he hits the tower, hits the minions at tower, I guess he roamed on over there. We were just too busy watching Sejuani and Poppy run around in circles.
Yeah.
Now, Gemini going to go back to his bot side. Of course it will be taken, but he's going to be able to pick up that Scuttle Crab for himself. They know it's taken, of course, because...
Yeah, and he could pick up some of Poppy's camps here. He's going to see Poppy on the Krugs, and if he can pick up some of these camps, it would be massive for him. See if Steel is wise to it or what he decides to do. Yeah, he's going to be spotted on Krugs, so Gemini has an opportunity to get a lead here, taking bot side of Poppy.
Yeah, Sejuani does take out these single unit camps very quickly. So much damage coming through from that permafrost.
Doesn't go for any more than the blue buff.
Oh yeah, getting a pretty good trade for himself. Is going to be once again getting a little bit ahead of his lane. Ray Farky, though, this could be the second game in a row that he gets solo killed. He doesn't have flash available. Jiang, one empowered. Oh my god, the path maker keeps it alive. Jiang might be going down.
Okay.
He doesn't. Oh my god.
That was so well played by Ray Farky to reduce the damage out of the Jax combo with his W, and then just out of range of Jiang's flash to follow up.
Oh my.
Doesn't even use his ghost, by the way, so summoner advantage there. Wave sucks, but he's able to TP back in. Nothing too tragic there. And
Jiang will follow suit. Oh, we're looking onto Arya, but Arya's level 6. Does dodge out of that seismic shove. Will Gemini on the Sejuani. Nice bubble there from Harp. Makes him take another fairly substantial amount of damage, but not the kill. Jimmy now level 6 himself, of course. Makes him a lot stronger. He's going to pop that ult.
wow.
Yeah, stunned up. He would have been if he got hit by that seismic shove. Bubble would have followed, and maybe it's going to be enough damage to take him out. So Arya having another good lane for himself. Didn't find a solo kill just yet, and Jiang is also having a good lane for himself as he claims himself a solo plate up in the top side.
Yeah, DFM on the Dragon. Gemini probably way too chunk to ever contest this.
Yeah.
Jiang is running down.
Ping's coming through.
Yeah, it's spotted.
Oh, he gets himself a honey fruit. You love that.
Okay. Again, the grubs for the Dragons seems to be the story of this game. Frank going for void grubs in every game and DFM trading dragons. I think I still favor the dragon over the grubs.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to lean a little bit towards the grubs. So many times a team gets early dragons and can't convert it.
Yeah.
Whereas the void grubs, I mean, you're always going to have at least some use for it, even without getting 5 or 6. But the fact that you later on in the game in 4 more minutes can pressure the fact that you're going to get 5 or 6 as well.
Yeah. Same
then,
with the dragons, right? But it's much sooner in the game you can actually threaten to take the 6 grubs. But I think you only feel the impact of the grubs, right, in situations where you wouldn't have gotten the tower without the grubs.
Yes and no. I mean, the thing is, you do one auto attack on a tower and you're just getting an extra 50 to 100 damage on it for free.
Yeah.
And that over the course of a couple times. You know, with a Senna, you could just queue the tower through a minion.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're burning it.
Also, this Jax is just going to be hitting tower, proccing Demolish in Cassante's face.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm starting to... Maybe I don't prefer them over the dragons, but I definitely think there is quite a lot of value in them. And again, it just stems down the thought. I've said this quite a few times before, is you do have to hit towers to win the game.
Yeah.
And so you are always going to find value in the Void Grubs if you want to win the game. It also means that, you know, like a game like last game, if it weren't for DFM getting the 4 Void Grubs, or the 3 I believe they got actually, then There's maybe a chance they don't end the game when they did, because they would have had 5 different people stacking up the Void Grub damage on the single tower.
Yeah.
And they only just managed to get that game over before people
Yeah, it was
did
very
respawn.
close. Gemini has a level advantage on Steel. Steel seems not intimidated at all.
They're still very strong on the Poppy. Phase Rush as well means you're pretty much never under any real threat.
Though this 2v2 should favor Frank, despite the level advantage for Arya.
Oh my.
Because again,
Oh my. Okay. Seismic Shove. Gemini getting very low.
nice flash.
Flash out of Steel means he's not going to get locked up on that Glacial Prison. And Eminem in the area is going to give Gemini a little bit of his health back. But
And I think once these supports leave these lanes and leave the Lucian versus the Tahm Kench, you're going to be getting a lot of value out of this first strike, right?
yeah, I agree. Maybe less kill threat than you would with the Pressy attack, but you're never really thinking you're killing the Tahm solo as a Lucian.
Yeah, just lower variance too, right? You take
Yeah.
3 or 4 trades and that's essentially a kill's worth of gold.
I guess you could argue as well that having the attack makes it easier later on in the game to kill Jiang, Gemini, and Kaiwing, but we'll see.
Kerchi Shard gonna be probably a static Shiv, seems to be
Yeah.
what's popular on the Lucian.
Udapom has his recall cancelled and Harp's not willing to stay.
Not in danger of getting dived, I wouldn't think.
No, Gemini's in the area. Doesn't have ult. Certainly won't have it in time.
Yeah, and Steel is nowhere near this.
Oh, we might be looking for a dive or Jimmy in. He's going to be seen by Steel, though.
Yeah,
This is awfully
Steel just
dangerous.
lets him
Hex
walk
Flash
past.
available. Jimmy, and he's going to quickly call off any attempt here at the dive, as Jimmy actually going to be forced to use his Spirit Rush.
Wow. Yeah, maybe just gets chased down by the Poppy there, allows Arya to catch up, so just avoids the shenanigans and uses his ult.
They've got some tempo over to Gemini on the bottom side, though, to pick up this blue buff and carry on forward.
Yeah, Steel getting off his buff there to protect his top laner. Slows him down a bit, but, you know, you're not too worried about farm on this Poppy. You're happy if you make it to 2 items. Arya, though.
Yeah, Arya Flash from the Arctic Assault means that he's going to get knocked up and CC'd.
Oh, wow.
Phase Rush, but the Root does connect. Eminem doing a fantastic job. Abyssal Voyage. And the kill, it's Jimmy, and is in a tough lane, but he's going to secure himself that first blood onto Arya.
Yeah, nice play from Gemini there to set up all 4 members of his team showing up in the mid lane. Arya almost gets away, honestly, with the phase rush, but a nice root from Eminem ensures that they get that kill. And it's going to be 6 Void Grubs for Frank. Udapon, though, having a great time in the 1v1 against Kaiwing.
Yeah, nice little trade there with that first strike. Going to get himself a pretty little penny. Weaver's Wall coming out. Jimmy doesn't have... Oh, he does have Flash. He gets over. Seismic Shove lands, but it's not with the stun. Jimmy, nice charm. Is it enough to get him out? Is it enough to get him the kill? Arya's going to live. And Steel's going to take that one for himself. And by God, Jimmy almost turned that around.
Yeah,
on
I
the top
can't
side,
believe-
though, it is answered. It's going to be Jiang getting the kill onto FAK. So not all for naught.
I can't believe that was a kill for DFM in the mid lane. I thought Ari, once she flashed, was just walking out of there, but both these champs with phase rush managed to stay on him for so long. Meanwhile, Eminem did make a rotation to the top side. This tower is almost dead bot.
Oh, Gemini. Cancel Steel's recall. Just being a bit annoying.
Yeah, that's a nice bit of tempo with the dragon up.
Yeah, might mean it's even going to be in favor of them. Let's have a look at what happened top.
Yeah, Jiang actually very low here. Is this really a kill? Yeah, I guess so.
Not even close.
Yeah, they barely take any damage. Eminem taking a bit of damage from the tower at the end there, but yeah. A lot of damage off the Senna ult. No Senna ult for this dragon, though. How
6
are
Void
both-
Grubs. This tower is going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, both of these bot lane towers are so low.
It just happens DFM's is slightly lower. 1 plate remaining. And Eminem maybe wanting to spend a little bit more time in this bot lane to ensure that his tower isn't the first to go down and give that gold over to Lucian. Gemini will once again find Steel in the jungle. They find the charm. They find the Spirit Rush. They find the kill eventually. Maybe 1 ability, and Jimmy does land it.
So close to living. I think Arya just started his recall and had given up on his jungler there, but canceled it once he saw he was maybe getting out. Nice kill onto Jimmy. Picks up his 2nd of the game.
Now Dragon off the back of that kill.
Yeah,
is
and
going to
that's
be picked up from
massive.
Frank.
That's massive for Frank. It's not even the 6 grubs for 2 dragons. It's only 1 dragon on the side of DFM. So this Jax is going to be a problem in the side lane with these 6 Void grubs, and not much, you know, for DFM in terms of dragons at least, but Udapon does get a lot of gold just getting to 1v1 for a long time.
Oh, I like these jungle itemizations, by the way.
Yeah, Locket, Knight's Vow.
Yeah. Just realizing your job is to be there for the team.
Yeah.
And building thusly.
Yeah, I think Locket is a very underutilized item.
Yeah, generally the supports do buy it, but when you are the farming tank, or whatever you want to call it.
Essentially a second support these days. You don't get too much gold
Yeah.
in the jungle.
Randuin's first item here for Kaiwing. Not an item we
Wow.
see a whole lot of.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, there's going to be a lot of crit coming through from Udapon. And Udapon even going to be going for the second item, most likely LDR here.
Yeah, look at these champs he's up against, right? Jiang gonna eventually get some armor.
Yeah, but doesn't this just make you think maybe it's not a Lucian game?
Yeah. Yeah, he did pick it pretty early in the draft, I think first rotation. Only having seen the Senna.
It's kind of like champs like Lucian, Jhin, Draven.
yeah.
If you're building armor pen, like the straight LDR or Shirelia's second item, you probably should have picked a different AD carry.
Yeah, you at least wish you were a different AD carry.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Udapon getting really lippy in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Still trying to do this Rift Shield, but he has absolutely no right to be on that. Abyssal Voyage coming through. Not going to land. Bubble does.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who wins these fights at the moment, especially around the Rift Herald.
Frank, I think.
I
But if DFM can find chunks, it's going to be pretty good for them. But I think it's who's killing Sejuani and Tom right now.
Yeah. Yeah, still a while before Udapon's going to be online. DFM looking though. Bubble doesn't land, and that might just be it.
Yeah, no teleport available for Jiang, whereas FAK does have his, but not even going to matter. Frank do claim themselves the Rift Shield, so doing really well on objectives this game. And they are up near on 3k gold here at the 15-minute mark.
Having just avoiding the Lucian E there.
Kaiwing always puts up this Braum emote.
Yeah,
This
that's why
must
you
be his
can't let him
favorite.
get Braum.
True.
So Frank feels stronger in the side lanes and stronger in the skirmishes at the moment. Another hard game for DFM to navigate.
Nice sidestep on that bubble. Udapon, though, he is farming up that first strike gold bit by bit. He is pretty strong on the Lucian once he is able to go back and complete that last Whisperer into whichever of the two items, Shirelda's or...
It'll probably be LDR.
Yeah, I think it should be. I don't know why you'd go Shirelia's anymore.
Yeah, a lot of nerfs on that item.
I think only Jace, really?
Yeah, Varus.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, true. Varus. But even a champ that used to love it, like Ezreal, just rather have the LDR. Build a Rylai's if you really need the slow.
Gemini drops the Rift Herald in the mid lane.
It doesn't look like we're going to have a Drifter.
I
Maybe
think
no one forklift certified.
No, it couldn't have been running out. It's going to spawn a lot of Void Grubs here.
No, it's not. Because
Oh, he didn't
you have-
charge.
You have to drive it.
Oh. Okay. Still a mid
Well,
tower
they still
going
get it,
down.
yeah.
3 towers for nothing. Just a dragon going the way of DFM and 1 kill so far.
Yeah, Spirit Rush was used by Jimmy in here. I'm not sure exactly what for, but steel is quite low.
Gemini again getting the better of steel with these smites.
Steel even, he's awfully confident being this far up on such low health. He does get rooted up there by Eminem on the center. Eminem doing substantial amounts of damage.
Yeah, this is maybe the point where Senna matches Lucian in terms of damage best. They're both just on 1 item, but Lucian will pull ahead. Just by virtue of Senna not farming.
Yeah.
And the first strike could accelerate him a bit. Not a lot of skirmishing going on for him, though.
Jimmy definitely having a better game on the Aria than Pretender in the former. But of course, there was a bit of attention coming through from Gemini.
Yeah. Yeah, not without struggles for Jimmy in this game, definitely.
Yeah, Aria very strong at his lane phase, of course.
All right,
now,
DFM.
Dragon number 2 being looked at for DFM. Score is 1-1 in that regard. We'll see if Jiang is wanting to teleport down here. There's no really good teleport ward.
Shove.
Keeper's Verdict going to come out. It's going to hit onto Gemini, and all of a sudden you've got an extremely low Time Kench, an extremely low, now dead Time Kench. Aria, though, he is quite low on the backside. Orbit of Deception will go wide. Gemini's made his way back on the Sejuani. No more Poppy ult to deny him this time. He comes over the wall with the Blast Cone. Jiang as well. He's just sitting in this Dragon. Constant slows coming through from this Hextech Soul onto the side of DFM. Eminem's going to flash away from that seismic shove as Aria is wailing on them. Phase Rush is available and popping. Gemini getting so low. Eminem doing his best to heal up that jungler for his team. Through will come Jiang. He gets the Vision. Weaver's wall comes out. Through comes a stun, and it's going to be the smite. This time it is for Steel. Jiang's getting so low. Flash forward. Finds one. It's going to be answered back by Udapon. It's a flare. Teleport comes through from Kaiwing. Abyssal Voyage not going to find anyone in particular here. It is 2 kills in favor here of Frank for the 1 only for DFM, but they do get the Dragon now with 2 on their side.
Yeah, I think you're okay with that if you're DFM, as long as Frank can't just push and take this tier 2. Here's a TP. Kaiwing goes down early in that fight, but Frank stole long enough for him to come back.
FAK teleporting in, and they're trying to do the damage to him, but he's answered a lot back there onto Jimian.
Yeah, seems like he's fine, and we'll be able to hold on to this tower. And those 6 Void Grubs, that was a full HP tier 2. Without all that much uptime onto it, it's, 30% HP. Baron spawning.
Yeah.
So Jiang actually takes about half his HP just to the Dragon here. Doesn't really find a way into this fight with the Dragon slowing him, but nice route from Eminem again onto Aria means that Jiang is able to get a kill here.
Somehow.
Just barely, yeah. And then a kill traded back.
That was very close to being disastrous, but
yeah.
3 members do get away.
Yeah, 2 for 1 in kills, but a Dragon going over to DFM. So I think you're okay with that if you're DFM.
Horizon Focus second here for Jimmy in this game. I do like it. Obviously, there is the Lich Bane build as well, but kind of hard for you to be finding those auto attacks as Ari.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, but maybe he's found a harp. He might not need it. Jimmy, he's going to get the flash. He's going to walk away.
Yeah, eats a lot of damage returned from Udapon as well.
Yeah, LDR completed. Steel
here to scout out any rotation onto his mid laner. Now, without any Void Grubs, it's kind of hard to take out some of these towers, right?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think, right? That was just how League of Legends was last season.
Yeah.
Now it's like, damn, I just wish I had a Void Grub so I could see the purple effect and
yeah,
a white true damage number.
Yeah, if it was Jimmy and hitting a tier 1 there, it definitely goes down in that time. And this tier 2 bot is just going down. There is no way I think Cassante can just fight Jax off of this.
Yeah, but Jax can't really kill him before FAK can just clear a wave, is kind of the problem. Is he junked down a level? Still? No, he's going to...
Oh, I thought he had the Senna W on him.
Yeah, no, just the steadfast presence there. Through will come Gemini, finds the stun onto Harp. Harp no flash, but through comes the Weaver's wall, and all of a sudden, Aria has collapsed in, but maybe he didn't want to, as he is just annihilated. Jimmy flashing forward. Harp's going to go down. That's another one. He gets the reset. Steadfast presence denies it, but it's going to be the kill in anyway there for Frank. 3 gone down, none in response, and all of a sudden it's Baron time for Frank Esports.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. That was such a clean fight from Frank, barely taking a point of damage. Eminem lands a 2-man Senna W during that fight. It looked fine for DFM. Harp gets hit by the Sejuani ulti, but responds with the Nami ulti, manages to buffer that before he gets stunned up. And I didn't see what happened to Arya on the other side of the fight.
He just space glided straight into the middle of everyone from his Weaver's wall.
And then Ari charm, or?
Oh, no, I think he just jumped off and got smacked.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure. We'll get a replay.
Yeah, here it is. So, really well played by Eminem. Harp, honestly, very well played to get his ulti off here before he gets stunned. Onto 4, so I thought this was fine.
Oh,
and
it is a
charm. Wow. And then the 2-man Senna W on the backline too means they can pick up a kill onto Harp. And then follow it up onto Steel. Barely taking any damage, Frank. Very one-sided fight.
Now Baron in control of Frank. They are up 8k gold. Didn't feel like the game was this balloon, but it certainly has been now. Team fight win into Baron can do that. They're up 1.3k as things stand. That bottom tower is going to be taken out. This mid tower is going to be taken out. And then it'll be on to these inhibitor towers. Of course, Steel up on the top side. Arya also going to claim himself at least one tower. See what he chooses to do. He looks like he's pushing another wave, but maybe he doesn't have the time to do that. Gemini's in his base. Through comes that tidal wave, and Gemini will be able to flash outside there. Actually, no, he got devoured. So that's Kaiwing's ult now down on this time. Kench Young, though, he's just standing in everyone's faces, taking down this inhibitor tower. Stunned up will be FAK. No Pathmaker can come through. He is getting low. He does manage to get that damage reduction, but Eminem claims the kill. Mid lane inhib tower getting taken out too, but a very, very nice seismic shove finds one. That's going to be Eminem taken out. Steel going to flash away. No permafrost going to be able to land onto him, and now it's a 4v4. Steel very low, but so is Young and Gemini. They're making their way towards this mid inhibitor now, though, as Gemini actually goes forward. Lancer Charm is going to land perfectly onto Harp, and there is no follow-up for it, though, so he is able to stay alive. This Nami has no mana. Udapon has dashed forward and been taken out. The seismic shove from Arya, and the flash forward. He's going to be able to find the kill in return, and somehow it's just a 2 for 2. DFM answering back.
Patiently waiting for Udapon, expecting him to dash in there, and then instantly punishes it. Arya manages to return a kill, and 2 inhibs down for DFM. Still pretty rough, still getting the worst of it. Jiang takes out this tower in about 3 seconds before anyone can even rotate to him. And FAK goes down so quickly in this fight. A really well played fight from Arya. He lands a bunch of shoves.
Yeah, crazy start.
Lands a bunch of damage, and it's honestly Udapon who's struggling to have any impact in this fight. He's just hitting super tanky members of Frank as a 2-item Lucian. That bubble barely missing Jimmian. And then when he thinks he's got his chance here, Jimmian is so ready for it. I mean, they're dashing at pretty much the same moment.
Oh,
another 2-man shove.
Arya.
Yeah.
That was disgusting.
Yeah. Such a well-played fight from Arya. Second dragon for Frank.
Yeah, and with this, there is not going to be a dragon win condition this game.
Yeah, I doubt it for either team.
There is still 10 minutes on either of these teams picking it up, and this game is kind of blown open. Of course, Arya, if he's able to play the team fights like that on repeat, it's looking pretty good for DFM, but that's a pretty tall task. Jiang, oh my God, that was close.
Yeah, I saw him go up in the air for a second there. I thought it was the shove, but it's actually just his Q over to a ward.
Wait, Jiang, look at Jiang's item.
Yeah, he went for...
Look at a Zeke's Convergence. I've never seen this. New build just dropped.
I know they've changed the item a bit. Do you still put it onto a teammate?
No. It just activates slow when you ult.
Okay. Lets him stay on top of his targets, maybe.
I've definitely never seen it. Bit of Dark Wizardry, Tidal Wave coming through. Is going to force out Jimmian's ult, so ult for ult trade.
Yeah, who's going to stop this Jax, though? He's going to just constantly threaten to hit your Nexus turrets.
Yeah, this is the hard part of the game now. 2 inhibs down and so much range. 6 Void Grubs. They're all just targeting down this last tower as Jimmian pushes through the mid wave. Jiang pushes out the bottom wave. And Arya's having to answer. He is your main wave clear. They managed to clear out at least one more wave, but all Charm lands Harp now. He's going to have to put his tail between his legs, most likely, and go back to base. He's staying for now, though. He does have mana, so he can heal himself up, but...
Yeah, it is so hard to just hold on to your base at this point. Bot wave
Gemini is
coming
just
in.
sitting there waiting to ult someone. One Glacial Prison will end this game. Jimmian and Jiang, they are on the side. It looks like Spirit Rush might just be back up. Culling used to eliminate this minion wave once more. Spirit Rush is there, but FAK finds a nice stun. Steel, he's getting very, very low because of that Glacial Prison. FAK with the all-out, not going to find all that much. And Jimmy is taken extremely low by Udapon. Arya, he gets that wall down. Jiang now, he's all alone in the base here. And Kaiwing flashes forward to look for the Devourer, but won't find it. Tidal Wave comes through, and DFM against the odds, they find another team fight win.
Yeah, Arya has just come alive in the second half of this game, and that is such a difficult play to make. You have such a short window to make that play as DFM before this Jax just runs up to your Nexus towers and just takes them down. And Udapon finally getting a good team fight in and gets a bunch of damage out off the back of a great Weaver's Wall from Arya. Arya is just watching these 2 solo laners of Frank, making sure they don't get up to anything too devious on his backline. And FAK peeling for his Poppy very well, jumps into 3, but the threats aren't there for this Cassante. And then this Weaver's Wall into the shove as well.
Yeah,
Followed
even
up cleanly by Ray Farkey. Kaiwing goes down as a little bonus. And that should be DFM able to hold on until their inhibs come back up. We'll see if they can keep a hold of this Baron, though, as they're stuck in base defending.
Look at the jungler's items. Sejuani is literally just building as a support, and so is Poppy. I love it.
Yeah.
This is literally their job, though. Just support everyone else.
Yeah.
Iron Elixir popped here from Gemini. They know they are just one single team fight away. You don't even need the ace at this point. 1 or 2, maybe 3 members going down from DFM will spell the end of this game for them. But the last 2 team fights have seen quite a lot of success from DFM and Aria especially.
Yeah. Back against the walls, DFM have managed to defend their base.
Yeah, bot lane inhib now has respawned.
Yeah.
Mid lane as well, following suit.
Jiang will make very quick work of these inhibs if he's allowed any uptime on them.
Yeah, and Baron is alive, so you have to be constantly worried about this threat that Jiang does possess. Aria going to have to constantly match him, but not the easiest job for
Maybe a
Aria.
No. Gemini constantly looking. Jimmy getting a top wave in. Have to respond to that if you're DFM.
Yeah, that top tower is very, very low, of course, after the most recent siege from Frank.
It's looking like it.
Oh my god, he's found Harp! Jimmy's found Harp, and now Aria's trying to find Jimmy, and he dodges everything! There's a blast going, but he's stunned up against the Weaver's wall! It's a 1-for-1, Jimmy's taken out.
Inhibs.
Yeah, inhibs though being looked at. Frank on the bottom side of the map here. They're taking out this bot lane inhib. It is slow. Jiang is not here. Eminem's doing as much damage as he possibly can, and Jiang's going to meet the rest of the team here at the mid lane. There is no Nami available. Jimmy does have teleport when he's alive, but may not matter. Ray Farkey fighting the stun. The seismic shove did come through. Jiang's living. Eminem's full HP. Through comes the keeper's verdict. And out will go Jiang, but Frank, they are going to make it alive. No one's going to go down.
Yeah, they managed to get one inhib. DFM managed to defend their second inhib.
Aria is just saving this game.
Yeah.
Time and time again, and now I said there isn't going to be a Soul win con, but there very well could be, as Dragon number 3 now going to be picked up for Frank. They are now on Soul point, and so Baron, their base, and Dragon all win cons for Frank, and all things DFM have to somehow find a way to defend.
The problem for DFM here is their bot inhib is down now, and that is very annoying when there's the Baron available for Frank. You're either going to have to commit your primary front line or your solo AP to defending that lane constantly. Jiang is just going to sit in that lane, and you have to be very quick with any plays you make around the Baron, or Jiang is just going to end the game with 6 Void Grubs.
Yutapon and Aria, outside of Jiang, are the most
Jiang
capital-friendly members of DFM.
Ray Farkey.
Oh, yeah. This Cassante isn't really dying.
Yeah, very tanky. For part of the split, we were seeing Senna just permanently losing to Cassante just because without an ADC, you don't really have the damage to kill this champ. There is a Jax in this game, though.
Yeah, and the Ari's doing substantial amounts of damage. Even Senna now. 1 Q onto steal there. Not a laughable amount of damage.
Yeah, you still have to favor Frank in this game, just because DFM are going to be under so much pressure. Tidal Wave.
Tidal Wave, yeah, Deval comes out, through will come the Weaver's Wall, but a fantastic Glacial Prison. It is actually going to be eaten up by that Banshees, and Jimmy, and he's found a way onto the back line. He's going to get Charm onto Yutapon. Yutapon 1 HP, but the culling does come out, and he does survive, at least for the time being. Jiang, though, he's found his way onto Aria. Your hopes and dreams of DFM, the guy carrying you for so long, is now down. Not without doing 4,000 damage, but everyone on Frank are so healthy. Yutapon looking for the recall. Mid lane inhib going to go down. Gemini going to stop this Lucian from getting back to his base, at least for the time being. And now a 3v5 until Unipon can come back and make it 4 steal. He takes a sizable chunk. Ray Farky's trying to find the Q3, won't path make it back, and now it is Unipon back in the base. They're trying to find the damage. Steel's going to go down. Does he know he's not just yet, but through comes the Missile Voyage. Unipon, everything's onto him. Ray Farky's going to live. Jimmy with the ult again. Is he going to find the damage? No, he will not. Jimmy is going to reign supreme. Frank are going to make it through now to the second stage of the playoffs.
When DFM didn't make it easy for them, they barely managed to close out that game. They kill essentially just one member. You were worried about DFM losing 2 or 3 members, but Frank only need the 1 kill and they decide they can end the game. Aria, their solo wave clear, so difficult to defend at the end there, especially when Jimmy is just landing charm after charm. DFM definitely made it difficult though.
What a game out of everyone there. I mean, Aria deserved to win. Aria specifically was keeping DFM's hopes in that game alive for about 10 minutes that they had any right to be. Fantastic performance out of him on the Talia. Certainly something now when this side of DFM are going to have to make a run through that lower bracket. But I don't think you can ever afford to give this guy Talia again because everything looked like it was going to go to Frank. The whole game looked so Frank favored and just team fight after team fight, 2-man shoves onto Eminem, shoves onto Jimmy, and he kept them alive for so long. 2v1 defending the Nexus against the Jiang's Jacks and Jimmy and's Ari, but eventually all it was a massive flank from Jimmy and found his way there onto Aria on the Talia, takes him out, and all of a sudden you have almost no damage left in the tank to be able to take out Gemini, to take out Jiang, and Frank finally get it across the line.
Yeah, the Lucian was just not able to burn through any of these tanks. He was free hitting for a lot of those fights. Jimmy and Jiang didn't make it easy for him that game. They were constantly applying pressure to him. But even if they weren't, he still had a Sejuani and a Tom to get through. Even the Jax doesn't go down very quickly against the Lucian. So it was just all on Arya, and he did his best. But he just couldn't quite get them across the line. Even in the early game, he was playing very well. Somehow the scores were Jimmy 2-1 on the Ari, and Arya 0-1 on the Talia, even though it felt like those scores maybe should be swapped around with how well Aria played the early game.
Jimmy finding that kill onto the flash charm onto Aria was pretty impeccable when around the tower dive.
In the early game?
Yeah, Jimmy was doing very, very well. The first kill of the game was Jimmy onto Aria. Jimmy got first spot onto Aria when the 4-man roamed into it.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but honestly,
out of nowhere,
it seemed like, honestly, Aria maybe stayed a little bit too long. I don't know. It's hard to predict 4 people all coming through lane.
Just straight down lane.
Gemini came through the back, but still, 3 people through lane, 1 Arctic Assault, and then the flash charm from Jimmy and managing to secure the first blood. I mean, MVP for the game, I personally am voting Jimmy. I think, honestly, throughout the game, he probably had the most impact. There were times, I mean, he found the kill onto Harp, then he got traded by Aria. But he was also doing such a good job in this team fight to play disruption, finding a lot of charms, even providing pressure for his team when they were all pressuring top. He's finding the wave clear in the mid lane. I don't know.
Yeah,
really well played.
Up against the counter pick, right? And the Poppy.
Yeah, exactly.
None of that makes it very easy to play Ari in this game, and he still managed to have massive impact.
Yeah.
Was just always a nuisance in these team fights.
Oh, this will be the last fight.
Yeah, so it looks good.
Yeah. Jimmy and I think big play out of him here.
Yeah, the Sejuani ulti being blocked by Arya's Banshees, but he loses half his HP just to Senna. Arya is still playing this fight so well, honestly, dodging everything, eventually jumping over the wall with his flash, but Jiang follows it up with the flash and the Tom Kench Abyssal Voyage along with Jimmy and finishes him off, and just too much work for this Talia to do.
And somehow it was Jimmy who did the most damage. I mean, he was just pumping damage, but I was certain it had to have been Arya. I mean, so many 2-man shoves, and the amount of work that guy was putting in to keep them alive in the game. I mean, look at the gold difference. Even at the 20-minute mark, it was 4K in favor of Frank, and it took them a nearly 10K gold advantage, which then got bought back by Arya to then finally close it out. I mean, just what a performance out of that guy. And honestly, the whole side of DFM, after this game, I mean, Frank, they are our strongest team coming from the PCS in the lower sort of brackets, you know, other than CFO PSG. And for DFM, take us to our first best of 3 game 3. Not only that, but to somehow bring what looked like a tragic middle game back this hard. I think they might have to just be the favorites for the lower bracket.
Yeah, they are looking pretty good to make it out. They've got to get through DCG or...
DCG and the winner...
Of the next
DCG
series.
or Ground Zero and the winner of the next series.
Yeah. So they've got their work cut out for them maybe, but they are definitely looking like favorites probably to make it out. Maybe DCG and Jimmy and MVP.
100% kill participation,
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
100%.
Honestly, not surprised with how he played that game and how far behind they were. Udapon not able to have much impact on the Lucian this game.
Yeah.
Maybe the Japanese team's just over-prioritizing the Lucian Nami.
Yeah,
combo.
perhaps. They do seem to have a very high priority on it. Honestly, once it got to the Navori, which was unfortunately this game's third item, he was starting to do damage. But the problem is he was forced into getting that LDR to find any impact at all in the middle game. And even then, he didn't really find that much.
Oh, and this charm onto Arya.
Yeah, this was
what
game
a disaster. I wonder if he was even going for him. We'll give him credit for it. And yeah,
I think he planned to.
This just means what could have been a massive re-engage by DFM after Harp plays really well up against the Sejuani engage. He lands a 4-man Nami ulti in response to the Sejuani ulti onto a Nami. You have to think maybe DFM can turn that fight around. But Hero Charm onto Arya means he can't do anything that fight.
Jimmy's happy with himself.
Yeah.
Maybe this means that next series we're going to see Jimmy start. There's never really any method to the madness. No. It just happens. It just, they win a game, it looks really, really good, and all of a sudden their mid laner that played that game subbed out. So I don't know. Frank just do what they do, and I mean, it keeps working, so we'll let them keep doing it, I suppose. But massive, massive game out of Frank. Unfortunate for DFM. They really did try their best, and it was a bloody close game, but just not quite close enough. We are going to go to an interview, of course, now with support from Frank, Kaiwing, and Paddy. So we'll be back right after, but do enjoy.
今天的赛后采访，接下来到赛后采访的是 FAK 的辅助选手凯文，请凯文先跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FAK 的辅助凯文。
Congratulations for winning Strong Team DFM. You now advance to the next stage with 2 winning strike. How do you feel now?
おめでとうございます。強敵 DFM を打ち破り、2連勝で次の段階に進出しました。現在の気持ちはいかがですか？
恭喜你们打败强敌 DFM， 以2连胜晋级下一阶段，现在心情如何？
现在心情比较悲屈一点，因为我觉得我们这3把表现还是跟我们想象中差一点。
今の気持ちはあまり嬉しくないですね。3試合のこのプレーは、1試合の時は1試合と比べよりもっと下手と思います。
I kind of feel a little bit sad because we didn't play as expected in the 3 games that we played. Today, you played 3 games and was able to win after a hard match. What do you think is the key to winning?
今日は激しい3試合の戦いでしたが、最後に辛くも勝ちました。あなたは勝利の鍵となる要因は何だと思いますか？
你们今天激战了3场才辛苦拿下，你觉得取胜关键是什么？
我觉得我们今天最大的取胜关键是我们把我们发生的问题很快速的去纠正，然后我们发现我们第2把哪里玩的不好，我们立马去改变一下我们的选的战术啊、阵容啊，然后去利用我们玩的好的地方去赢对面的好。
僕は勝利の鍵は僕のチームメンバーたちみんなコミュニケーションをすることとプレースタイルは挑戦することとどこか不足のところを改善することは勝利の鍵と思います。
So I think the key point to winning today's game is that we fix our problems very quickly. So we saw the mistakes we make in the second game, and we fixed our composition, our team changed our picks. So that was why we were able to win today's game. You now advance to stage 2. What is your goal for playoffs?
ステージ2に進出しましたが、今後のプレーオフでの目標は何ですか？
你们现在已经晋级到了第2阶段，想问一下你们季后赛目标是什么？
当然呢，我觉得我们目标当然是走到越远越好啦，所以我们希望可以跟去年的春天一样，可以走到决赛。
去年と同じ決勝戦まで出たいと思います。
So we want to play as far as we can. Like last spring, we were able to go to the finals. So this is the same goal we have for this year. Do you have anything you want to say to fans?
ファンの皆さんに何かメッセージはありますか？
你有什么话想要对粉丝说的吗？
我知道最近我们的表现看起来内容比较奇怪，但我希望我们可以把游戏以外的问题解决后，然后努力的拿下比赛胜利，然后进入决赛，然後去 MSI 吧。
僕らチームたちは最近のプレーはあまり良くないとご存じます。でも今後とも応援よろしくお願いします。
I know that we kind of performed not as well as we did in the beginning, and we're going to fix our problems and we're going to try our best to go to the finals and go to MSI for you guys. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，也感谢凯文选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
What a series. Bit of translationception there going on.
Yeah.
Every day, new translator.
Pretty impressive. The Japanese translator can speak both Mandarin and English and translate well enough to translate it to Japanese.
That's just cracked.
Yeah.
Bro's looking like Frank out there, honestly, because Frank looking cracked.
Yeah.
I mean, what a series. I don't know what else to say about it. It was very, very well played by Frank. Of course, now, once again, they are going to make it through to the second stage of the playoffs. And now, DFM, they're going to go up against the winner of our next series, J-Team versus Antics. And now, I mean, looking forward to it really quickly. Who have you got? I think I've got J-Team, but I'm not confident in it. I think Antics certainly can win. And if they do, it's probably through King.
I would agree with you. It's probably going to be J-Team, just based off what we've seen, but we were wrong yesterday.
We were. We've been wrong yesterday. Oh, there I am. And we will be wrong again, almost certainly. That is just the life of League of Legends, but we're going to go to a short little break, should I say. When we are back, of course, we will have that series up for you. Antics versus J-Team. We'll see you soon.
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la. I like the way it feels. Ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la. I like the way it feels. Ooh la la. This is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on. 'Cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la. I like the way it feels. Ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la. I like the way it feels. Ooh la la. This is what we came to do. Ooh la la, lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. In my eyes, it's way too much to lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. In my eyes, it's way too much to lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. It's all that I can see. I'm convinced you've given up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. If you missed our last series, an absolute thriller between Frank and DFM. Frank eventually taking it and moving on to the next stage. But of course, we have a new series coming up. And of course, it was brought to you once again by the Grand Hilai Taipei with pretty much everything you could ever dream of. This is the Hotel of Dreams over in Taipei. So if you are over there, definitely give it a check out. Everything you'd ever possibly want, all in one place. Couldn't ask for it better. And now everything I could possibly want is also all in one place. And that's right, goddamn, here in the PCS. We're about to have Oceania. I'm in the Oceanic theme going up against the PCS once again. Can they get their first series win up against a PCS team is what we're going to find out today. Because if they don't, it will be elimination for Antics.
Yeah, everything on the line now. You got to win here or you go out, and you got to keep winning from here on out. So you want a strong showing if you're either of these teams, because DFM are no pushovers, and they are who you will be up against after this game. Pretty rough showing from both teams in their first series, going down to DFM and Frank, who we have seen just before. They were very good teams.
Yeah, for sure.
We did see from Ground Zero a really shaky first series and then an amazing second series, so maybe Antics can repeat it. You have to favor J-Team probably just historically. Just looked a little bit stronger. They are probably our weakest PCS team.
Yes, I think that's without a doubt.
And maybe the weaknesses of J-Team just match up well into the strengths of Antics.
Yeah.
King has been performing very well in the bot lane. Draku, no slouch either. And maybe they can take advantage of the shaky bot lane out of J-Team.
And of course, this is Antics you're speaking of on your screen. Zorinus, Swiper, Ryoma, King, and Draku. And as you said, in the last series, King, game number 1, having... Well, he was the only one really on the rift at all for the side of Antics. Unfortunately, game number 2, he played center and wasn't able to find as much impact in the game. So really looking at King to be able to pick up more of a carry-orientated bot laner and see what he can get done. Ryoma as well. I mean, over in the LCO, just dominating mid lane constantly. Yeah. Of course, Azir was enabled then, and it isn't now. And last series, definitely a little bit shaky. He honestly started the game off pretty well against Pretender on the Ahri as LeBlanc, but one mischievous teleport kind of ended the success he was finding.
In both games, just disaster TPs.
Yeah, but I think game number 2, he was already kind of behind in his lane.
Yeah, but
it
was just weird that it was the same thing happening. He was teleporting to weak side and just getting killed along with his top laner. So maybe more coordinated play, hopefully, out of Antics in this game.
Of course, and Taipei J-Team, Lakai, Lalva, Minji, Chi-Chi, Enzo. They have kept their roster the same for this game, which is always good to see if you are a J-Team fan. Minji, he tends to be the guy that's most likely to get a win for his team, and he has been reasonably consistent at doing so.
Yeah, ever since this iteration of J-Team, Minji has just been on a tear, pretty much getting advantages in most of his lanes, performing in team fights. Pretty ridiculous damage numbers from that point onwards. And we'll see if he can carry, and it's on Ryoma to really put on the kind of performances he was putting on in the LCO to give his team a chance of winning this game. As the rest of the map was kind of okay. Swiper especially coming alive in team fights. So if you're Antics here, you really want Swiper on something like the Rel or something he can have more impact in the team fights.
Sure. Want to go home, it says it all there. Whoever wins this will continue on to go up against probably, I mean, it is going to be a very, very hard hill to climb. It is DFM that they'll have to go up against. But if you don't win, you don't even get the chance, and you will, unfortunately, be eliminated here from playoff contention. Both teams, of course, not wanting to face that and wanting to make it on through. As you said, though, I mean, I think both of these teams really do have a good shot in this game. J-Team, they've got a pretty strong top laner, as you're going to see here on your screen.
1% jungle proximity for Zorinus so far.
4 or 5% for Lakai. That's crazy it's 1%, because I remember a specific incident where Swiper flashed under the top lane tower and died.
I think Zorinus might have already been dead on that play.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Zorinus not having the greatest gold averages, but he was against Jiang, who was I mean, that's the least slouch in the top lane.
Yeah, and both his champions just showing that he is just weak side for his team in the top lane. I don't think he was the problem for his team at all in these games. Just put on, an honest shift in the top lane. both these players not really laners, you know, not looking to get massive leads in the lane phase and snowball that way. Lakai, yeah, that's a gold diff.
I mean, both of them are pretty terrible, let's be real. Deficit 14-7 to 4.5. Pretty bad stats all around. Void Grub's 80% for J-Team though, so 0 dragons, but they seemingly prefer, or at least the position of the game meant that they were only able to take the Void Grubs perhaps.
It just might be by virtue of the champs Lakai was playing. It was Renekton and Gnar.
Yeah,
Not a whole lot going to be having Prio in the top lane able to contest early Void Grubs.
Yeah, dragons, I mean, both teams really struggling to get dragons for themselves, but at least Antics did secure one.
Yeah.
And that was despite the massive gold deficit you're seeing there on your screen. So, signs of life, definitely for Antics. And honestly, I mean, J-Team as well, they had a bit of a rough showing up against DFM, but as we saw just before, pretty evenly matched team into Frank in general.
Yeah.
Were certainly making Frank work their best towards that win.
Yeah, they definitely forced Frank to play at their best to win that game.
All right, give me your prediction. Give me your prediction right now. Series, what's the score? Who wins?
Antics 2-1. Os will not be silenced.
We're raising our koalas, are we?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And if they do win, honestly, Swiper is going to be a big part of it. And mostly through his team fighting. He doesn't have the greatest pathing or the greatest early games on these junglers, but once he gets to these team fights, he is a very good team fighter. On the Rel, landing multiple man engages in their first game, and in the second game, even on the Xin, he was somehow finding knockups onto priority targets like the enemy ADC. So he knows what he's doing in a team fight. Just a struggle in the early game for Antics and never really able to find any ganks or successful skirmishes.
I mean, I believe it was game one that kind of Antics were in a pretty strong position, and then Draku hooked himself under a tower, and it kind of went really pear-shaped from that point forward.
Yeah, and then game two was just ugly. It just looked like desperation out of Antics, especially in the top lane incident where they lost to 3v5.
Yeah, was rough. Into draft now. What do we expect? Chi-Chi, he's only really found success on center, so either picking that first as you are blue side for Antics, or banning it would make a lot of sense. Taking away the Nocturne from Lalva. He has played the one game of it in the last series. Didn't look a whole lot of impact for that champion. Now Smolder going to be taken away. The Oceanic team certainly favoring that champion and making it work pretty well, as we saw Lemus do yesterday.
Yeah, Antics doing their research banning Senna, and this is a team that has had really good research coming into their drafts. Even just the way they drafted around Kaiwing and forced him onto something like the Braum shows that they understood the strengths of their opponents and how to draft to take advantage of that. Just not quite able to translate it into the win. Yeah. Orianna banned away by J-Team.
All right, and Ashe also going to be taken away here by J-Team. So
Varus open.
Varus is open. Lucian has raised in prio quite a lot, but it's going to be the Varus. Can be on hit, can be lethality, of course. I say this every game, but it is still true. Ari was picked against Ryoma twice, has been picked a whole lot here in the playoffs. It looks like we're going to be taking that Nautilus first for Enso. Maybe the Zeri.
Yeah, seems to be a favorite of Chi-Chi. Okay, it is the Zeri. So probably just Zeri Nautilus bot lane.
I kind of like the Nautilus pick as well, because Nautilus tends to be one of the best supports up against Zeri, as obviously Zeri wants to just run around the team fight, dodge out of skill shots. You can't dodge out of someone pressing the R button that is going to run into you and knock you up. So
yeah, Antics do have the opportunity to pick something like a Renata and really bully their lane. Stop the Zeri from getting off the ground. It is going to be the Ahri locked in for Ryoma.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Tarm as well, so most likely on-hit Varus this game.
Yep. Shutting down the Nautilus ults with the Tarm, I guess, is the plan. Worried about having enough threats onto the Zeri now. With it, you're not getting any reliable knockdown onto her from the Tahm Kench pick. You're hoping for a Varus ult or an Ahri charm.
Minji yet to play a game of the Taliyah, but will be picking it up here in their first game up against Antics. So we'll get to see him on this champ for the first time in the split.
Yeah.
See what he can do. Taliyah looking pretty strong recently. Obviously, Arya in our prior series having fantastic games on that champ.
Yeah, into the Ahri specifically as well.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure in the laning phase, and then you can get a lot of impact out of this champion in the team fights.
Ooh, Viband as well. Another fantastic jungler pick, especially up against the Zeri. So
yeah,
liking the draft thus far for J Team.
Yeah, I think you want to ban the Rel if you're prioritizing bans against Swiper. He's looked pretty good on that champion.
I think they're just banning what's good against Zeri.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See what else they go for. Xin Zhao banned now against Lalva. Won't be able to pick up that champ. Honestly, kind of just want to see Lalva on a tank again as well. Actually pretty good at them. Poppy.
Yeah.
Another champ that deals reasonably okay with the Zeri. Not the best, of course. Zeri can kind of just run away from you without using the dash, but...
Yeah, and you can just pick the Rel out of this draft phase. It will be J-Team getting to pick first. And then we'll have to see what Antics can respond with. I'm expecting a Rel. Oh, there's the Rel ban. Viego seems to be the next go-to.
It won't be Nyla.
Oh yeah, Jarvan.
I don't think it's a very good Jarvan game, just by virtue of Tahm Kench existing.
Yeah, it is a bit annoying being a Tahm into a Jarvan. Lee Sin.
Yeah?
Another very strong jungler. I just wasn't sure if we had seen Lalva playing it.
No, we haven't seen him play it this split, but he definitely did play it last year. So.
Oh, there's the Volley Bear.
Okay, Volley Bear immediately locked in. Should be for Swiper. Of course, Dragku, not Dragku, right?
Yeah, Zoranus was playing Volley Bear in the top lane before the buffs, I think.
Yeah.
So he'll be happy to take that.
Schoenfire was who I was trying to say, having
one
of the jungle performances of all time.
Yeah.
Blind pick Nah, this could be scary. Does Lakai play a known Nah counter? It does kind of mean that you want to fear away from the Cassante.
Yasuo. Lock it in.
Aurelia. Jace does well into Nah.
Yeah, Jace should be fine.
See if he does lock it. It seems like it will be. Time is ticking. And it is going to be the Jace. So second Jace top now we will have in our PCS playoffs. I hope it's not a fleet footwork Jace. I almost wonder. I was talking to Shock earlier today, and he said maybe it was like a misclick, and instead of Conqueror, he accidentally took Fleet.
Yeah,
because when you go the Eclipse build up against a champ like Cassante, generally you want to have the Conqueror.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And Zeus played that exact matchup over in the LCK. He did take Conqueror.
Yeah.
Every time. And I don't think we've even seen Fleet Footwork Jace.
No, it was a new Dark Wizardry. But, I mean, I guess what would make most sense against Nah? Probably the...
I think maybe Phase
Rush. Yeah, Phase Rush or First Strike.
Well,
you can
unless
generally...
you think you can just kill him with Conqueror.
Yeah, I think Phase Rush might just be better. It is generally pretty nice to, especially if he's in Mega Nah, you can just jump in, insta-proc Phase Rush and run away before any return damage can come through.
Yeah.
Also have to see what the build is. If he goes for the Eclipse, which generally is the favored build. There is also the Tear Yomu's more damage orientated, but I think that tends to be mid lane more often than top.
Yeah, and I wonder where the junglers will be putting their attention this game. Varus Tom versus Nautilus Zeri doesn't feel like there's all that much kill pressure, even with a Volley Bear. So it might just be in the top lane because either of these top laners gets ahead and the game becomes very difficult to play for the other side. Both top laners want to just be in a side lane, split pushing a lot. Both scale up pretty well in the 1v1 at least. So maybe a lot of attention in the top lane. And either mid laner is going to be happy just roaming up to help out.
There's a Phase Rush here for the Jace.
Okay.
As we kind of expected. Everything else, though, I mean, pretty much exactly what you'd think would happen. This is going to be the on-hit Varus, of course, seeing the Tahm Kench all but confirmed that.
Yeah, not a lot of targets to be ramping up on this on-hit Varus, though.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a poke Varus game, but then you're worried about consistent damage in this comp if you're Antics. And it might just be something that King prefers to play as well.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you do have a lot of consistent damage through Nah, Volley Bear, and Ahri, but definitely, I mean, as soon as you pick the Tahm, you're kind of locking yourself into the on-hit Varus in many ways.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a suspicious time pick. It's just denying Nautilus ulti, really. Maybe he can shut down some Lee Sin plays out of Lava.
We'll have to see.
But it might just be a game where he's eating poke from Jace and Talia.
Yeah, Lakai getting pretty aggressive and certainly winning the early trade.
Yeah.
The blind Nah seems a little crazy to me.
Yeah, not a blind pick. We're used to Renekton, Gragas, Cassante.
Yeah, even the Aatrox.
Yeah.
But blind Nah hasn't really been a thing since... What season do I want to say here? It's a long time ago anyway.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Did you realize, by the way, you probably will, but Nah was actually released back in the day of old runes where you had to buy them.
Oh.
Did you recognize that?
No.
Because I used to play Nah back then, and I had a little bit of cheese going on where I just did
one
literally
rune?
an entire rune page of attack speed.
Oh, okay.
It was I think it was 29% attack speed it comes out to. And yeah, you just run that. And that was back in the day where you'd rushed Frozen Mallet into Black Cleaver.
Oh god, I miss Frozen Mallet.
Not many champs built it. Nah was like kind of one of the few.
Frozen Mallet Trundle.
Yeah, true.
I feel like there was one ADC that built it, but I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I remember
that's so
taking
long
one.
ago.
I remember taking one crit rune for like 0.5%.
Oh yeah,
crit
as an
chance.
80k. Oh yeah, absolutely. Even mid laners would do that, you know.
Yeah.
Oh my, trades in the mid lane going heavily in favor of Minji here as Ryoma quite desperately low. It is mana in favor of the RE, and leveling up will help him a little bit there in terms of that health. Lava though, he might be looking for a dive, and it is going to be warded for. Lakai, will he land the accelerated shock blast? I don't think he did, but
he did.
Zoranus might just be in trouble. The Sonic Wave, though, means that he almost certainly will not be, and Lakai's going to still claim that first blood. He might just go down, though. It is a trade, but he does get Ryoma's teleport out. Once again, very similar scenes, but this time Zoranus able to trade one back for himself. It was the first blood, however, for Lakai, alongside the assist, so gold certainly in favor of the side of J-Team.
Yeah, and this TP working out for Ryoma. He ends up picking up a pretty big wave. Yeah, disaster on the dive for J-Team. Lava Q's a minion instead of the Nora.
They're not going to get the cancel though. Oh my
goodness. Very close.
They didn't see him. Oh my.
Oh, they had no idea he was in there.
Swiper's just giga smurfing.
So Lakai lands the Jace EQ here, and it looks like Zoranus is just doomed here. He's so far from Mega. Lands a nice hop here, and ends up flashing even though the Lee Sin Q misses. But plays it well enough to get a kill back here, and then a bunch of farm onto his mid laner. And we'll be swapping back to standard lanes now.
Oh, and Lakai did have a serrated Dirk, but chooses instead to just pick up the tear, one long sword, and a whole collection of other things.
Yeah, should still have an advantage in this lane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, Lava deciding to play around the top lane. Swiper playing more for his bot lane this game.
Swiper with the flash, and he's going to get the stun, and the charm's going to land as well, and Ryoma's going to pick himself up his first kill of the game.
Yeah, well played by Swiper, getting Ryoma off to a strong start. So much CC that once he connects there...
And so's low and Lava. He's not taking any time to sit around. He flashes forward. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, all going to connect, but it's all connected onto Draku. But anyway, it is going to be Chi-Chi picking up one kill, picking up 2 kill. In comes Swiper, but he's all on his lonesome, and that's not a fight you want up against 3 members of J-Team. And so no time to rest here for Antics as J-Team turned it completely around on the bot side.
Yeah, they had almost killed Enso off there, and it's a Zeri W at almost max range that picks off King at the end there. It looked like he was just going to get out. Frustrated in the player cam, but it's not the end of the world. It is 2 kills on a Zeri, though. Yeah, they just find and engage onto Enso here, I think.
Oh.
So it starts with King getting hooked, but they win this fight, I think.
Yeah, the stat check AD carry of all time.
Yeah. Enso ends up very low here.
Oh.
And then Draku does a good job blocking this Lee Sin Q that's coming.
Yeah.
And then it looks like King's going to be fine, but Chi-Chi somehow just lands that W after flashing to follow up. Well played by Chi-Chi. So King doing fine in CS, but 2 kills put Chi-Chi firmly in the lead.
Yeah, making his way towards that static shiv, of course, as King will almost certainly be purchasing Blade of the Ruined King as his first item. It is Antics, however, despite the double kill, that are going to be hitting this dragon. Lava in the area. And as things stand, it's actually going to be Ryoma in the mid lane with the priority, despite what we saw in the prior series. But J-Team, they're not just going to give this one up.
Ryoma's here with ulti.
Yeah, but Weaver's wall's going to cut him off. He might need the ulti just to get into that fight, and he's going to use it. That's 2 charges. He gets one back, though, of course, as Minji does land a very nice seismic shove. And now all of a sudden, it's going to be 1 kill. It's going to be 2 kills. Can it be more? It's going to be 2 as well for Antics, as Ryoma gets yet another reset. King, Ryoma against Chi-Chi, Lalva, and the play dissipates, at least for now. But Chi-Chi and Lalva are going to restart the aggro on the Dragon and pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, jungler's still alive for J-Team, so Dragon going over to them, but an even fight in terms of kills for Antics. Well played team fight by Ryoma. They pick off Enso really quickly. It's a hook onto the Tom Kench here, which, you know, isn't always the best start. And a follow-up on the Volley Bear stun by Ryoma. And really nice Abyssal Voyage from Draku too. Picks off Minji, but too hard to stay onto the Zeri or the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Zeri's 4-0 now.
Yeah, that's terrifying. You don't really have a comp on Antics that deals with the Zeri all that well.
Yeah, that's something that J-Team made sure of in the ban phase, so... All right, we're diving. It's only going to be onto the Tarm as King is so far away. Ryoma coming down. Minji's going to be here as well. Shortly after, Swiper will be following. Very nice dredge line. Drag, who's so low that Grey Health going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer. And the lightning crash does mean that the damage is there for Chi-Chi, sorry, to pick up the kill, but Enso on the other side is going to go down. It's yet another 1-for-1 trade, but Chi-Chi being the benefactor of every single one of these kills.
Yeah, at one point in that fight, he was 2 levels up on King. So this Zeri is completely out of control at this point.
Yeah, and that was before backing after the double kill too. So Static Shiv now will be completed.
Yeah, 8
See if
minutes.
he has anything else. Should have some gold, right? Double kill, 3 kills in total, a tower plate.
Looks like he's waiting for something.
Yeah.
Maybe just his boots.
Oh, he's got the full boots.
Full boots, okay. This is a massive Zeri. 8 minutes, Zerka Greaves and a Static Shiv. Versus a bit of attack speed on King, and that's about it.
Yeah, might be able to pick himself up the Vamp Scepter here. Maybe even the boots if he chooses that route.
Yeah, no way he's going to have his blade completed at this point.
Does go for the Berserkers.
On the other side, though, Ryoma 3-0-1.
Yeah.
So he's got his work cut out for him if he's going to deal with this Zeri, though. Chi-Chi did take Cleanse. So you've got unreliable CC from the side of Antics, so you're kind of just praying something lands out of Ahri Charm and Varus ulti or a Flash Volley Bear stun, but
Gnarl.
yeah, it's all still pretty unreliable and hard to get onto this Zeri. And with Cleanse, your job is even harder because you're kind of hoping for two miracle CCs to land.
Ryoma, though, doing really, really well in this mid lane. We saw last series, really, with Talia just getting the better of the lane for the most part in both games. But in this one, it's Ryoma firmly ahead for himself.
Yeah.
Antics. I mean, and that's the guy on Antics that usually gets it done, at least in the LCO. He really was their main driving force between the run they had in the playoffs.
Yeah, his stats are ridiculous. So he's got the Malignance now and is going to try take over the game.
I mean, Zoranus is never really getting that Void Grub, is he?
Yeah. Manages to annoy Lava a bit.
Oh, Abyssal Voyage and Tongue Lash will not be connecting there. And
Draku level 6, so he's definitely going to be ready for when Enso gets to his level 6.
This Jace is going to be so scary. Yomu's already completed. 3 tower plates taken. He's already one-shotting the back line, and he's jumping in, trading half of Zoranus' health. He will get Mega Gnar here, so get a bit of back. Lightning crash down the bot side, though, as Swiper looking for another gank, and he will be successful on that effort. King picking up the kill, and it is Enso going down. Chi-Chi does stay alive.
Yeah, and all they had to commit was a Ghost out of King and the ulti, and Chi-Chi...
Ryom's coming down. Chi-Chi has a massive shutdown. This could be a game changer. Lalva trying to get their teleport available for Minji, and I think right now you have to start channeling that teleport to... You do not want to be giving over this shutdown. Ryoma's just sitting there waiting. Chi-Chi's got nowhere to run forward. Flashes out. He's got the duck and the dive, but he's going to be going down. Q connects, but it's not going to land onto who they wanted. Seismic shoves massive, but not the Unraveled Earth. They're not going to land the stun. Draku trying to get away. Lava flashing. King flashing after him. Piercing arrow comes through, and Antics are on the board in a big, big way.
Such a cleanly played dive from Antics, and like you said, that was such a greedy TP from Minji. He had to just cast it immediately. They knew what Antics were up to. That Devour from Draku turns around the play and makes it even worse for J-Team. So we're going to see the kill onto Enso here. I think King just ults him. Oh, he actually gets ulted by the Nautilus, sorry. And then he turns it around with his ulti. And then, yeah, Chi-Chi in trouble here. TP started up so late by Minji. This is the power of the Volley Bear. He switches off this tower, otherwise he's definitely going down. And watch this Devour. That would have been a very free double kill for J-Team otherwise. King flashing to finish off Lava there, and finds himself on a killing spree after all that. I think he got the shutdown onto Chi-Chi too.
Yeah, King did pick that one up, so Blade of the Ruin King now completed for him, and he is also very strong. Rome is very strong. Chi-Chi really the only person that's really strong at this point. Of course, Lakai coming down, it can make the game very difficult, because how does Varus and Ari interact with that champion? Not so well. At least for the time being. Dragon Live, Antics, very strong. Should be able to pick that one up for themselves if they so choose so, I do believe.
Ultis coming up for Antics. Still no Tom Kenshul. Yeah, and Enso does have his ulti, so this is a risky fight to take. If you're Antics. Still a level down on King.
Enso, oh, he looks for the Hex Flash. But the double stun from that Seismic Shove, and King is so low with that. This Dragon will be going over to J-Team. They're going to collect their second now.
Yeah, no hope on this Dragon now. King does have a bit of lifesteal, so should be able to heal back up and hold on to this mid wave. And 2 Dragons for J-Team. You know, you're not stressing too much about it yet, but
Zoranos getting a good trade with his ultimate there onto Lakai on the top side, but Lakai's going to be able to back, and Zoranos actually lost a lot of minions while that happened, I do believe.
Yeah, TP up for Lakai too, so not going to get too much achieved trying to shove in this wave. Does just opt to TP straight back into lane. Is going to have it back up for the next Dragon. So good timing on the TP there from Lakai. And honestly, Swiper, I was saying he doesn't get all that much done in the early game, but again, I've been proven wrong by the Oast junglers. Much better early game from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Still though, gonna have his work cut out for him as this game progresses. Volibear doesn't feel like the greatest Zeri counter in the world.
Yeah.
But at least the early game, he's certainly made it work and turned around what looked like a catastrophic start to the game for Antics.
Yeah, honestly, Lava will have a hard time having impact this game too.
Yeah.
Verisult very threatening to him. He's never a threat to Ari. So we'll see what he can do in these fights, but you're not as worried about your Lee Sin being low impact when you've got a fed Zeri.
Yeah, there's a fed Ari and a fed Varus as well.
Yeah.
Not the easiest game all of a sudden for Chi-Chi after a 5-0 start. Really turned around on its head quite quickly. Lakai going to pick up the first tower just in time before Ryoma picks up the second down on the bot side.
Yeah, even in terms of towers, but first tower does give a little more gold. And like you said, this is going to be a very scary chase.
Yeah, just hard to interact with the champions we see from Antics.
Oh.
Ryoma though. Finding a charm, not having to commit the ult, and taking Minji down to about a third HP.
Yeah, that was without using his ult, and he's doing a lot of damage. Level 11 on the Ari now. Minji does level up to 11 now. Antics looking to steal away this Gromp maybe, but they have to get back to defend mid.
Now Chi-Chi is going to start to be able to hit against this tower, and honestly might even take it out. Swiper's sprinting in there.
Swiper's waiting for him to dash over the
Minji's
wall.
teleported top. Zoranus is in a world of trouble here. He's not going to be able to jump the way of Minji because of that unraveled groove, but he's going to try and find the kill. Doesn't quite. Ryoma's come in. He's got the Spirit Rush, and he's going to find one kill in return. Now he's looking for Minji, who does flash away from that Orb of Deception. Swiper, he's found his way onto Chi-Chi, but Chi-Chi, he's got the movement speed. He's got the damage. Draco's going to have to devour that Volibear, and a fantastic depth charge is going to come through and land onto 3 members, but it's turned around as Minji's going to go down. King's going to find himself a double kill in the top lane as Antics are looking strong.
Yeah, Zoranus puts Lakai down to 1 HP in the 1v2, and then Ryoma's able to clean that up with the Ahri, and a nice consume again from Devour, from Dracu to save Swiper on the Volibear, and another cleanly played fight from Antics. So, yeah, Zoranus is in a 1v2 here and almost just kills Lakai on his own. Nice dodge. And, yeah, they don't manage to kill him cleanly enough for Ryoma to... Ryoma only showed up with 2 charges on his ulti. I wonder what happened to the first charge of his ulti. Either way, he picks up the kill on the Jace. Swiper is just beating up Chi-Chi and gets devoured to save him. And oh, Chi-Chi doesn't walk out of the Verisalt range and just gets cleaned up.
Just sits there.
And Minji too.
Oh,
oh no.
God.
Double kill for King.
Oh, an explicitive
Yeah.
was uttered.
Yeah.
I think I would be saying the same. My solo queue teammates do.
Yeah, Lakai's still a problem in this side lane, but so many members of Antics can collapse on him.
Yeah, he's almost at that true 2 item power spike. Now, I mean, there is 2 items. King almost being able to pick up his Terminus. Not quite. Not quite, but very, very close he will be.
Yeah, 2 items on Zeri. Now, as we expected, it was such a good early game for Chi-Chi.
Yeah, kind of from 5-0 to 5-2 though. Not a fantastic trend if you are the AD carry of J Team.
Yeah, meanwhile, King got his 5-1 somehow. Ends up with a better scoreline.
Are we? No, okay. We're just looking to take the tower. They didn't know exactly where Zoranus is anyway.
Yeah,
oh, Rift Zero, they're going to trade it. This maybe you get the dragon, but this is not going to be worth it if J Team are able to. Oh no. Okay, no, he's a drifter. He's a drifter. Forklift license certainly was acquired.
Yeah, maybe gets another charge into the tier 3, probably inconsequential.
Yeah, they're not, but there is just going to be the trade of the first dragon here for Antic, so it's all good. No worries. J Team getting some gold onto their Jace, getting some pressure on the map.
Yeah, you're glad to pick up a dragon. You don't want to lose a tier 2 for it, but a nice macro play from J Team. You know, the first dragon for Antic barely matters for them.
Yeah,
so
sure.
You're going to take the 700 and something gold that you get for a tier 2 over their dragon. Especially onto this Jace. Very close to this Miramana now.
Thornmail first here for Swiper.
Yeah, we've seen a
AD
variety of Volibear builds. We've seen tank, we've seen Sundered Sky.
I think I want to say Sundered Sky looked the best, but that was also Fire was just
50 CS
80,
up at 8
80
minutes.
CS to 30 in the jungle, so...
Yeah, at 8 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, that was a...
unreasonable. It would have been criminal to go tank Volibear that game.
Guy gonna get himself another tower. That's the 3rd tower now that this Jace has picked up.
Ryoma, though, on his 2nd.
This is true. Someone's gonna have to go answer this top side, and right now it's Enso, not probably the guy you want to be doing it.
Yeah, Zoranus in Mega kind of stopping these members of J-Team from rotating, but he's letting Lakai just take another 700 gold.
Yeah, this one, I mean, it's answered back tower for tower, but this Jace is getting it all funneled into him. Now J-Team, they're just looking to stop backs, and Dracu's going to stop it himself as he goes forward with the Abyssal Voyage. In the meantime, though, Lakai is just wailing
Zoranus
away.
cancelled his recall.
Are we able to find a cancel on this teleport. No, we're not. Zoranus is going to make it back. Lava finds a kick though onto Draku. Draku's going to jump away, but now he's all alone. Isolated in this Baron pit. Chi-Chi's able to just jump over that wall. One kill found for this Zeri, who is so strong. Lava's going to continue on the chase, and teleport coming through. Lakai joining this fight, and King, Swiper, where are you going to go? This is going to be so hard to play. Weaver's wall coming out. Chain of Corruption misses, and Chi-Chi's found his way onto King. Nice flash. Swiper's going to jump out there with that Stormcaller, and he is going to get himself out, but it's not going to be the same for Ryoma, who does get taken down. Piece and Arrow does land, but it's going to be pretty inconsequential as J-Team claim 2, claim the tower, claim everything, and now Baron will follow.
Yeah, again, it's the macro that really screws over Antic. Once you saw the moment Zoranus TP'd out of the fight there, J-Team essentially know they're in a 5v4 if Jace can get away from him and get a TP off, so they just hard force the fight. No way to stop this.
Zoranus, okay.
He goes for the steal with the
I've
boomerang.
seen crazier things before. Zoranus, though, he's gone in 1v5. He gets stunned up. Sonic Wave does land.
Yeah, I think King should just be shoving mid here.
Okay. Looking for, I mean, they're going to get in so, but
yeah,
that's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and so stalling so much time. Members of J-Team already resetting and getting back out onto the map.
And so will be dying, but that's fine.
Yeah, once Zoranus TP's here, I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't even worried about this TP going through, because they immediately hard force once that TP goes through. And as soon as Jace can back off far enough to TP, yeah, here is the TP from him, and the fight is doomed now. Where does that Ryoma come from? Just unfortunately, King goes a little wide there. Nice by Lava to dodge it out.
So with the hook.
Yeah, just catches Ari. Very difficult champ to catch, but goes down quickly if you get her in that CC. Almost Rabadon's completed for Ryoma now. He's very ahead of his counterpart.
Absolutely is, but this Jace is now 3 items.
Yeah. Also
Zeri
very
is
ahead.
very close to 3 items, as Navori seems to be the item of choice here in this one for Chi-Chi. They do have the Baron. They can start to make some progress on the map if they want to. Of course, all the side lane towers are already pretty much gone. There is only the mid inner remaining. Oh, we've got one of these Goldgraph games.
Yeah, Goldgraph taking a big swing. Just over 1k up for Antic at one point, and now 2k up for J-Team. Not the end of the world.
Minji just waiting, trying to see if he can find a
shove,
and he does find it, and he finds a massive chunk onto King with just the singular threaded volley.
Yeah, you're going to have to go up this mid tier 2 if you're Antic, and
I mean,
maybe
Weaver's
this
wall
dragon
is so
too.
scary. Meganar also just going down. Weaver's wall comes through. Charm lands onto Enso there in the back, but it's going to be Swiper, who is well out of position.
Yeah,
and he's just taken out. No worries whatsoever. Ryoma does have Spirit Rush available for himself if he does get into a sticky situation, but 4v5 now. Dragon going to be the choice for J-Team as they look to pick up their 3rd.
Yeah.
Themselves on the soul point.
Yeah, they get to pick up a stress-free Dragon with the enemy jungler dead now. No hopes of a smite steal or any sort of contest. Swiper getting aggressive there while his team was walled off by the Taliyah. About 2 or 3 members of his team on the other side of that wall. Could never really follow up on the volley bear.
Terminus obviously is completed by King. He's making his way towards that Gwynsu's. A very big item breakpoint. Somehow surviving that team fight up in the top side earlier on that we saw, and keeping his shutdown away from the hands of J-Team.
Oh, I'm surprised he lived. He looked in a very tragic spot. Maybe just running away while Ryoma got focused.
Yeah, mid lane tower though, it's going to get focused down and taken pretty cleanly there from Antic, so certainly able to still find things somewhere on the map, which is always a good sign.
I think there were only 3 Void Grubs killed this game.
Yeah, there were.
Both
Chain of Corruption
Chi-Chi.
lands on the Chi-Chi. It's going to get the cleanse, so he's okay. Swiping out Stormcall at Lakai. Lands a massive shock blast, but it's going to be Enso who's taken out first. Spirit Rush still popped here from Ryoma. He's looking for Lakai. Not quite got the range on that Orb of Deception. And the carries do remain up, but Enso once again is going to pay the toll of his life. The support tax, if you will.
Yeah, nothing up for Antic to really take off of that pick, but they can just pick up some of their jungle camps and some waves.
Lava finds a Q onto King. He's going forward, flash kick, and Lakai It's going to get devoured by Dragu. Dragu saving King, but not when Minji arrives. Minji with the threaded volley and all this damage. Only Ryoma left in this team fight. Zorinus has respawned, but he's in the mid wave, and Ryoma is getting demolished by the damage out of Lakai.
Yeah, I think that must have been a Jace EQ, right?
Yeah.
J-Team Force in a 4v5 situation, just know that these ults being down for Antic mean that... Oh, I guess it was just 4v4, right? Because Zorinus wasn't there?
Yeah.
Still very risky from J-Team, but identifying with these ultimates down on the other side, they were always going to be winning that. And looks like an inhib now for J-Team.
Inhib tower down. Bottom lane inhib likely to follow as Enso still kind of in no man's land. This is a 3v5 if somehow Antics can find an engage, and maybe that engage is Swiper just sprinting swiftly at these three members, but Minji popping that phase rush should be able to just run on out of there at this point.
Yeah, no flash, no ulti, otherwise Chi-Chi's maybe in trouble there. So they just get caught completely off guard here, and Draku doesn't gobble him up in time, does eventually get to him, but at this point he's so low HP that all these members of J-Team can just commit onto him, and no ulti for Ryoma means he can't have that much impact in this fight and ends up going down even.
And Chi-Chi is having literally the best game he's had all split.
Yeah. Yeah, having a good time. Now with the QSS and the cleanse, this series is going to be even more difficult to kill.
I think it's almost illegal that he's building a QSS, but alas.
Yeah, I guess just making sure
he doesn't walk into a skill shot, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, they've been
it lets
finding him
play more aggressively, I guess, but still.
Yeah.
Maybe could have gone for more damage this game.
Little MR for this Ahri. Varus doing a bit of magic damage too. Those shock blasts are gonna hurt if they do land onto King.
Yeah, Lakai now 4 items. And we found our way onto Zorinus. Blast Cone, though, hits Lalva back into the side of Antics. Nice ward positioning, so he's able to just jump on out. Now Baron is the attention of J-Team. Might not be so easy. There is wards there spotting the fact that they are not hitting the Baron.
Yeah, they have a reasonably fast...
Zorinus has lost almost half his HP.
Yeah, they have a reasonably fast Baron with Leandries on this Leah. Gonna be 2-man starting it now, and rest of the team zoning. And it feels like Antics might be onto them.
Yeah,
Swiper already half.
He is so low. Weaver's Wall coming through. Baron's still only at half HP. This Weaver's Wall might just go down before, and it will, but the Baron's going to be secured. Irontic, are they going to look for a fight? They do. Nice Devour to get King to safety from that depth charge, but Enso, J-Team, they are looking so powerful in this one. The Kai Pup and the Yomus. Maybe trying to look for just something onto Ryoma. It does go wide. The Shock Blast will not land, but it is the Baron now, and the Siege likely to come forward. Lakai recalling, has teleport. Bot lane has super minions pushing now into the base of Antic.
Yeah, it feels like one Jace Q lands and the fight is over. He lands it onto King, half healths him instantly, and on hit Varus, you need your HP to be able to kind of stand and deliver. So fight is immediately over at that point.
Oh, nice stun coming through. Dragu has that grey health to keep himself alive, but he's going to have to slowly walk back to that fountain. Zorinus now, no Mega Gnar.
Yeah, has flash. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a chance to use this Mega at all.
They're trying to find the wave clear. Piercing Arrow finally will clear out that one minion, the cannon minion, but this tower is not long for the world. It goes down now, and this makes it a whole lot easier now for J-Team to walk up and start heading towards this inhibitor. Seismic Shaft does go wide, but Chi-Chi, he's just free hitting. Cannon minion, all that's left now though, and Chi-Chi's losing a bit of his health to that boomerang.
Yeah, another inhib for J-Team now. Their soul is up and they're a little late to rotate to it. Antic are going to be there first, I think.
The guy going down there, and at the moment, J-Team aren't even really headed towards it at all outside of just the Kai on the Jace.
Yeah, will definitely be mid-prio for Antic.
Although he's waiting, he didn't even recall, and I don't think Antic should be privy to this. It's kind of a weird play considering the state of the map.
I wonder
he's going to be
Antic
seen now on this ward in the mid lane though, so...
Yeah, I think Antic's not recognizing they could just hit the dragon there.
Yeah, Shock Blast lands. They are in the pit. Lalva though, he's trying to find a flank, and I mean, he's going the long route. He is going to be spotted on a ward. They do manage to get the Dragon, but not after receiving a massive shock blast from Lakai, and Ryoma's on 1 HP. Ryoma's trying to find his way out, but Lakai will stop that really quickly in his tracks, and now only Zoranus remains, but he's against 5 members of J-Team, and J-Team, they should just be able to push down. Lakai teleporting now into that top lane. Zoranus dodging, trying to stay alive. He's trying to find a recall, but it should be too little too late as J-Team put the finishing touches on this game number 1 and put themselves up 1-0 in the series.
Wow, Lakai lands a shock blast onto both carries of Antic, and I mean, the fight's over before it can even really start. No hope once both your carries are half HP at the beginning of the fight. After a pretty good looking early game from Antic, somehow...
I mean, pretty bad looking early game from Antic, but a fantastic turnaround.
Yeah. It's just, unfortunately, Chi-Chi and Lakai in the top lane just benefiting from a lot of slip-ups. Lakai mostly benefiting from great macro from J-Team. He was just always hitting towers this game without his teammates going down unnecessarily or being allowed to collapse onto him.
For sure.
Meanwhile, Chi-Chi just picking up kills all over the place. It really accelerated him this game. Without those kills, you have to imagine Antic are in a really good spot after you know, all those skirmishes and outplays in the 3v3s and 2v2s.
Yeah, I think it has to be said that considering how far ahead Chi-Chi got in this game, the fact that he ended up dying twice in a row, giving over that massive shutdown, and honestly just not playing the team fights all that well. This game really did come down to the fact that Lakai was so strong from all the gold he got from objectives, which I think is really the reason that they were able to get this across the line, because it really felt like, yes, Chi-Chi picked up a double kill, and then a double kill, and then a single kill in the early stages of this game, but ultimately it really kind of felt a little bit invisible as this game progressed, and I think Antic did a really good job of shutting him down, especially with the tools they had available to themselves, but it just became too hard for them to do anything to this Jace. Lakai was just sitting outside of anyone's range and just firing down nuclear bombs, basically, as you saw in that last team fight, just chunking 2 of the carries down to half HP. But yeah, I think if Chi-Chi doesn't get that far ahead in this next game, you're probably feeling really good as Antic, because he got that far ahead and still kind of didn't do a whole lot in the game. So I think if he doesn't have that opportunity to just be so much gold ahead, you're probably feeling good that King has it in him to just carry the game.
Yeah, it gives you one less headache to worry about in these team fights, as if maybe if it was just Lakai you had to worry about in that game, it was a lot easier to play.
Yeah.
And you probably don't let him pick up as many turrets, but you have to commit so many resources to shutting down the Zeri that Lakai does a good job of taking advantage of that and just relentlessly side laning. I think he picked up both tier 2s and both tier 1s.
He did.
Maybe the bot tier 1 I think he did pick up as well. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't remember.
Zeri got it. Either way, 3 or 4, no diff. He gets about 2k gold at least in structures.
And then almost gets the second, the bot lane inhib tower before teleporting top and making that play that eventually allowed them to get that dragon.
Yeah.
Obviously, part of that was Antic staying a little bit too long in the top side. They get that tier 2 tower. They then kind of look to recall, but Dragku re-engages, shall I say, and then from there, all the backs are getting stopped. Zoranus has to teleport to the tower, at which point, well, now Lakai can teleport to the play, and you are just 4v5. And it looked like it, right? King somehow made it out of that play, but Ryoma really paid for the sins.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Zoranus got his recall interrupted or if he just cancelled it. And this is going to be the shockwave that ends the game, or shock blast, sorry, that ends the game. Once this happens, what are you supposed to do as Antic?
Hook even.
Yeah, the hook to follow it up into a nice ulti too. Ryoma and King go down before they even get to do a point of damage in this fight. And there's no one else doing damage in this game.
Everyone is just full HP pretty much, except for Enso at the end of this fight. Kind of is the story of how a fight goes when Jace just almost one-shots both of your carries at the beginning. And Lakai, I mean, we said it, this game really did end up coming down to just Lakai being so strong.
Yeah, he had a lot of pressure on him because he was just ignoring his team and taking gold in the side lanes.
Yeah.
So good performance by him to use all that gold.
Absolutely. I mean, the game started off a little bit questionable, I suppose, up in the top lane. The dive went a little bit pear-shaped. Yes, I guess you did deny Zoranus a little bit of farm there, and as well as you did pick up the first blood with an assist, so it feels pretty decent, and you costed Ari who teleports. So there were quite a few wins in that play, but ultimately you didn't want to have to lose one of your members. You didn't want to die. One Lee Sin Q landing means that you don't have to, but unfortunately just missed playing a little bit. Damaged out. Lakai really, really high up there in the percentages. But Chi-Chi, of course, with how that early game started, is sitting pretty with 89% kill participation.
Yeah, that is very high KP for an ADC. I guess Zeri is doing a lot of AoE damage in the team fight, so she's usually picking up an assist, as well as the entire early game just being Chi-Chi funneled kills.
Except for that top dive, right? That might even be the only kill that Chi-Chi wasn't a part of. I don't know. I didn't see how many kills they got, but Chi-Chi had 9.
Yeah, could be.
A ridiculous total. What a surprise. Lalva again, the jungler, picking up the most damage taken per death. But Lakai doing the most damage. Really saw it. Just any of these shock blast landing kind of spelt disaster for the side of Antic. And
yeah,
maybe it's something they look to ban in the next game. I don't even think you have to, but I think you can't get greedy with a Gnar blind pick.
I think the
Gnar
blind
pick too greedy there. Maybe the Gragas blind, but maybe you're just worried about Gnar being picked against you because honestly, the Gragas survived the lane, but the Gnar just had more impact throughout the game. And that was obviously Antic in their prior series, so maybe they're just not wanting to have that matchup again. Play of the game goes to Lakai, up 4.5k gold on his lane opponent in Zarnus, and doing it by far the most damage on the Rift.
Yeah, pretty impressive game for Lakai. Did what he needed to do on the Jace. Probably should have been Chi-Chi, to be honest.
Well, how the game started, absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like he was just getting caught by a lot of Varus ultis. I don't think we really saw him get charmed all that often, but yeah, maybe just mispositioning, and that one fight where he just stood in.
Yeah, that top play was criminal.
And yeah, this was a very impressive go from J-Team, as they're actually down a member at this point, but
he's just like, this is kind of a Lakai highlight, but
yeah,
you know, even a Minji highlight.
Lava.
Nice Weaver's wall, perfectly placed threaded volley as well, just to find the perfect angle, hit everyone.
This combo just evaporates Ryoma's health bar instantly.
Well. Dread Nova Jace, huh? Lakai pretty happy with himself, and I would be too. I mean, we kind of said it right. He has been performing pretty well for J-Team in general, but his lane, he tends to fall behind quite a lot in his lane, unless he gets like a crazy matchup where he's just gonna win. Like the Gwen versus Cassandra stands out to me as one of those ones. I can't remember who he was against as Jax, but he had one game of Jax where he just went completely ridiculous. And now again, we get to see him on the Jace into a favorable matchup up against the Gnar, and it looks very, very good. It is game number 1 for J-Team. We'll go to a quick break once again, get all the teams reorganized, and when we're back, we'll see if Ajax can bring it back and bring us to a game number 3.
but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far.
Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1, very back and forward between the sides of Antic and J-Team, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's really a clear winner between the two. Chi-Chi getting very, very fed in at game number 1 and still not really having that much impact in the game, and it was Lakai who was able to do it. But of course, heading into game number 2, after such a great sleep at the Grand Hilai Taipei, with so many rooms and so many resources to get your sleep in, of course, it should be Antic taking the next one, because with such a venue, you're always going to be refreshed and ready.
Yeah, Grand Halai buff for Antic, hopefully. Maybe a different blind pick. They get to pick side again. We'll see if they go for blue side or if they swap over to the red side. Because it felt like the game really was just decided by how massive Lakai was able to get on the Jace. He's not that great of a laner in the PCS at least. And that game he didn't exactly demolish his lane or anything. But he is very strong with resources, and he's a very good team fighter on these top lane champs.
Absolutely. And I think ultimately Zoranis really did survive and do more, right? He got dove, he managed to get a kill there, and the next time when it was Minji teleporting behind him, he nearly took down Lakai again in that 2v1. So I think Zoranis did honestly do pretty well in the Gnar.
Yeah.
But it just didn't have the ability to really answer back to Lakai in the side lane, or if it did, then he was just spending too much time in the team fights. And Chi-Chi has just spat everywhere over his keyboard.
Yeah, misplaying. Hopefully we're not going to get a pause when that guy's keyboard starts fritzing out.
It is the center ban, the smaller ban, very much similar to last game. We do have the same sides, of course. As you see, J-Team once again will be on the red side. Would expect them to once again give Lakai that counter pick, because he just utilized it so well. Why not do it again?
I like the Zeri ban out of Antic. If they just first pick a Varus again, then they've forced Chi-Chi onto something he might be uncomfortable on.
Maybe he's forced him onto the Draven.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't think we'll see that. Ban number 3 coming through. What will it be? Varus. Okay, so after we see the Zeri banned, we ban the Varus.
All right, so what was the backup plan with the Varus banned? Is it going to be a Nautilus first pick?
Yeah, it could be. It was something that, I mean, Enso died a lot, but he was also finding fantastic hooks.
Yeah, you just have so much impact on this champ. Callista is open, but Ashe is also open.
Okay, Volibear. So
yeah.
Swiper, not having the worst game of Volibear, but even finding an early kill in the mid lane for Ryoma onto Minji.
Yeah, Chi-Chi desperately cleans up his station.
Desperately wiping down the remnants of his mouth. Ari, looks like it might be the pick here for Minji. Seemingly the strongest champion in the mid lane right now, as everyone really just wants to get their hands on it.
Yeah, what happened to Nico? I missed that champ. We saw it once or twice, and it popped off every time.
Yeah, Arya, right? Arya having a really good Nico performance.
Yeah.
Up against J-Team, so.
1-1-1-6 too, but I don't remember if he actually ended up winning that game.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did. That was the game he got the triple kill. He got the MVP.
Yeah, that was a difficult game.
Yeah, no, he played very well. Lucian going to be the pick here for Chi-Chi, so most likely to be paired alongside either the Nami or the Milio. Recently, it's been the Nami more often than not, but...
I think you just pick Callista Nautilus here if you're Antic bot lane.
You could just go Callista alongside the Renata.
Yeah, whatever you pick, you're diving this Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio. I don't know what you're supposed to do. You do miss out on the Talia in the mid lane.
Okay.
Syndra going to be...
This is dangerous. This is really, really dangerous. We've seen a Syndra in the PCS before up against a mid laner that can set up for ganks, and it got punished.
Yeah.
It was Xingbai on the Hell Pigs picking it, and he honestly did fairly well in general, but just once he loses Flash, it was just deaths on repeat.
Yeah, I still like the Nautilus. Still going to have opportunities to dive the spot lane. Lucian Nami very vulnerable in the early game, especially against Nautilus Volibear. I think if you're J-Team, you have to ban probably Varus Ashe, something along those lines.
Varus is banned, but...
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay. Callista Ashe, sorry.
Probably not the Callista. I mean, Callista Renata stands out as the... I mean, there's just a Nautilus already. What are you yapping about?
Oh, Ashe, you can just put the Ashe ADC. If you want to
that
dive.
sucks.
If you want to dive this lane.
No, Ashe AD carry sucks now.
Xayah banned.
Okay, bit of safety, but kind of... I mean, maybe it's good against Ahri, but I'm not sure. Just trying to limit the AD carry pool, I suppose. I mean, Kai'Sa is still available. Kai'Sa pairs very well with the Nautilus. Also does well at diving if that is what you want to do. Can go for AD, can go for AP. Pretty versatile as a champion is the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I think the AP builds are a lot stronger. We haven't seen anyone go for it. Yeah, usually just on-hit Kai'Sas for the most part, but I think the AP builds are a lot stronger, and you do probably want the Syndra to just be solo AP.
Yeah, and we've taken away the Kalista. So, AD carry pool extremely limited. Senna, Zeri, Smolder, Varus, Xayah, and Kalista all banned. J-Team now blind pick the Gnar. So, Zoranis should be able to find a good matchup. This is not a very good blind pick champion.
Yeah, we'll see what Zoranis has for it. I don't feel like Volibear would have a good matchup at all.
We're just going to see the reverse.
Gauntlet has been thrown.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly good Jace game. Who on the side of J-Team is interacting with Jace? Not really anyone. Now, if you do pick the Vi, of course, all of a sudden it is a lot more vulnerable. And Syndra, I am in absolute panic for.
Yeah, we'll see how Ryoma manages to play this game out as Syndra. They did have the opportunity to ban out the Vi. Chose to ban the Xin and the Nocturne instead.
And Lava's going to feel pretty comfortable. I mean, aside from the top lane, feels like a pretty winning draft for the side of J-Team.
Yeah, it's just up to Antic to punish the spot lane from J-Team. They are on the blue side, so a lot of angles for Swiper to get onto this Lucian Nami. Is going to have cleanse on the Lucian, but there's so much crowd control, and they are so good at diving with these champs. Jhin, not the greatest, but definitely has the damage to finish off kills and set up ganks.
Absolutely, and King having a very good game number 1 on the on-hit Varus. Honestly, somehow turning around a lane that was a 5-0-0 into a 5-2-0 while he was 5-1 on Varus. So.
Yeah, miraculous even. And you do really have to worry about the Syndra this game because she's honestly the only person who's going to be playing in range of the Spy.
Yeah.
Jhin and Jace are going to be perfectly fine playing far away and landing their poke or setting up their teammates. But Syndra kind of has to be a lot closer to the action.
And it just, in general, tends to be a lot more vulnerable, right? Obviously, you do have the Scatter the Weak, which can create some distance, but if Cease and Desist is just used on you, then you are going to get knocked up, and you're going to have follow-up on you immediately. Whereas at least, you know, Jhin, he'll have a Youmu's. Jace has a bit of speed. He also has the Conqueror this game, actually, not the Phase Rush. Zoranis going for a different route in his build. Even 5 members of Antic, all in the top side.
Wow, Chi-Chi going Ignite this game is ridiculous, I think. I mean, Cleanse isn't that great, but you might need it for the pressure you're going to be facing.
Yeah, I mean, Lakai, he's staying safe. He sees them. Is he going to put down a ward? Maybe not. Dragku, he's not going to risk it.
Yeah.
For a second there, I could see him. He was so ready to press that Q button.
Yeah, Antic not even dropping a ward off of that invade. So maybe just fishing for a kill on the Gnar, trying to grab his flash.
Yeah, perhaps.
And maybe Antic are just looking to do to them what J-Team did to this Gnar, to Zoranis on this Gnar.
I'm very surprised that Dragku's gone for unflinching this game.
Which one's that? The Tenacity?
No, unflinching used to be Tenacity. Now it is when you are CC'd, you gain armor and magic resist. But it is like early game, it is something around, I think it's literally 1 armor and 1 magic resist early. And just, there is not that much CC that should be truly hitting the Nautilus, or aimed for the Nautilus. Lakai, he's trying to trade into Zoranis. Zoranis definitely getting the better end of that one. Fleet footwork, though, means that a little bit of this health, as well as that Doran shield, will come back for Lakai. But, I mean, Definitely a better trade for Lakai this game than it was last game for Zorinus on the Gnar.
Yeah. Roma goes wide with the stun, but
Where's Enso going?
Oh, they're anticipating the dive. They did see Swiper on a ward. And,
Oh,
but Lakai,
this is going to be the craziest read of all time.
but
Lakai's
Lakai's not-
aware it's coming. Enso's here. He might have to flash. No, they're not showing.
Did he see Enso?
I don't think he has just yet.
I think he might have. A ping went onto the Nami.
Okay.
So, yeah, it would have been a great dive. Enso is here to protect his top laner, though.
Swiper is still
Are
just
they going
sitting
to just
here.
try it anyway?
This is still a level 1 Nami, remember. All that this Enso has is his heal. He has heal as a summoner too. Now he ticks level 2, and Swiper might even still be looking flash forward. And this is going to be a disaster. Swiper's going down. First blood to Lakai. Second blood also soon to follow, almost certainly, and that's a double kill.
Oh,
We had no right ever looking for that dive.
Yeah, that was just confusing. Let your bot lane get an advantage, and I mean, Lakai's going to be down a lot of XP because the Nami is just sitting here. Just overforced from Swiper. Putting Lakai in a great spot this game.
Chichi gets hooked though. Maybe they can turn it around on the bot side. Follow up is going to come through, but here comes Lalva on the Vi. A lot of damage onto Draco. It flashes forward. Chi-Chi's going to follow up with the damage. Not going to go over to this Lucian, and King's going to answer back. It's a 1-for-1 in the bot side. It's a 2-for-0 on the top side, and 3-1 currently are the kills for J-Team.
Yeah, I think you're okay with going down there as Chi-Chi. You should be able to catch most of this wave, and we're going to see a pretty scuffed go here from Swiper. Doesn't land the E and doesn't stun Lakai in time. Oh, did he stun the tower?
Oh.
I don't think he stunned the Gnar there. I think he misclicked onto the tower. Oh, disaster.
Oh good, oh good.
Yeah, you gotta laugh it off. What else?
Yeah, give it a giggle. All good, all good.
Ryoma, meanwhile though, CS looking good. Up a teleport, already forced that out of Minji.
Yeah, down in mana, of course, so he's going to have to try and find a timing just to get the mana back. Nice dodge of that Scatter of the Week there by Minji. And Swiper possibly looking for something. He is going to be spotted on that ward as he crosses. It's just going to be these Raptors, but nice hook there from Drag, who Charm does come through from Minji, and all of a sudden, Minji loses half his HP, even after using that teleport.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ryoma didn't pop a biscuit there to maybe try follow up with a stun. Just happy with the trade onto Minji, who is down a TP as well, so it's hard for him to get this HP back. Swiper's starting up on the Grubs. And I'm not sure if the Jace is going to be in trouble at any point in this game with the Gnar picking up a double kill. He doesn't have Phase Rush this game, so might have trouble getting away from this Gnar.
Yeah, right now he'll be fine, but the problem is that Gnar's going to get to that Triforce a lot quicker than he should, which is kind of... Gnar can kind of at that point trade and duel the Jace.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonably well, especially if you are just ahead in items. Of course, the Gnar Classic, pretty much in every single lane matchup, you do just rush the boots because it gives you that ability to kite a little bit more, as Gnar is ranged, but not that high in range.
And yeah, I'm really surprised Antic didn't play around this bot lane. So much setup out of the Jhin Nautilus. But, I mean, what a soul read from Enso to just go lane top.
Yeah, that was insane. Lakai, though, he might be going down! Zorinus won't find the last auto, and Lakai, he's laughing it off. He's the one now saying all good, as Zorinus truly turning this lane around despite the double kill. Up 15 CS, gonna get a tower plate for himself.
Yeah,
we saw what a Jace can do when he's ahead last game.
Yeah, Conqueror looking a lot stronger than Phase Rush this game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Probably not nearly as good of a trade with the Phase Rush as it was with the Conqueror.
Over though on the bot side, he's going to pick up this dragon, so it is still J-Team with
nice dodge.
Some play around the map, and yeah. Minji working towards those Merc Treads first makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. There's just so much CC.
Yeah, lets him dodge out of a lot of Syndra harass as well.
The mid lane classic, as Shock always spiels, is that if you are in a skill shot matchup, you just rush boots.
Yeah.
That's actually just one of Shock's many gospels.
Yeah. Our mid lane preacher. And Ryoma's up a level, probably not a full level, of course, but I mean, Minji not 6 yet, or not 7 yet.
Inso in the mid lane here. I mean, I don't think you find anything. Ryoma does still have flash, and maybe J-Team not being as good at punishing the Syndra as we saw in a prior series. I believe it was DCG, if I do remember.
There is time yet. There is time yet. Vi's not 6 yet.
That is true. Minji now will take level 7. I mean, I was going to say, obviously we're in a bit of a lull state, but you sort of can be as either team. They both do scale fine. I do worry about how hard the team fight becomes for Ryoma as the game progresses, but of course, the Jace will just scale in. It's similar to last game. Unless Lalva's using the ultimate on the Jace, then Zorinus should have a pretty good time in these team fights. There's not really anyone with the range to contest him.
Look, I might be able to chase this.
Extended trades always go in favor of Nara in this matchup. The short trades, though, in favor of Zorinus, and Cease and Desist coming out, and Zorinus is not going to be much longer. Finding a bit of damage back, but that is going to be the kill going over Lakai. He's almost at Mega Gnar, and the Stormcaller will go wide. Lakai now has that Gnar. He's got the ultimate, I believe, available. He's going to look for something. He hits Swiper, and Swiper's going to be going down. Enso now up here. Minji up here too. And Ryoma will be taken out as well. It's a 5-0 team member once again for J-Team. This time, it's Lakai on the Gnar.
Yeah, Enso actually flash healed his jungler there to save him from Ryoma's ultimate on the Syndra. And I'm surprised that Swiper went for that with Lakai going Mega. He maybe overcommits onto the Gnar, and yeah, it was always going to be a hard kill. Good trade from Zorinus initially, but Lakai on the Gnar is able to trade back pretty well, and Vi is first on the rotation here. Antic all on their way, but just caught lacking. And Lakai is too close to Mega to ever go for this play, I think. Actually whiffs the E and the ulti as well, Swiper. And Ryoma looks like he's killed Lava here, but flash heal from Enso.
And then, even lands the bubble.
And then lands the bubble. Yeah, Enso is going to be in Antic Nightmares.
Yeah, and what makes it worse even is that you lost all of that gold into an already fed Gnar.
Yeah, and here's another 5-0 member of J-Team.
Yeah, let's see if Lakai can capitalize on it a little bit better than Chi-Chi did. Pretty good chunk on the Dragku. He's going to trade flash for flash with Minji on the Ahri. Generally a good trade of sums when it is the support for mid. Maybe a little different when it's Ahri, of course. A lot of ability available.
Yeah, Ahri doesn't miss her flash as much. We'll see if Antic can pick up 6 Void Grubs here. Hard to imagine this Jace having much pressure in the side lane against a 5-0 Gnar, though.
They're getting awfully close to Triforce now is Lakai. Down a lot of CS, but of course these kills are just doing wonders. Swiper gonna have to flash away to not get hit by that bubble, and I don't think you wanted that hook, Draku.
Yeah. King is here though with ulti.
Nice scatter of the week there from Ryoma. We do land the snare, and now it is going to be that curtain call landing on Lakai. That's a big shutdown, and the shutdown's going to be claimed. It's Ryoma again on the Syndra. Going to pick up something for himself. Swiper with that Stormcaller, also going to find a kill back on to Enso. And now once again, massive lead for J-Team, but Antic turning it around quickly.
Yeah, shutdown onto Ryoma is exactly who you wanted on. He even flashes to finish his target off. Picks up Lakai. I think it was a 300 gold bonus.
I believe so. I have to go back and watch.
Either way, massive shutdown.
Oh, and this is you paying the price for losing your flash. Possibly. Nice get of the week. Hits both of them. He's safe.
Yeah, tanks one Viol and the Ahri ult too. So it starts out onto Swiper. He manages to flash out. Hook doesn't quite connect, and I think the reason he went for the hook is because King is here. This is a 5v4. Really nice stun from Ryoma. Lakai can't quite get away, and Ryoma flashes to finish it off. And
500 gold shutdown.
500 gold shutdown. Massive. Almost gets that kill too. So this is going to be a very big Syndra.
Chi-Chi there quietly, he's just pretty much taken an entire tower solo.
Yeah, I think that's still worth it for Antic. But this is similar to what we saw last game, right? You commit so many resources to gain these shutdowns that someone on the opposite side of the map for J-Team can just get a bunch of gold hitting towers. because you aren't ever going to get all that much. You have to commit so much, even in a 4v5, that you're never going to wipe the enemy team or anything. You have to use everything to get a shutdown.
J-Team starting up this Dragon, but with Lakai not here, it does feel like they are the weaker side on the Rift. Lakai really being that difference maker. Still not completing that Triforce, which is such an important spike.
Yeah, these lethality items so cheap that Zorinus still has an item before Lakai does. Did buy boots as well.
Yeah, Lakai definitely up in gold, but Malva, he's going to have to answer what is going to be a 4-man out of Antic.
All sums up.
Chi-Chi does have Psalms, Flash, Heal. It's going to be the depth charge. Scatter the weak lands, Hook lands, everything lands. Stormcaller disabling the tower, but the culling being used in response. Curtain Call is going to claim the last hit there onto Chi-Chi, as he does just stand in a straight line. Lalva still, though, he's looking to make sure the Antic don't get up to any antics.
Yeah, keeping him honest, but nice play from Antic. I thought it might be an overextension from them, but they all play it very well and live on low HP bars. I think it's just the Cinder damage coming out here is massive. Lands a 2-man stun there. And that Volibear damage doing a lot. And Chi-Chi just goes down essentially from 100 to 0 to this Jinolt. King landing every ulti.
And Antic, they're not going to go down without a fight. They're now ahead in gold, despite what was the most horrific start to a game you could ever possibly imagine. Flash from Dragku. Not even.
Yeah,
just the Hex Flash,
yeah.
and Enzo going to lose his actual Flash for it. Nice Gather Week, 3 members. Ryoma looking menacing on the Syndra as everyone else from the side of J-Team are just going to have to run away. Chi-Chi once again going down for naught.
Yeah, 0-3-1 on the Lucian, who got to spend so much time just free farming while his team tried to 4v5. Not what you want to see. And Zorinus is just going to pick up this tower.
Yeah, first tower of the game.
6 Void Grubs helping out. So, Lava.
Yeah, King, he does have Flash. Cease and Desist available. Is there the follow-up, though? He does have the Flash again. Doesn't land with the stun, and it's going to be Lava picking up the kill. Triumph not quite enough for him to live, but it is still going to be that shutdown going over to this jungler, and now it should also be this bot tower picked up by Lakai.
Yeah, I'm surprised he even went down to that. You wouldn't expect a Vi Nami to just take you out like that, but 1 item on each at this point. They're very strong. As well as high base damage. King holding on to his heal on Flash. Probably not expecting to go down there too.
Lakai finally has his Triforce.
Yeah. It's going to do a lot of damage to this tower if you get some uptime on it. So
we've got another funny gold graph.
Yeah, actually going the opposite direction now. Antic bringing it back.
Sure are. Swiper looking for an invade. Minji, though, he's not going to give it over for free. Blast Cone's going to be broken there. Not sure who by, but Swiper is running away, and Ryoma is doing a whole hell of a lot of damage.
Interrupts the Vi Q there to save Swiper. He's looking very good on the Syndra. Justifying, you know, the unorthodox mid lane pick.
For sure. Ryoma having a very good game from South.
Minji down 20 CS.
Yeah, has his Malignance now, so a little bit of power now for the Ahri, but still
2 levels down on Minji. And Minji, J-Team might not be our best team, but Minji is a very solid mid laner.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, by the way. It is the crit Jhin this game. Mid lane tower is not going to be long for this world with the Rift Herald crash, and obviously the 6 Void Grub's going to make quick work of it. Zorinus, though, he's caught out on the side. Lava finds him, and Chi-Chi does find that last auto attack there with the passive. Ryoma looking for the knock-up. That Rift Herald is almost going to go down, and Ryoma's just running as King does go down in the mid lane. Lakai now still searching, still looking for Swiper. Is going to land the slow, is going to look for more, but the flash out from that Volibear does get him to safety. And Ryoma, luckily enough, had that Rift Herald to get himself out to the bot side. Might pick up a tower.
Can they go for 2?
But it's, yeah, the teleport actually coming through here for Lakai. They're looking for mid lane tower, they're looking for top lane tower. In the meanwhile, though, Ryoma should pick up the bottom.
Okay, they don't go for 2 towers. Ryoma did actually have his TP coming up, so he could go defend that anyway. Mid-fight, Ryoma just hops in the Rift Herald and rolls on out of there, down to the bot lane. I wonder if he misclicked it. We'll see. Look, it's Zorinus getting caught out. in this fight. I think Lava just finds his way onto him. Dangerous spot to play for Zoranus without a ward on that side. Chi-Chi barely kills him.
And Lakai just finds King.
Yeah. And yeah, fair enough. Good identification by Ryoma there that the fight's not winnable, and he just drives on out.
Flash forward, that's the depth charge being used. Teleports are coming through though, and all of a sudden Zoranus is the target. Spirit Rush is going to confirm the damage is there. Malignant's flash forward from Minji. He's going to dodge out of that snare, and now it does come down the curtain call. Lava heal does come through. He does go down eventually to Ryoma. As Dragku's very low, but Swiper's found his way into the back of that team fight. Heal coming through from Minji from the passive on the ultimate, and the Stormcaller from Swiper. This is such a crazy fight. Lakai finds the ult, and the two-man stun with the W. King looking for the auto, but won't find it. And J-Team are just better.
J-Team barely getting out on slivers of HP there. King lands the 4th shot onto Minji and gets him down to single-digit HP, I think. Ryoma having another great team fight, but they're just not able to get these kills. It's actually Chi-Chi pumping out the most damage in that team fight.
Yeah, Lakai though, what a turnaround.
I think just over-forced again. The rotations are so far away. At this point, Swiper is in base. So Zoranus, I mean, right place, right time for Lava. Well played by him. Minji helps him pick up that kill, but barely doesn't go down. And meanwhile, Ryoma's just landing every spell in these fights and is just always safe. Minji's so close to going down.
Spirit Rush heal saves Minji. Spirit Rush heal.
And then every flash used from every member of J-Team this fight, I think, again, another nice scatter the weak from Ryoma on the Syndra.
You know...
And King almost picks up Lakai, too. Tragedy.
The heal from Spirit Rush got buffed in this most recent patch.
Yeah, that
And that
made
literally
the
was the difference maker between Minji being taken out and not being taken out, so...
Yeah.
If you ever needed visual proof of...
the impact of these buffs.
Oh, King, you are not in a position you want to be. You got the red buff, but what is it going to cost you? It's going to cost you absolutely everything. Down goes Dragku. Down will go King. Swiper soon to follow. Tidal Wave even still up, and it lands the two-man bubble even onto Zoranus just for good measure, and it's a clean ace for J-Team.
Yeah, Minji lands the charm onto Ryoma to make sure they get all 5 there. Not a single member of J-Team going down. And it looks like they've just run away with the game. Probably, oh, Baron's not even up yet. 10 seconds on Baron. I'm not sure if they get it or not. Yeah, and it's Lava on a ridiculous flank here, standing on top of a pink. Dragku starts the fight on 1 HP essentially, and Lava finds his way onto King. Then this tidal wave here from Enso.
Yeah, great.
Into a
even
flash
flashes.
Q. Yeah, Ryoma flashes still gets hit by it, and the flash bubble catches Zoranus. Nice charm from Minji too.
For sure, and the coordination from J-Team is just on a different level.
Yeah.
Antic though, 5k, it is not once again insurmountable, but you've made this game very, very hard for yourself. What looked to be a very, very good game for you, even after a disastrous start, it is now J-Team firmly in control of everything they need. They're also now 2 minutes away from potentially picking up this Dragon Soul. Chemtech Soul, not usually the most impactful, but how many fights have we seen today that have ended up in single-digit healths?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to make a difference in these fights if they remain as close as they have been. Aside from that last fight where J-Team kind of caught Antic off guard, Jin can usually play safe enough to stay away from the buy.
Absolutely. We're looking again. Swiper's up here. Ryoma's up here. Charm lands, and Swiper all of a sudden doesn't have all that much health, but he does manage to get a lot back with that Sundered Sky. Fantastic skate of the week there, landing straight onto Lava, but the cease and desist, that's simple as can be. All the follow-up in the world you could ever want. Ryoma not even going to be able to find a kill for himself on the bottom side, though. King does manage to pick up Chi-Chi as Enso is going to land it deny. What a Q there from Enso and Dragku with that. There's no way you're getting out. Curtain call's going to be used. It's not going to find all that much. Yes, you've landed the 4th shot. You're all very low, and Enso is forcing you to run very quickly away.
Yeah, Antic bot lane actually win the 2v2 against the J-Team bot lane, but because their mid-jungle have lost.
Oh, Zoranus, he's been narred, and he's flashed away, and Scorch is going off, and Lakai's gone to his mini-gnar, and he's dodged out of the queue, Zoranus. I mean, you can't even take as much of an auto attack One boomerang blade, or boomerang, shall I say, will secure the deal. Doesn't even need it. Hops over, singular auto, and down will go Zoranus.
Yeah, and yeah, this is going to be the 2v2 happening in the bot side of the river. Just a hook onto Chi-Chi into the ult. Yeah, Antic's bot lane make quick work, but he trades enough damage back onto King that there's no hope of 2v3ing this ever. As, you know, if King's a bit healthier, maybe they can fight this without any ults up for J-Team. But that bubble was ridiculous.
Yeah, I gotta get a check on this Chi-Chi guy.
Yeah, he's a demon on the Nami.
That's Enso.
Oh, Chi-Chi. Oh, Chi-Chi. Oh. I mean, he got the job done.
He's just initiated a fight. He's just
they
engaging.
won the fight.
Swiper, he's still looking. He's a little bit down though. 3 levels down in the jungle. There's Swiper on this volley bear.
Yeah, and that last play was just another unforced error out of Swiper, really. He's just over chasing after. If you're hovering there, it's to protect your Syndra, and he successfully protects his Syndra, but he just ends up running at the Vi. Or maybe it was Minji, but either way, Ryoma was not in range to follow up on the volley bear stun. And he puts Ryoma in a horrible spot trying to follow him up.
20 seconds now between the spawn of this Chemtech Dragon. Okay, it's going to be the depth charge used. Hook doesn't connect. Chi-Chi able to make enough ground between him and Draku on the Nautilus, and this culling is just shredding through the health bar of Swiper. Ryoma though, he's going to be able to find the stun. No, Chi-Chi dodges out.
Yeah, Spidey senses from Chi-Chi maybe just dodged the stun from Ryoma. He probably goes down there if it does land.
Maybe not this time though. Dash forward and 3-man scatter the wig. Minji. Chi-Chi's actually found the kill first onto Swiper as Minji's jumping forward with the Spirit Rush available. King goes down, and I thought that was a fantastic look from Antics, but it wasn't enough. Not enough damage coming down to Chi-Chi. Not even able to get the Unrelenting Force down, and all of a sudden it's just 3 going down. Antic now, what can they do? Can they even look for this dragon? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it might be everything for J-Team here, the Baron and the Soul. That was a good look, honestly, from Antic. It's just they don't have the damage. They didn't have the HP bars, especially. Swiper used the volley bear ult, but actually died in mid-air before he could land. Yeah, it's pretty hard game for Antic now. Ryoma doing what he can. Landing, I mean, he's playing these team fights so well as the Syndra.
Yeah, we were worried about Ryoma after his first series up against Frank, but this game especially, he's had a very, very good game for himself.
Yeah.
Lakai is going to find Zoranus again in the side lane. Very trivial. Ryoma coming down. Is he able to even return it? Scatter the Weak does just barely miss, but Lakai, he's got so much health. Swiper's going to be here. Maybe they can take him down. Lava's going to arrive too. Lakai does flash away, but Enso's here. There is a Sterix gauge as well. And even the heal and the Mikhails for good measure. Ryoma, he looked for something. He wanted that 1,000 gold shutdown. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find it. And it is everything coming up, J-Team.
Yeah, and this is exactly how the game started. Enso there for his top laner to save him just in the nick of time. I wonder if Ryoma has the threshold, like has enough stacks for the threshold execute on his...
Yeah, the 120, oh no, the 100?
Yeah, 100, and then 120 I think you get some AP.
Yeah, 15%. I'm not sure, I mean, we will see, I guess, when he respawns.
The heal and Mikhails from Enso definitely made the difference there, if so.
Double heal and a Mikhails, just so much health suddenly coming back for Lakai. 1,000 gold, certainly not something you would have hated to have on your Syndra, who is almost certainly doing the most damage on your team as things stands. Antic in the mid lane though. It looks like something bad's happening again. Zoranus goes down. King, he is way too far up, and Minji's going to be able to take him down. He does find a lot of damage, and Draku now, Spider-Man's against the wall. All of a sudden, 3 members dead. Ryoma and Draku with it all to do. Up against the Soul, up against the Baron, up against their inhibitors and Nexus. Draku goes down too. It is all up to Ryoma, and this man did so much in the playoffs for them in the LCO, but unfortunately, as things stand, he can't do enough against J-Team, and J-Team 34 kills it took in just 27 minutes, but they will put a stamp on it and secure themselves a game up against DFM.
Yeah, off the back of 2 really strong performances from Lakai in both games. Enso as well coming alive in that second game. Yeah, J-Team looking good. Going to be getting their rematch against DFM, right?
Yep. Rematch time in both of our groups, but yeah, what a series from J-Team, honestly. I mean, you can see why they're the weakest team and our weakest team we're sending to the PCS. They got so giga far ahead in both games,
Yeah.
and still, by the time it got to about the 10-minute mark, I thought they were going to lose.
Yeah, and Chi-Chi's got to clean it up a bit. You criticized him there, and yeah, he was just getting caught by Nautilus hooks, mispositioning quite a bit, and you know, making that game maybe harder than it needs to be, especially when he is just getting to AFK 1v0 in bot lane, farming plates and turrets, and then he ends up 0-3-1. Can't really be having that, especially if you're putting him onto these hyper carry champs that are supposed to be putting their games on their shoulder. Lucian Nami is supposed to take over the game. Zeri is supposed to be taking over the game, especially with the lead he had. And unfortunately for Antics, that is going to be the end of their run.
Yeah,
in the playoffs
it is an
here.
unfortunate fact of the playoffs, of course. If you do lose 2 series, you are eliminated from them. And so, unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to our Oceanic friends, Team Antic. And honestly, I mean, especially in this series, there was so many times where it was signs of life. And I honestly, by the time it was at the 14-minute mark in both of the games, I truly did think that Antic were going to win. Because they were
games.
So far behind, they then dragged it back to the point where they were then ahead. But unfortunately, in both times, there was just sort of throw after throw. And it was J-Team who were just cleaner on the day. Macro, and also just maybe it's team coordination. I'm not sure exactly.
Considering that at 6 minutes, we thought they had no hope of winning.
Yeah.
That we then turned around and thought they were probably going to win the game somehow at 14 minutes, 15 minutes. They just, every fight they played super well and they were making picks. But then it would just fall apart. And it is very hard to play these games from these spots, even when they get some shutdowns.
Sure.
It is just supposed to be getting you back to even, and you usually have to commit a lot to do it. Yeah. Otherwise, J-Team, happy with a 2-0 there. You got to look strong if you're going to be going up against DFM, who looked very good against Frank. They, of course, lost, but they really pushed Frank like any of our PCS teams would.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't really underestimate these LJL teams now.
Yeah, I think especially now that V3 is eliminated, unfortunately, I think who we have left in the SoftBank Hawks as well as DFM, they seem very, very strong. And of course, we already see Frank through, and so really it does feel to me a little bit like the lower bracket is just a competition between who will make it out of DCG and DFM. Ground Zero, I've got a question mark over there because they looked really, really good yesterday. They looked incredible yesterday, and if they continue that form, they play like they did yesterday, I think they should be able to take the series over DCG.
Yeah, I mean, if you just watch that second game against V3, they may as well have been SKT.
Oh yeah, that was the craziest game that we've seen. That was such a stomp.
So this was an overforce from Draku. Look where the Volley Bear is on the map. Look where Ryoma is on the map. He can TP up, but Swiper's going to take such a long time to get here. And yeah, maybe you think it's a pick, but you want to have your members in the area just in case it's not, right?
Yeah.
Unless you can confirm that you've got a numbers advantage here, and they do eventually get Lava, but Ryoma loses a lot of his HP bar doing it, and they can't quite pick off Minji. It is so close to working, to be honest. Another scatter of the week. Super nice here, but Lakai with flash up here is able to clean everyone up. GG untouched the fight.
I mean, how many times did Lakai have to live on 1 HP?
Yeah. Yeah. And Minji.
Yeah, oh, what a tragedy.
And they had all 4 flashes on the side of J-Team to enable that very close team fight win.
And somehow, I mean, I'm very surprised to see that it was Minji doing the most damage. He was involved in a lot of fights, to be fair, and Ari, especially with the Malignance, just kind of does a surprising amount of damage around the team fights, but it didn't strike me as a game where Minji did the most damage, but it certainly turned out to be.
Yeah,
now,
pretty surprising.
MVP, who would you give it to? Because it's either between... Oh, it's someone on the top side.
I think it might be Lava.
Maybe Inso, actually. Actually, it could be Inso. That guy...
it could be.
That guy's soul read.
That rotation to the top lane as a level 1 Nami. I don't know what happened. He got hit by a bolt of inspiration and just recalled as a level 1 Nami and just ran top. That didn't make any sense to me and just worked like a charm.
Surely it has to be Inso. I was going to say maybe Lava. He was like doing a great job. Minji obviously doing a lot of damage. Lakai as well got so far ahead, but it has to be Inso. The whole game was like it was at the start because of Inso's absolute soul read and 82% kill participation on the Nami.
Top it off, And Lava, I wouldn't hate to see him get it just because he was in the right place at the right time, finding ults onto all the right targets.
Yeah. And Lakai, 11 kills.
11 kills.
Yeah, one of the... Is it the highest we've seen in the playoffs? I do believe so. Did the most, got the most gold. It was Minji, of course, though, that did the most damage. And blessed choice here. It is Enzo.
Very deserved. He was just... He's going to be in Antic Nightmares for a while.
Yeah.
He was just at Demon on the Nami. I don't know what happened. He just woke up. What did he play last game? Nautilus. And he was just kind of dying a lot, eating charms, going down. And this game, 2, and 26 on the Nami.
Yeah,
not just stat padding either.
Performance.
And yeah, this was a very nice play, but all game he was making nice plays on this Nami, being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, tidal wave.
Two-man tidal wave follow up with the bubble, which honestly might have hit 2, this flash bubble, if Ryoma did not have his flash here. Nice strong from Minji at the end there to clean up the kill on Syndra. And, you know, that turned a winning fight into a 5-0 ace for J-Team.
Yeah, and it is the unfortunate sort of reality of the series is that both games, Antic found themselves at such a massive disadvantage. They were so far behind, and in both games they managed to claw themselves back, and still it was just not enough. And I think it truly did come down a lot to the macro around the map. I think in general you saw a lot of overforced, unnecessary errors coming through. Dragku going too far forward, Swiper often going too far forward. It really only seemed to be King as well as Ryoma, who were trying to do their best to stay sort of exactly where they needed to be. But unfortunately, Antic will be gone. It is JT moving forward in the lower bracket. We're going to have an interview now with both Lakai and Paddy, so do enjoy.
采访的是 JT 的上路选手立凯，请立凯先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JT 的上路立凯。私は立凯です。
Congratulations for winning your first win in the PCS playoff. Today you won against LCO's ANC. How do you feel now?
おめでとうございます。今日は LCO からの ANC に勝利し、プレーオフでの初勝利を収めました。勝利してからの気持ちはいかがですか？
恭喜你们获得季后赛的首胜。今天击败来自 LCO 的 ANC， 赢下来心情如何？
很普通吧，应该觉得是该赢的。
今は平穏な気持ちです。勝つことも当然と思います。
I feel pretty normal because I think we have to win this. It's expected. In the early stage of the first game, your team was in a disadvantage. During the time, you stayed on the side lane and farmed gold lead instead of grouping with your team. Why did you choose that strategy?
初試合前半で苦戦しているように見えましたが、その間にサイドレインで大量の掲載を稼ぐことを選択し、直ちにチームメイトをサポートすることはありませんでした。なぜそのような選択をしたのですか？
第一场比赛，你们前期也有陷入逆风，你那段时间在边线赚了比较多的经济，而不是选择马上去支援队友。为什么你会做这样的选择呢？
因为我觉得上路就是要自私一点才会赢。
僕はトップレイのプレイヤーはもっと自分のことを考えることできるなら勝つことができます。
Because I think the top lane player has to be more selfish to win the game, so that's why I chose to stay on the lane. So after today's win, you will be facing a rematch with DFM 2 days later. What do you think is the key to winning them?
今日の試合に勝利した後、2日後に再び DFM と対戦しますか？彼らに勝ったための鍵は何だと思いますか？
赢下今天的比赛之后，2天后你们会再次与 DFM 交手。你认为对战他们的关键是什么？
看我上路能够获取多大的优势，还有阻止他们吃小龙吧。
僕のトップレインでの優勢はどのくらい持っていることと、ドラゴンを取ることをそれは鍵ですと思います。
It depends on how much lead I can get on the top lane and also how much we can prevent them from getting their drakes. That's the two strategy and we will be able to win them. JT finally stopped their 11 losing streak in playoff games today due to your help. Do you have anything you want to say to JT fans that kept on their support?
あなたの助けにより JT はプレーオフでの11連敗を止めることができました。応援を続けてくれた JT のファンに何かメッセージはありますか？
JT 在你的帮助下，终于终止了季后赛的11连败。你有没有什么话想要对不离不弃的 JT 粉丝们说的？
我们还是会持续努力，不断的进步，加油。然后就是让大家各位粉丝让看到全新的 JT 吧。
JT を応援しているファンたちに新しい JT を見るようにもっと頑張りたいと思います。
We're going to keep on improving, and so the fans will see a new JT after our improvements. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢立凯选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you for the interview once again, and a new and improved J team is what I think is necessary. They did look improved today, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I mean, going up against DFM, you cannot make the mistakes of getting that far ahead and still becoming behind in gold.
Yeah, DFM will punish you for that, and they just team fight too well as a team. That you give them a gold lead, you're going to be in trouble. Their drafts enable them to team fight super well, as they barely lost out to Frank in the first series.
Yeah.
Every game pretty competitive.
Well, game number 1 was kind of a stomp, but game number 2 and 3 certainly very competitive. And honestly, game number 2 was an absolute thriller to watch. So if you did miss it, I highly recommend going back and watching it. And the second series of the night, of course, was Antic versus J-Team, which we just watched, and it was J-Team taking the 2-0. I would have said it was pretty commanding, but it really wasn't. They got so far ahead and then still nearly lost that one.
Wasn't clean.
Of course, on your screen are the brackets. We now have decided who it is going to be competing for that final advancement match. It's going to be DCG versus Ground Zero and DFM versus J-Team. That will not be tomorrow. We'll have another graphic on your screen very shortly. It will be on Saturday. Bit of a day off, bit of a time to relax my voice and get prepared for some more exciting games and potentially some close games, as you see it on your screen here. First match of the night. Finally, LCO gets the earlier time slot. LCO fans can rejoice as Ground Zero versus DCG will be the first game of the night, followed by DFM up against Taipei J-Team.
Yeah, and after that, we're straight onto the best of 5s, right?
Yeah, after this, there will be a best of 5 on Sunday between the 2 winners. Best of 5 of the 2 winners, of course, is who is going to be the 3rd team making it through to the second stage of our playoffs. So an important best of 3, and the last best of 3 we'll have in the playoffs will be on Saturday. And so, I mean, LCO, Ground Zero, they've won 1 series now. They've got a taste of victory. They're going up for a rematch up against DCG.
Yeah.
Do you believe in them?
Yes.
Are you raising your koala?
Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't want it. I mean, you couldn't really feel better going into that series than they would after the series they had against V3.
Absolute demolishing.
Yeah, especially in that game too, there was no hope. And even in game 1, they managed to get massive leads off of Surefire's early game.
Yep.
And then an even bigger lead in the second game. So should be
fantastic.
Good.
Oh, what a day it's been. Our first actual 3-game series was had between 2 tightly contested teams, and unfortunately we saw Antic get eliminated. But J-Team now have their chance for a rematch up against DFM. It's going to all happen on Saturday. Enjoy your day off, and we will see you then.
Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind.